3.
Fairly straightforward looking catch. It would have been for first slip, certainly. But as Martin said, second slip, Bellingham moved across, got both hands to it, and it almost, at one stage, looked like it was going to loop up and be taken by another of the slip cordon, but excellent. Very good morning to everybody watching on the stream who, for various reasons that we won't go into here, because A, I don't understand them, and B, I don't know what they are.
What was the reason?
No, we don't need the reason. Yeah. Pots, balls, 2. Oh. Just a switch. Excellent.
They forgot to flick their button.
Yeah, if you don't flick the switch, nothing happens. That one was pushed into the offside by Reese, and there's no run. You brought your cap?
Yeah.
Good, because you might need it later on today if the sun stays out.
Right.
When it comes around, it's nice to get a cap on.
Yeah. So really, I shouldn't have gelled my hair, is that what you're saying?
Have you gelled it?
Yeah. Have you gelled yours?
No. Not for a while. As Potts is in and balls to Reese, and he has a flash at that one outside the off stump. Robinson doesn't take it cleanly, which is unusual. Again, good carry from the England bowler, Potts. But again, Reese survives, and he's sort of clinging on by his fingertips at the moment, Lewis Reese. Always wanted to, even when he was batting in the middle order, he is, by his own admission, somebody who likes to open the batting. So these two have been the opening pair for a few matches now as Potts bowls to Reese, who plays it. That one is beaten as it just moves away from him off the surface and into the hands of Ollie Robinson. Wow. Decent delivery again from Matthew Potts. Do we call him Matthew?
Apparently.
Okay.
Even though he's Matty on Twitter still.
Excellent. We'll call him Matthew then.
He doesn't seem to mind if you say Matty, Matthew.
Yeah.
But he's never said anything
Matty
to me.
McKiernan doesn't like being called Matt.
Right.
And they're perfectly entitled to call themselves what they wish as Reese leaves. This next delivery from Matthew Potts alone outside the off stump. And it goes through to Robinson. So 4 slips, a point. A mid-off, who's almost an extra cover. A mid-on, who's quite wide. A mid-wicket. And a long leg, who is Matthew Parkinson, who I always thought was called Matt. Down to our right-hand side. 11 without loss, Derbyshire. We're in the 6th over. Potts from the city end bowls to Reese. That one comes off the edge into the ground past Ben Rain at 4 slip, and they're going to come back for a couple of runs here as the ball is eventually chased down by Alex Lees. And Derbyshire move on to 13 without loss. Reese on to 6.
Just over at Moors, lads. Stick to the road, don't go to Moors. Kawaja, LBW to Stuart Broad. Australia 15 for 1.
Jimmy Anderson.
Is he playing?
Well, he was announced in the team 2 days ago.
Right, yeah.
So I assume so.
It was no, I said Stuart Broad got it.
Stuart, did you say Stuart Broad? Sorry.
Which then confused me why you were asking about Jimmy Anderson.
Yes, well, it would do.
Yeah.
If only I'd listened.
Yeah.
Who are you? Final ball of the Potts over. His 3rd. He's in and balls to Reese, who defends that into the onside square of the wicket. And there is no run. 13 without loss after 6. Kame has 5. Reese has 6.
I noticed trending on Twitter when I got down here last night was the day of the flying ants, which is actually, there's always more than one, isn't there?
Yeah. Is that soon?
Well, it was yesterday, according to Twitter. But today, on my Facebook timeline, it reminded me that 7 years ago, Durham were playing Lancashire in Southport. It was absolutely blisteringly hot that week. And that was one of the days of the flying ants, where in the middle of commentary, I know we were sitting outside on a little terrace commentating, and I noticed something in the corner of my eye. As Rain comes in here to bowl, start of a new over, and it's left alone by Kame, and all these ants started to appear out of a crack in the pavement. So one of the ground staff then thought it would be a great idea to go and boil a kettle and pour boiling water down the hole. Well, the next thing, the air was just full of thousands of them.
It's cruel.
They just engulfed the ground. They were coming out this hole in the ground for about an hour or more.
And it's such a humane way of killing them as well.
Rain in. And that is defended. I just don't know why anybody would have thought that to do something like that. boiling water down a hole in the path.
There's some strange people about mine. We work with a few.
That's almost like chucking gremlins in a swimming pool. Is it the right film or the wrong film?
Yeah, don't get them wet.
Yeah, so that was right then,
yeah, the right film. Yeah. Sort of become little ones, don't they?
Yeah.
From memory. Been a while.
Rain to Kane. That pops a little bit on Kane. He manages to get his hands out the road of the ball low and tucks the bat away as it goes through to the keeper. If you want to email, it's wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk.
It is. FletchCricket@gmail.com if you can't bear emailing Martin. Send them to Martin, though. He's much better. I'm going to go off and do an update.
Okay. My phone's buzzing at me for some reason. I don't know why. And this is played by Kame up to Parkinson at mid-on, no run there. It's my mate Ken trying to ring me from Bahrain. .13 without loss. Rain to Kame. Slower ball, little loopy delivery that one. Played up to Parkinson again. No run there. Dave's just doing a bit into Radio Derby, talking about the Who were here the other night. Where the stage was, there's a dark green imprint on the ground where the stage was, and then it's very yellow around it where they had the sort of metal road and the protective covers. That's across towards the pavilion in the left-hand corner of the ground. And the Who are on it. Durham tonight, I think. I think it's tonight. Rain to Kame. Came forward to this one. Bit of a leading edge. Goes towards mid-wicket. And it's picked up by Mikhail Pretorius, who made his debut for Durham against Gloucestershire last week. The South African, who was signed after varying other bowlers came and went or got injured. He was number 6 signed this year for the bowling ranks, but one of them, the Aussie, Todd Murphy, is not now coming. So he was brought in with injuries to Coughlin and varying other fast bowlers. Cast just on his return from a few weeks out injured as well. Here's Potts from the city end round the wickets to Rees. Rees forward to this one, bat and pad. The ball stays low as it comes in and he plays it along the ground short on the leg side, no run. Now written down, Mikhail Pretorius was born in Vierening, but I was told last week by Ed Seaborn, who is a man of many languages, it was something like Vering. Ball this time played by Rees towards, it's missed by Cars at wide mid-on. He slid in on the edge of the square and it ran through him. And they run 3. They're going off down towards the little demolition stand in the corner, the only stand here with a roof on it. About 6 rows of seats in there. Like something you'd see in either a non-league football ground or something in the lower leagues. Sprinkling of punters in the temporary stand at the far end. A permanent temporary stand. Potts coming over the wicket now to Kame, who almost nibbles one to the keeper there. Rising ball outside the line of off stump. Somebody who's just gone into that stand to get a better view of the actions, Alan Walker, one of the Durham coaches. Plugged himself about halfway up behind the bowler's arm. So at the moment, the weather's holding. We started on time. There was a little bit of drizzle around about 20 past 10, but they got going on time. weircricket@yahoo.co.uk if you want to email, or @MartyCricket on Twitter. Next ball from Potts is bowled and left by Kane. Number 4 on his back. "24 years old now. This is his 19th match in first-class cricket, and he came into it with 645 runs. And mentioned it a little bit earlier, his highest score, that 108 in the draw against Gloucestershire this year. He's got 3 half-centuries as well, including 78 against Durham here last year. This is played away safely by him to short mid-wicket. Picked up by Pretorius. 70 against Notts last year and 64 against Glamorgan as well. Turn yourself on.
What's a floddy?
A floddy? I've never heard of a floddy.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, that's interesting. I've just done a little quiz, Dum or Durham.
A floddy?
And it was foodstuffs, and floddies are apparently some kind of potato.
Never heard of it.
No.
It's gone down the leg side. Keeper can't get across to it, and it's away for 4 byes. 4 byes. Went a long way down the leg side.
Harsh on the keeper, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Floddy. Did you lose a point for not getting that right then? Because I think that's made up, and
well, I don't,
you deserve the point back.
I don't get points. So.
You don't get points.
It's merely to let everybody who's listening on proper radio that we're available for.
All right.
For commentary and comedy on.
A floddy. I've never heard of a floddy.
No, I haven't. Concert crabs weren't a thing.
It's come up with, do you mean a flood?
Mm-hmm.
We're going down the...
yes, peas, what were they?
Carlin peas route here, aren't we?
Yeah, we should avoid that at all costs. So when TV out, we should avoid many things at all costs, obviously, but that's one of them.
Ben Rain starting a new over from our end of the ground. This one angles in towards Rees, plays it short towards Graham Clark under the helmet on that leg side. No run there. Floddy, if it said a stotty...
Yes, well, I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
That never came up.
Levels of disappointment when it didn't arrive?
Well, fairly large, because it was about the only thing that I was fairly confident was the food stuff.
Black bullets?
No, that wasn't mentioned. I should have written them down, shouldn't I? I could have quizzed you.
Yeah. In comes Rain again, and the ball played back to him by Rees.
That'd have been great for the listeners. Just a quick reminder, because I had remembered earlier, but we're back with Duke's balls again after 2 rounds of matches played, but didn't seem to bother Durham in any way. But
just that kangaroo leather softened a bit, didn't it?
Yeah.
On day 2.
Bounced a lot then.
Yeah. Quite a few catches pounched. Rain in. And right in the middle, stumped that one. Played up to Parkinson at mid-on, no run.
I'm out of kangaroo jokes now. I was just trying to think of one that had to come back with, but I was nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. I was trying to think of a Joey one, but...
No. There's probably a few out back in that cupboard there.
Out back, pretty good.
So I've got loads of desks in my room this year.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah. You take one home with you if you like. I think they've got too many. Definitely need a picture of Martin on his 2 chairs.
Hang on, let me breathe in.
Well, you'll have to, otherwise I won't get you in this photograph.
Rain balls to Rees, another dot ball.
I'm not sure it's working.
Is it not?
This phone. Oh, no, there we go.
Well, you will buy cheap phones, won't
I
you?
will, yes. Because I don't like any kind of technology, really. I'm quite good with it, but... Oh, it's not bad. You need to, you don't look too bad there.
Just a bit ashen-faced. This one played by Rees too. Backward point, no run.
Don't want to put the top of your head on, because I know how proud you are of your hair.
Yeah.
Although it'd be nice to have a record of it for when you come back next year and it's all disappeared. You'll have a full Ben Rain this time next year.
Yeah. Remember the start of the season a couple of years ago, that season where we were allowed in the grounds and nobody else was.
They all shaved their heads, didn't they?
Him and Coghlan came. They were
Yes.
the heads were bright blue. They'd gone right down to the skull, I think.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. It's been a maiden so far, and it finishes as a maiden as well, as this is played by Rees to mid-on, no run.
steady start. Good start by the Durham bowlers without any luck. Could have had a wicket or two by now, but Harry came on 5, Lewis Rees on 9, and got Derbyshire to 20 without loss.
Just noticed we're on camera there. Looked like I still had some hair.
We can be, yes. Yes, I'm not a huge fan, because we, of course, don't, apart from the stream, if you look at it there, but that's about 30 seconds behind, so we can't react.
No.
So don't pick your nose.
That's just gone on screen.
Potts to continue from the City end. Bowls to Harry Kane, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Matthew Parkinson, I'm going to call him Matt, he's fielding on the dead bit of grass away to our left-hand side where the stage for the Who was.
Yeah. Well, that's the metal road around the stage, isn't it? That's where the photographers like Griff, who had the VIP passes.
He was only allowed three songs, I think he said.
Yeah, that's normally what they do.
Yeah. During which Daltrey did swing his microphone, so Griff was happy. As Potts is in again and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-on this time.
Did they do anything from Tommy?
Yes, they did a whole section of Tommy at the start. Then they did a lot of songs from mainly from the 60s, you know, Substitute and...
anything from Quadrophenia?
And then they did a bit from Quadrophenia at the end, yeah.
Because really the guy in Quadrophenia, the main character in that, we saw him singing with Blur at Wembley last week, doing Park Life.
Oh, okay, yes, absolutely.
Is it Mike somebody or
No, not Mike. This next delivery is driven nicely by Harry Kane for 4 runs up towards the mid-off, long-off boundary. That was about as good a shot as we've seen all morning. Kane moves into double figures. No, he doesn't. He moves on to 9. And it's 24 without loss, because if you have 5 to start with and you get a 4, you don't move into double figures. No. Phil. Somebody help me out. When I saw the Who do Quadrophenia, late 90s at Manchester.
Daniels.
Phil Daniels, absolutely. And they had PJ Proby.
Oh, yeah.
And Billy Idol singing with them that day.
We did a story about PJ Proby 20-odd years ago where he split his pants while on stage in Middlesbrough.
Yes, he used to do that quite a lot, though, didn't he? This one's left alone outside the off stump by Kane to go through to Robinson. And it was very much a trademark of his, wasn't it? Yeah.
We're going to need a bigger pair of pants, I think they should have said.
But yeah, he was with them. They did virtually the whole of Quadrophenia, and they had a video wall behind. Not this time, last time they had a video wall. They had a video wall here that basically went through images from when they started to now, and it was absolutely remarkable. Because, of course, they wrote some of their early songs in 1964. As Potts is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. Just a word for Neil Godrich and the rest of his team, although they do, the contractors, or whoever they are, the promoters, that's probably a better word, leave the ground in the same state, barring the scarring on the outfield to the left, that they found it in. Still a lot of work for Neil and his team to get the game on, to get a pitch sorted. The whole square was under cover. Excellent night all round. As Potts is in. Oh, that's a good leave, isn't it? Blimey, that has cut back and been taken by Robinson about 5 yards to the left of the stumps down the leg side. Harry Kane left it, and just for a split second he'd be expecting to hear the as the ball crashes, if that's the noise it makes, crashes into the stumps, but it missed them. 24 without loss at the end of the over. Harry Kane knows where his off stump is. He has left one this season, Harry Kane, that crashed into middle and off, which is a slight misjudgment. In the game in which we had 2 batsmen out leaving the ball, not 2 Derbyshire batsmen. I'm trying to remember the game. Might have been the Worcestershire game here. Might not have been, though.
Yeah, and there's rain leaking from the overhang
Yes.
above us. Is that a camera gantry up there?
It is. It is. I think it's quite wet up there.
Yeah. Rain continues. Oh, there's a leave and there's a wicket. Just as you were saying it, it's Rees who's done it. His off stump is askew, so he has gone for 9. He was dropped on 3, and that is a bad leave.
It's not the best, is it?
No.
Absolutely. 34 balls, so he'd done a lot of the hard work to get himself in. Hadn't hit a boundary, but he's left that one from Ben Rain, and he has been bowled. And Derbyshire lose their first wicket on 24. Durham, as I say, will be looking for 2 or 3 wickets. Brooke Guest to come in next, of course, the wicketkeeper batsman. Not a good start, really, for poor old Lewis Rees.
It's incredible that you were describing that error by a batsman and then he should go and do that the following
And
ball.
it was the other batsman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that spooky?
Yeah. I'm looking into the future now and I can see Brooke Guest getting a century. Thank you. Jane's checking if it's Brooke Guest, but it's Brooke Guest. Go on, Jane. Tell everybody it's Brooke Guest, will you? No, it's him. Yeah, it's Brooke Guest. No, it is. Look. It's Brooke Guest. No, he's there. Look. There we go. There we go. I knew she'd get there in the end. Well done, Jane.
I think she's going to come in and clip you in a
I
minute.
think she might do in a minute.
I think you've got to appreciate that.
Just do it. There is a pillar, but dear, you can't get the staff. Not that there might.
Well, I think you might have got away with that kind of behaviour in previous years, but I wouldn't be chancing my arm anymore now if I was you. Yeah.
Oh, fair point.
Oh, very
good. Now, very good.
Mr.
Yeah,
Clever
once he
Gloves,
came over the
gotta
rope,
be over the
because the
rope.
boundary is a little bit in front of the players' pavilion. Yeah, so Jane was absolutely spot on there.
I'm with Jane.
Yeah, I am now actually. Perfectly announced.
Yeah.
24 for 1.
Jane.
So Brooke Guest has just started to find a bit of form.
Oh, is it him?
Apparently.
Yeah.
That's what the announcement was anyway. Got a century down at Hove. Played really nicely down there.
Rain the ball to Guest then. It's got 3 slips in place and a gully. And the first ball is defended.
So our breakfast show host Andrew Charles Twig with an E has just walked in.
I didn't recognise him, no.
Yeah. Well, you're nearly as tall as him sitting down because you've got 2 chairs.
Yeah.
Well, you're both vertically challenged. How are you? Good. Yeah, he was fine this morning when I left, so anything that's happened since has nothing to do with me. 24 for 1.
Rain in. Winning side edge there from Kame. It's gone off towards, not from Kame, from Guest. It's gone off towards square leg for 1. Pretorius collects it.
You just come in for a cup of tea, or?
No, I just came to examine
the stage. What do you reckon? It is. They were saying that the decking stuff that they put down, I don't know what the technical term is, was down from the Monday. So the rest. Yes.
Rain with a loopy Yorker, just wide of off stump through to the keeper.
But it hasn't photosynthesized as well as it might have done.
I think it's called squashage.
Squashage.
It's where any of the juice out of the grass is squashed out by the weight of the metal.
3 or 4 of those for breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's, they've just asked him what was it, Floddy?
Yeah.
On Radio
Ian
Derby,
Sky asked me what a
talking
Floddy
about
was.
making things up.
And he hadn't made that up, apparently.
No such thing.
From Newcastle, apparently.
No, it isn't. Rain in. Balls pushed off towards the covers here. No run there.
An interesting throw. No, that's his name. Twigs, yeah. Brooke Guest. No, they do that.
Was the steward not watching on the gate a few minutes ago?
He just flashed his BBC pass and they've let him in. Oh dear. Like I haven't got enough equipment here.
Rain bowls to Kame, played back up to Cars, mid-on, end of the over. And the sun is shining brightly here in Derby now, which is a rarity.
Always does. Brad Cars has just practiced his bowling run up there from the racecourse end, so we can expect to see him fairly shortly. Ben Rain, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 6, bowled nicely.
Just the 1 run off that and a wicket.
Why has he got 99 on his back? How many players have they got?
I think you can pick your own number. Twigs, yeah.
Because he's a fan of flake-based ice creams.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
Matt Parkinson down here has got 96, but he wore 96 for Lancashire when he started his career. We see a change in the bowling here, are we?
Pretorius.
Now, he's a new one on me,
Is it Pretorius or not?
Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah. The G is more of a Mikel.
Not what I'm saying, it's
Yeah.
not. Here is Pretorius. I'm being heckled. It's got a number. Bowls. That one is driven beautifully by Brooke Guest out towards extra cover. Ben Rain's giving chase, and the ball is slowing up. Ben Rain might catch it. No, he won't. His hat fell off. Of course, his hat fell off. And Brooke Guest moves on to 5.29 for one. If only we had enough holes in our equipment for Twiggy Dabber microphone, but
there is a bonus there, I suppose, isn't there?
he has been on for 4 hours this morning,
Yeah.
so I'm fairly sure that most people are,
If I was him, I'd be going home for a kip.
most people will be fed up with him by now.
Meeting was said show sensation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did somebody else do it this morning? Here's Pretorius again, in and bowls. That one is driven but not timed this time out into the offside, fielded by Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper. And there is no mind you had to have a good meeting eventually, didn't you? You know, after that whole series of what on earth have you been doing?
I'm not going to say too much more now, Dave, because
Can you promise that?
to raise the game.
Yeah. Pretorius in again, left alone by Brooke Guest. And it goes through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. 25 for one. I was getting ahead of myself. Saranga Lakmal's just arrived.
Hang on, you said Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, he's the wicketkeeper. He took it.
He's the England Ollie Robinson.
No, the Ollie Robinson who plays for England bowls. This one keeps wicket. This one's better, in my opinion.
England have got one of the Aussies.
Yes, Khawaja's already gone. This next delivery from Pretorius is left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. Goes through to the Ollie Robinson, who doesn't play for England yet.
This reminds me of going to visit my granddad when he was in the care home.
Yeah, it is a bit like that.
Yeah.
How rude. Shall I go?
No, you can stay as long
Well,
as you
wait,
like.
have you left the pie? You haven't left the pie, have you?
He didn't bring the pie.
He didn't bring a pie.
He merely
Yeah.
said pie for comic effect.
Ah, right. So we were meant to laugh then, were we? Right.
Yeah, we'll let you know back at home when to laugh. Pretorius in again, left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. That was very wide, in fact. That would have been a one-day wide.
Can I say hello to my brother, John?
Yes.
Listening.
Go on then. Quick, say it to them.
Hello, John. John Robert Twig. Morning.
I'll do. With an E. Hello, John. I can only, well, you know what he's like anyway, don't you? So there's no need for me to apologise.
That's why he lives
to
in
you.
Wales.
Couldn't get any further away.
He's down in Pembroke on an island.
Pretorius in, and that one is defended by Guest. Back towards the bowler. He hasn't got a number. Oh, he has got a number on the board now. It's 29. That's good. Even though he's number 8 on our team sheet.
I'm going, Dave. I'm going to go and watch the golf.
Been beautiful and lovely to see you, Twigs, and I'll see you later on this evening. Don't forget I'm going to Ilkeston first, so don't wait up.
I won't.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, thank you.
Don't be rude to him.
No.
No, he puts me up.
Hello.
Then.
Are you going?
Do you want me to, or do you want
It's entirely down to you, Twig. Entirely down to you. Pull yourself a chair.
It's his turn.
I know it is.
Here's Rain. Long stint from Rain this one. Bowling from the racecourse end. Defended on this occasion by Kame, who's on 9. There isn't a seat for him, Dave.
No, but you've got them all.
How many have you got?
2.
Well, he's not as tall as me, shall we say.
I'm going.
Cheers, Twigs. Nice to see you, mate.
Yeah.
Andy Twig, everybody.
He's on all week, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, he is.
except Saturdays.
And Sundays. But he would be if he could.
This is left alone from Rain. So where are we now with Rain's figures? What's he ball?
There you go. From there on.
Oh, aye, yeah. Keep forgetting that television's in the corner.
Yeah.
1 for 6 from 6.2 overs, 3 maidens. Talk about frugal.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it a character in the Muppet Show? Was it frugal? Dougal. Was it Magic Roundabout?
Yes.
The sun is shining in Derby. Rain balls to Kane, played out to Borthwick in the covers, who's got a couple of smears of mud down his right thigh, right shin. I don't think the email's working today, you know. I haven't had a single email today.
No, I haven't. I've had no real correspondence with anybody yet. Perhaps they're just not
Maybe
listening.
nobody
They're not.
realises that the match has started on a Wednesday.
One different day to the last one and a different day to the next one.
Yeah. Rain balls turned off the hips this time by Kane towards long leg for 1, Pretorius Fields. This is the first Wednesday start of the season, I think, isn't it? The first 8 weeks was Thursdays.
Yes.
Then we've had a Sunday and a Monday. Monday last week, I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Monday last week, Wednesday this week, Tuesday next week.
Yeah, so no wonder people are fully
Almost like
aware
the
of what's
schedulers
going
are trying
on.
to kill the county championship, isn't it?
I don't know why you've got that hunch. Rain balls to Guest. Guest pushes the ball up to Cars at mid on. No run.
The man who sent or the person, I shouldn't call it a man because I don't know if it's a man or a woman, the person who sent the honey to Moeen Ali's come forward. So that's nice. Healed his finger.
Yeah, special type of honey.
Special.
Was it Manuka honey or something?
Yes, Manuka, is it?
Something
Is that
like
right?
Yeah. A bit sweet.
Well, he was put it on his finger rather than eating it, I think.
Yeah. This is a leave. What's Brooke Guest got against Durham? 116 in Chestney Street last year. He scores 138 against Glamorgan last year. He got 109 in the same game. 109 against Notts last season as well. And 105 in Sussex last week.
Yes, they played well last week. Got them out of a bit of a sticky situation. Got them parity in the first innings. And then they were set. I say set. Sussex just batted on and on. They were set 380 in 58 overs. And ultimately fell 19 short with 2 wickets left. It was a magnificent afternoon's cricket. Pretorius from the City End bowls to some bounce there. Bowling to Harry Kane. Goes through at a good height to Robinson behind the stumps.
You know, Sussex's only win was the opening game in the season against Durham.
Yes.
They've had 8 draws.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
And they're third.
Yeah.
Somebody in America tweeted a couple of weeks ago, and I tweeted the league table and said, what kind of weird league is this where a team has only won once and is second?
Well, nobody's won many apart from Durham, have they? Pretorius again. This one's wide of the off stump, left alone by Kane to go through to the keeper once again.
2 teams have won 2, so Leicestershire, who was second, and Worcestershire, who were 5th. 3 teams have won 1, and then Gloucestershire and Derbyshire yet to win.
But if they could buck the trend and win 3 of their last 6, they wouldn't be far away, which is ridiculous, really. Pretorius in again and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. Mickey Arthur did say yesterday, not yesterday, said it after it was played on the radio yesterday, he said after the game against Sussex that they weren't far away. And in truth, they haven't been. They perhaps should have beaten Worcestershire down at New Road, but couldn't quite get the wickets that they needed on the final day. And then there was a bit of rain about. Rain destroyed the game at Grace Road, or made it better, depending on your viewpoint of Grace Road. And so there have been opportunities. Next one from Pretorius is pushed back by Harry Kane to the bowler. The one place that they were absolutely soundly beaten out of sight was Chesterland Street, of course, when Durham looked like they were going to win by lunchtime on the Saturday, and they were held up slightly, weren't they, by...
It was a partnership, wasn't it?
Was it Matt Lamb in that game?
They didn't lose a wicket in that afternoon session, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. So it went on a bit longer than everybody had expected in the end, but it was a very much inside 3-day victory for Durham on their march towards the First Division. As Pretorius bowls outside the off stump, ball through to the keeper, no run, and they're almost certain relegation next season.
Well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that really.
Would you not?
No.
Okay. No,
Bearing in mind they were only out of Division 1 because the ECB sent them down.
It's taken them a while to get back.
Well, it looked like it would take 5 years, and if you take out the 2 COVID seasons, it has. I mean, they lost 3 top stars batsmen at the top of the order who took 3,500 runs with them.
Last ball of the over is defended by Harry Kane, straight back to Pretorius. And it's a maiden over, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 4, 30 for 1. Derbyshire, Harry Kane has 10, Brookest has 5.
You lost Mark Storman and Scott Borthwick straight away. Keaton Jennings went the following year. Graham Onions left. Paul Coughlin went to Notts. You know, all homegrown talent, really. All come through the academy. A team that had won the title just 3 years earlier. And actually in that 2016 season, were very much in the title hunt until about the last month of the season when they lost at Somerset on a dust ball and then lost at Middlesex the following game.
Dust bowl at Taunton.
Yeah. Bryden Carse replaces Ben Rain, and the first ball is played off towards the covers. No run there, so Rain's first. Well, that's quick, that scorecard. He's already gone off. No, he's not. 7 overs, 1 for 7.
3 maidens. Yeah. Bowled nicely. Bit of a helping hand from Lewis Rees with the leave. All donations gratefully received, I'm sure. His hat's a funny colour, isn't it? I think he's been in the wash with his smalls. Shot.
Clattered off the back foot there and out through the covers for 4. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and it has been dispatched with aplomb by Guest. I'm going to say that he hasn't gone into double figures because he's on 5 and it was a 4, so he's moved on to 9.
He definitely has.
I didn't want to make that mistake.
No. Well, last week in their first innings, Derbyshire were on for something that they've only achieved once in their history, and that was in 1932, with all 11 players getting into double figures. But we had Saranga Lakmal coming in at 11.
Carse, racecourse end, that's left alone by Guest.
And he didn't disappoint as he got out for naught.
Right.
Yes, I did comment.
When 1936, did you say?
32.
32. Was Griff at that one?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was one of the early ones he was at.
Yeah, with his box browning. A box brownie, was it?
Box brownie.
Brownie.
Yeah.
Browning's a pistol, isn't it?
Derek's got a busy day.
Carse, right arm over bowls. It's a thick edge, but it's along the floor and it's away past third slip towards the old pavilion. Potts races in to try and stop it. He flies off the field. I've got no idea if he got to the ball before it hit the rope or not.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. Good piece of fielding. They've got 3.
3 runs. I was more concerned about him smashing into the fan craze sign.
No, there's a much bigger gap there than it would appear from here. There has to be a certain gap anyway, doesn't it, by due to the regulations. Derek has got the Ashes on mute, and he's gone off to watch Almouth and Lesbury at home to Morpeth in the Cup later. It's all go.
Through the keeper. I always think it's a bit unfair that because Almouth and Lesbury have 22 people in their team.
Yeah, it's not right, is it?
Morpeth are only allowed 11.
It says win that and it's finals day. New diary selling so well. He's got a diary.
He brought out a book last year, which was his diary of a cricket season, watching cricket in the north of England, and his walks
and stuff. Yeah. Good to hear from you, Derek. Always is. He's a good man.
Back in the day when he was touring around the country, he regularly used to play the Flower Pot in Derby. Carse in, and that's left alone, and that is the end of the over. 37 for 1.
Most people play the spoons.
Yeah, the Flower Pot's a bit heavy, isn't it? He can't play the Flower Pot anymore now because he's got...
Can't pick it up.
can't
pick it up.
Got an elbow injury.
Very good.
Dave.
So I've just turned the feed up. You can't hear the feed. I have no idea who this is. Absolutely dreadful.
What, the song?
Yeah, it could be anything. Pretorius, third over. City End. He's on his way in. I'm not sure he'll be able to do it from there. I'll take that out if you want, and then you can just have a listen to it. No, that one there. That was pushed out to the offside, and there's no run. Because I can't hear a thing now. 37 for 1. Kame has 10. Guest has 12. I think you've had enough.
I know. Yeah,
okay.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Could be anything. Sometimes the local radio playlist surprises you, and if you want to tune in a week on Sunday, I think it is, to the 60s, 70s and 80s show, you might get a surprise. That one's left alone outside the off-stump.
She was a lone artist, wasn't she?
Who?
The one singing now.
I've no idea. I don't know who it is. I will find out.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Well, he might not if he's timed it to go straight to the news. And it looks like he has. Macy Gray.
That was it, Macy.
Yeah, Macy Gray. Awful. So the news has started. Just telling you. Here's Pretorius in Ambols. That one is a full delivery that's dug out nicely by Brooke Guest up towards mid-off.
How long do your news bulletins?
3 minutes.
I think ours are still fine.
But I can't come off that because then you'll disappear, so I'll just have to go.
All right, okay.
Give it the Cali hand.
Tony Waters says, "Psst, we are here. We've just got nothing to say that's more interesting than you two."
Absolutely right, Tony. Well done. It's the correct answer. Go to the top of the class.
Damo's tweeted.
Pretorius is in again. Falls. Oh! Beats him on the inside.
Yeah.
Goes in between the body and the inside of the bat through to the keeper. So that's obviously jagged back from Pretorius.
Will I get through this or not?
Yeah, I thought so.
Right. At the weekend, whilst there was virtually no cricket in the North East, we managed 80 overs in the wilds of North Cambridge. Highlight of the day was a last ball win for us and 54 extras thanks to the win. That's almost like that Durham Derbyshire game.
Don't want to talk about it.
Was that 81 extras?
Yeah, it's like 82, I think.
82.
82, it might be more. I can't remember.
I think it was 81.
Yeah, you could be right. Pretorius in again and bowls to Kame, who pushes this out into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single as a shot at the stumps that misses. It's well backed up by Matt Parkinson.
Any emails arrived?
37 for 1. Excellent. You might not have time to read that out.
Well, I'm going to go next door now.
Check it for spelling. Are you?
Yeah, and then I'll come back and read it out then.
Lovely. We'll see you then. Thank you, Martin. It's like the magic of radio's being ruined. Here comes Pretorius. City End. Final ball of the over. Left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kame. Goes through to the keeper. 38 for 1 then. Kame has 10. Guest has 13. I'll tell you all that again in a moment when I do the update for listeners over on FM, which is coming up very shortly indeed. At Marty Cricket, at Fletch, but you know how to get in touch with us, everybody. You've been doing it for long enough now. So wait, some would say too long in some people's cases. I wouldn't necessarily go along with that, of course. Here we go. And they're 38 for 1. Heidi Derbyshire, having lost the toss and been put into bat this morning. Lewis Rees bowled by Ben Rainey. He actually left one outside the off stump and it crashed into the off stump and he was on his way back to the pavilion. Harry Kame, who's been there since 11 o'clock, has scored 10 from 43 balls. Brooke Guest is slightly quicker, 13 off 19. And Derbyshire, after an hour, 38 for 1. That's Cars. In again from the racecourse end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who pulls one, or attempts to pull one, straight into the ground behind him. Mistimed it. He was on one knee. I'm not sure it got up as much as he was expecting it to, and some have got up, so perhaps a bit of variable bounce. Cars walks back, shaking his head. Thought he might have got a wicket there. Didn't, but now Ben Rain has gone out to the mid-wicket boundary as a result of that attempted pull shot from Brooke Guest. Not quite after the horse had bolted because it didn't go anywhere near where Rain is standing. Cast bowls. Again, good carry. Through to wicketkeeper Robinson. Takes it about shoulder height. They've taken an early lunch at Trent Bridge. Starting, they hope, at 1:10 up there. Still raining. It's raining again in Leeds because Sussex got back on. They probably wish they hadn't. They're 24 for 3 after 10 overs. Worcestershire down at Oakham School against Leicestershire, 48 without loss. Just those 2 other games in the 2nd division being played in this round of matches as Cart is in. That one is, well, he looked like he was pulling it. He's pulled it straight, flat batted it almost, down to the straight long on boundary for 4. And Guest moves on to 17, 42 for 1. You give that a fair old whack, did Brooke Guest. Ball's been retrieved by M. Parkinson, even though he's, I assume, the only Parkinson playing for Durham. I'll trust Martin about that, whether he's got M. Parkinson on in case. Well, Matt Parkinson's going to Kent, isn't he? And Callum Parkinson's going up to Durham at the end of the season, I think, as this next delivery from Cart is pulled around the corner by Guest. He moves on to 18, 43 for 1. Already spoken about Derbyshire's arrivals. David Lloyd from Glamorgan and Pat Brown from Worcestershire. I'm sure they won't be the last. I have no inclination of anybody else arriving. We're still awaiting news of potential departures. Next delivery is outside the off stump. Not sure what happened there. It might be when Martin switched off his machine next door. We did have 1-2 issues earlier in the season. That's the end of the Bryden Cast over. 2 overs for 12. He's bowled 43 for 1. Harry Kame has 10. Brooke Guest has 18 at the end of that one. I was just noticing, Martin, that Matt Parkinson has Emma Parkinson on the back of his shirt. I know Callum Parkinson's coming next season, isn't he?
Yeah.
To Durham, along with Colin Ackerman.
Yeah.
There are no other Parkinsons around, are there?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
There's Michael Parkinson in Barnsley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But not at Durham.
No.
Ice cream van is here somewhere. I don't know what that tune is. It's terrible.
It's not Macy Gray, is it?
Pretorius begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Brooke Guest. A short of a length delivery that's pushed into the ground, into the offside by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batsman.
Martin Billingham has emailed.
Excellent.
He says, I revisited the TMS podcast previewing the county championship, so this is back in April or maybe March.
Mickey Arthur said.
Yes. To listen to Mickey Arthur being positive and saying that only 2 of his squad had failed to improve their stats last season.
Absolutely. Pretorius in and bowls. That one is off an edge, down into the ground. Potts does the fielding at gully.
He said, I wonder what his thoughts are now.
Well, I can tell you what his thoughts were immediately after the Sussex game, is that 1 or 2 games hadn't gone their way by the slightest of margins. Whether that's true or not is for other people to decide, I think. Anuj Dal's stats last season was sensational, as were Brooke Guest's. Brooke Guest had a tricky start to the season, and Anuj Dal was injured for several matches, so that didn't help. Pretorius is in again. Oh, beats him outside the off stump. Stands there with his hand on his head. Does Miguel Pretorius.
A little teapot.
Ball went through to the keeper. He's still got his left hand on his face. Any other questions?
Yes, he said. Also, they said there are to be 3 rounds with the Kookaburra. So is there another later in the season?
No,
there was only ever 2 as far as I knew.
Only ever said 2, yeah.
And we kept talking about it all summer. And then when we got to the first Kookaburra match, we forgot all about it.
Yeah, we did, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 43 for 1. Both of Derbyshire's were away. That one is turned into the leg side by Guest. They're going to run the first one quickly. They're going to come back for a second as well as the throw comes in from M. Parkinson. And they do go through for 2. Guest on to 20, 45 for 1.
Now, you live up that way, so
do.
you know where Rawtenstall is.
I do, Rawtenstall.
Just over the hill from you.
Rawtenstall, as we like to call it. Yeah.
So I've been there on the East Lancs Railway. We got on a very wet January day from Ramy.
Yeah.
And there's been some quite considerable goings on in Rawtenstall.
Has there?
Yes.
Next delivery from Pretorius is pushed into the leg side by Guest. They go through for another single. Comfortably enough in the end. Riding Cast picks up 46 for 1.
So much so it made Five Live's main drive time show last night.
Okay.
So
what's been happening?
front runners for Britain in Bloom.
Oh, are they?
Some sheep escaped and ate all the plants. We're trying to find out who the sheep belong to. I would hazard a guess that a rival village somewhere else might be missing some sheep.
Yeah,
That would be my thought.
Yeah. Good folk of Padiham have been down there with their flock.
Is Padiham on the canal or not?
Could be.
Leeds, Liverpool, is it?
Could be. Cherry Tree is. I've been there this year. Cherry Tree Cricket Club. It's in that vicinity. It's sort of in the Burnley area.
Yeah.
As Pretoria is in. My knowledge of canals isn't as extensive as yours. 46 for 1 for obvious reasons. Came has 10. Guest has 21.
Well, when it goes up round through the back of Barlick, which is otherwise known as Barnoldswick, it's quite nice round there. I'm sure it goes through Paddingham. It's 2 years ago, according to my timeline, that I was watching Ramsbottom against Todmorden in the Lancashire League. Yeah. That was a funny afternoon.
Peculiar or hilarious?
Very, very funny.
Excellent. It's not like you, so you might as well tell us.
Well, regular listeners will know, but Durham had played Lancashire away in a T20 the night before, so I stayed with my friends Paul and Christine. As Cast comes in to start, and you over here, it's a top edge. Will it carry to rain? It won't. Just dropped short of rain, and Cast gave up on it because rain was coming in from mid-on. And a false shot there from Guest, but it landed between the two of them at short mid-wicket. A life for him as he replays the shot. Yeah, so I went up to stay with them because on the Sunday I had to drive down to Nottingham for the inevitable defeat down there. And it was a red-hot day, and they were like, had a lovely barbecue for lunch, this tomahawk steak, and then they were saying, what do you want to do this afternoon? I said, I've looked through the fixtures, and Ramsbottom are playing Todmorden.
Their heart must have skipped a beat.
It did. They said, there's no way we want to go there. It's Cast bowls. It's gone through to the keeper. The only time they go down to the cricket clubs for bonfire night. And I said, look, go down, just have a watch. If it's not up to much, we can come away. And I then mentioned to them there will be a bar serving alcohol. And it's a nice sunny day.
That turned the mood.
That just more or less persuaded them. So we got down there, bought some beers. And we went and sat at the front of the pavilion. And there's a beautiful old pavilion there. Green and yellow stripes. It's like very ornate, like something that's been plucked out of the desert at Alice Springs or somewhere like that. Cast bowls again. This has gone through to the keeper. Anyway, watching the match, Todmorden are batting. 3 times there were appeals for stumpings against the opening batsman. And from where I'm sitting, I can see the crease line. First 2, and I said, oh, he's not out there. Then the third one, I said, oh, he's in trouble here, he's out. And the umpire gave him out, and he collapsed down on his knees and put his forehead on his bat handle. And he stayed there for what seemed like an eternity. So then he gets up and starts to walk off the pitch, turns back to the umpire and says, you're joking, aren't you? Words to that effect. I noticed the umpires were both wearing body cameras as well, which I'd never seen before. Cast balls again, and this has gone off towards backward point. And as he's walking off the field, bearing in the fact we were sitting in the front seats to the steps of the pavilion, I said to Paul and Christine, I said, right, be careful. I said, this lad's going to do something daft. And they said, how can you tell? And I said, just watch. So the next thing, a few expletives, he volleyed one of the discs around the 30-yard discs. That went flying through the air like a lethal weapon. And then as he came up the steps, he stared at us as if to say, who are you looking at? And then he got into the dressing room. And as that Cast bowls, this has gone through to the keeper to no ball. He was put off by the ice cream van there, I think.
He was.
Yeah. Just saw 99 in the corner of his eye there. Anyway, then crash, bang, wallop, expletives, bat flying off the walls, all the rest of it. And I was saying to my friends, right, just don't say anything, just look at the floor. It'll calm down in a minute. And then silence came along. And then about 5 minutes later, this little old man comes running along the front of the stand shouting, where is he? Where is he? And we're like, where's who? And he says, where is he, that big crybaby? And I was like, oh, I don't think you should go up there. In comes Carson Bowles. That's left alone. And then he says, I'll find him. And he runs up to the back of the room, goes into the dressing room. He says, there you are, you big crybaby. Oh, look at you, boo-hoo. I'm this, I'm that. And we're like, oh, my Lord, what's going on here? And then the batsman starts having a go. Are you having a go at Grandad and all this? And it's just about to kick off when someone comes running along the stand shouting, Martin, Martin, where have you gone? Oh my God, it's me father-in-law. Grab him before he causes any trouble. And, they had to take the little old man away. Cast bowls again. Ooh, good leave. That angled right in towards the off stump. And lets it go through to the keeper end of the over. 49 for 1. Anyway, the man apologised as he led this little old gentleman away. And we were all laughing anyway. About 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm lying asleep at Paul and Christine's house. I just heard this absolute raucous laughter from their bedroom in the middle of the night. Paul woke up singing.
You don't want that.
Yeah, see, where are you big fat crybaby? 5 o'clock in the morning. Every time I message him now, he always responds with that. So, anyway, Ramsbottom won.
You stayed 2 nights?
No, it was just the one night, that. They're on holiday in Florida at the minute, I think.
Here's Pretorius from the city end, bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends the first delivery back towards the bowler. And there's no run.
I was walking around the boundary a little bit later on, and said batsman was sitting down on the grass with a couple of his pals behind the bowler's arm, and I said, "You weren't happy then?" And he says, "No." And I said, "Well, the first 2 appeals, I thought you were definitely in." And I said, "But from where I was sitting, the third one you were out." And he said, "Well, there you go." He said, "Because the first 2 I was definitely out, and the third one I was in."
Pretorius bowls to Guest. You never lose it. Pushed out into the offside. There's no run.
And he said, "I ain't coming here. Ain't coming to Rammy."
From Todd, that's saying something, by the way. That is the darkest place in the world.
That's West Yorkshire, isn't it? So
well, it flip-flops between Yorkshire and Lancashire, always has, yeah.
A bit like Earby does, Burnley, that flips over because that was where former Lancashire skipper was from.
Comes Pretorius again. That one strikes the pad too high. Half an appeal. Mark got an inside edge as well. It was a stifled appeal in the end. Jones has still got his hands on his head. First slip.
Tell you who was playing for Todmorden that day? Chris Schofield.
All right.
Played for Lancashire, England.
Yeah.
He was in their team that day.
I played for England once and was taken apart. Was that him?
May well be.
It's raining at Oakham now as well.
Oh.
Which is south.
Leicestershire playing there.
Yeah, South Leicestershire.
That's Rutland.
Next delivery is driven by Brooke Guest. Not completely timed, so they might have to run these. The ball is heading towards, they won't have to run them, it's reached the boundary. Out towards the long off boundary. I thought it was going to stop, but it didn't, and the 50's up for Derbyshire. 53 for 1. Guest moves on to 26. It's only taken them 19 overs and 4 balls to get to 53. They're being very watchful.
Yeah. Ed Seaborn was up last week for Radio Gloucester, so he came over to ours for tea and was staying nearby. But
he'll learn though, won't he?
Yeah. We were chatting about his school days because he went to Uppingham School, which was in Oakham. So you got Oakham School and Uppingham, the arch rivals just round the corner.
Tom Brown went there as well. This one is turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest.
It's all gone downhill round there, hasn't it? They've allowed a McDonald's into Oakham.
Have they?
Yeah. Split the neighbourhood, that has.
That's all they've got to worry about. I think they're all right. Whether or not to have a McDonald's.
It's quite a big place, Oakham, now, because the Ministry of Defence sold off loads of airbase land and they've built quite a few housing estates there and stuff.
Never been. You might be surprised to hear. This next one is defended into the leg side once again by Brooke Guest. It's the end of Pretorius' 5th over. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 12. Came has 10, Guest has 26. Derbyshire 53 for 1 after exactly 20 overs.
The Aussies are 65 for 2. England chose to field.
Jimmy Anderson.
Shall I have a look?
Well, one if you want. No, Wokes. I can't see Jimmy Anderson playing much longer, can you?
No. Will he announce his retirement this week? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I'm not sure, but I mean, if he's bowled 4 overs for 0 for 10.
Cast with a new over here from the race course end. This is defended by Came, who's on 10. The scoreboard, it's very difficult to see the 1, so it just looks like he's still on none.
It's almost impossible to read that scoreboard when the sun's shining on it.
He's been on 10 for at least 18 minutes, because he was when I did my 12 o'clock update. Notts is still delayed, starting at 1:10 p.m. at Trent Bridge against Hampshire. In Birmingham, Lancashire 46-1 against Warwickshire. Carson with a slow Yorker, played to backward point, no run. I wonder if the Surrey 46-1 at Lords against Middlesex in the London Derby, that they'll not be playing next year.
No.
Somerset 70-1 in Northampton. Match delayed by rain in Leeds. Sussex 24-3 in the 10 overs possible, and then they've gone off for rain again. And at Oakham, it's Worcestershire 48-1 against Leicestershire, but it is raining there. It's quite a few years since Leicestershire have played a championship match there. In comes Cars. It's gone through to the keeper. It is a lovely area to go through because you've got Rutland Water there, and there's a little village on Rutland Water called Hambleton, a pub called the Finch Inn, which is really nice. And it's all the stone, it's like Cotswold stone, but the whole reservoir's down the hill in front of you. Very popular for cycling and walking and whatnot.
That'll be why I haven't been.
Yeah.
Nick Buxton's been on. Forget the Kookaburra. I'm not convinced we'd take 20 wickets in a match this season if we were bowling hand grenades. Been a lot of flat wickets this season, and the current attack can't win us games. Much work needs to be done in this area this winter. You're right.
Carson. Oh, good leave in the end there from Kame. A very late leave. Just nearly nibbled the edge of the bat. Did you remember to put your bins out? It's Wednesday, isn't it?
They were out yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, and emptied.
I think it's illegal to put your bins out the night before in Germany.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'll bear that
And
in
the
mind.
bin men come round there at about 6 in the morning. So it's a bit unfair, that, isn't it, really? Ruins any chances of a lie-in. Cars bowls and bounces awkwardly out towards Borthwick in the covers and wraps him on the right wrist. Can you imagine if you shift work and you one day or when you have a lie-in is the day the bin men come?
Terrible. I'm not going to lose any sleep then.
No.
Because
Imagine going into work and saying, I need to change my shifts because of the bin men. And the boss won't because everybody else has got their shifts.
well, yeah, his boss has got to think about his bins, really.
Yeah.
hasn't
Cars, that's a wideish ball. Nearly clips the white line at the side of the strip there. It's gone off to the keeper, end of the over. 53-1 here on the BBC.
he? At the front line there is Mark Newell. The bowler lands. You can already see a little mark there because it has been wet in this area for a while now.
Jack Shantry at the other end. Durham seem to have had a lot of him recently.
If we haven't had Jack this season, we had him for that. For the one-day game they played against Shropshire last season, was the first time I bumped into him at the cricket ground as an umpire.
Didn't he play here?
No.
No? Who did he play for?
Worcestershire.
Oh, it was Worcestershire, wasn't it? Who's that? Oh, so Jack was on the commentary teams with us a few years back, wasn't he?
Mm.
Yeah.
Pretorius begins a new over from the city end and it's driven
Oof.
straight to the stumps at the far end. Goodness knows what they're appealing for because Pretorius was about 5 yards away from the ball as it went past him. Didn't stop mid-on and mid-off, having a little appeal just to keep themselves amused. 53-1 it remains.
Who's the umpire who played for Derbyshire?
There are a few. Hassan Adnan played for Derbyshire.
Not him.
And I know who you mean, and his name's gone out of my head. Thanks.
Funny, I had a Playfair cricket annual which lists them all somewhere near the back.
Yes.
In a page you can never find.
It might come to me before you get there, but probably not. It's Pretorius bowls. That's pushed up to mid-off by Brooke Guest. You got it yet? No. That's the answer. He still holds a Derbyshire record, the lad who I'm thinking of. He's took a 5 for in T20 cricket.
bet his name's going to begin with Z, isn't it? As I'm racing through
There's
this.
people through there who are screaming at them. People screaming at the radio and screaming at the YouTube.
Tom Lungley.
That's him, Tom Lungley. There's Pretorius Bolt, but you know it's him because you just read it. Pushed out into the offside by broadcast. Ian Blackwell played for Derbyshire, played for both, of course,
Yeah.
didn't he? Played for both.
He's on the list, isn't he?
I haven't seen Blackie at all this year.
No, then did we? Trying to remember where we saw him last time.
We've had Tom Lungley about every other game. I don't know quite how it's all worked out, but thank you, Colston. No, it wasn't Ian Blackwell I was thinking of, but Tom Lungley was the first one you mentioned. Thank you. It's my age, you know. This one is driven very pleasantly by Brooke Guest, but fielded by a tumbling Scott Borthwick at a wide-ish mid-off.
Durham had Jack Shantry in the Worcestershire T20 game where it got they went off the bad light at what seemed like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ended up as a tie.
Yes, it did. That was good news for Derbyshire because it meant when they played Worcestershire on the Sunday, if they'd have won that, they'd have qualified for the quarter-finals and a trip to Hampshire.
To get hammered somewhere down south.
Down south, absolutely. Pulled into the leg side, this one by Brooke Guest. 2 fielders out there, chase around the boundary. Bryden Cars gets there first. They come back for 2 as Cars hurls the ball in and overshoots Ollie Robinson by some distance. Guest moves on to 28.55 for 1.
He did the Leicestershire Championship match away that week as well. So Durham finished in Leicester on the Wednesday and then played at Worcester on the Friday.
Just jumped on the bus, did he? And went across with him.
Yeah, the number 37. If you got an all zones pass, you can get miles these days.
Yeah, £2 maximum. This next one is defended by Guest up towards mid-on at the end of the over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 14 now for Michael Pretorius.
Michael.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
Yeah.
Just get
Yeah, I was quite happy to have a couple of days off during 2020 quarter-finals day and not be driving 300 miles back from somewhere after a tonking. Seen them being torn apart at Hampshire a few years ago. Danny Briggs bowled out for less than 100 there, bowled out for less than 100 at Canterbury. Losing at Northants. So did you have the day? Did you have the week off or not? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost here to Worcestershire in their final game on the Sunday.
It was finals day last weekend, wasn't it?
It was.
Apparently Somerset won.
They did.
Not like them.
No, no, indeed.
Matty Potts replaces Cars from the racecourse end. Right arm over, and the first ball is a full-length delivery, which is angling wide of off-stump and is played out towards the cover boundary in front of the pavilion for 4 by Kane. Nice shot. It's his first runs for well over half an hour, I would say.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Proper opening batsman's mentality. Ben Raines just loosening up as well, now at mid-on. Now the 12:30 update's a bit hit and miss, so I'm currently listening to...
Cars bowled 4 overs, so he's bowling in 4 over spells at the moment. Pot in, that's left alone, low to the keeper. He's come back from a side strain, so he only bowled 4 over spells last week as well. So
that's at the insistence of the Durham medical staff rather than the ECB medical staff.
Be ECB and Durham probably. Well, he's suffered a tear in the side muscles in the match against Yorkshire. He had to come out and bat with a runner.
The lats.
Yeah.
As we like to call them. I've no idea if we do.
Potts bowls, and this is defended on off stump by Kane. 59 for 1. And they said he'd be out for 8 weeks, but he was actually back a bit quicker than that. But Coghlan got injured around about the same time. Played for the Seconds the other day, but I think as a batsman rather than as a bowler.
They're not good side strains, though, are they?
No. Pre-season action tonight. Sunderland are playing Mexico City, I think. New Mexico it would be, wouldn't it? This is a leading edge from Potts.
In Sunderland?
In Albuquerque, I think.
Of course.
The guy who's commentating on the game for ESPN has been on our news bulletins today because he's actually from Sunderland.
Is he?
And he said they're talking about the temperatures there are going to be very hot.
Mm.
Because you're at such altitude, you're effectively a mile nearer the sun. And that makes it quite a bit of difference, apparently.
Oh, okay.
So
Denver's mile high, isn't it?
25 degrees this morning, and they were expecting about 40 this afternoon. Ball flicked away here by Came out through deep mid-wicket 4-2. Clark chases it. It's a run fest now. They played at San Antonio the other day. I went there on holiday a few years ago. And the Battle of the Alamo, the walls were tiny.
So, well, that's the one that Ozzy Osbourne weed on, wasn't it?
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He got arrested for it. Yeah, I think he might have been on drugs. I'm guessing though.
Just got to the keeper. End of the over. 61 for one.
Just a guess.
Yeah. Are you calling it one of your hunches?
Definitely might have been on drugs. But yes, yeah, well, I've never been, but I imagine it's quite warm there.
Yeah.
But we're at Brackley last night, which is just south of Oxford.
Yeah.
Now
right. That's in National League North.
Yes.
So South Shields, Blythe.
Well, Bishop Stortford's in National League North.
Yeah.
Bishop Stortford.
So they're massive journeys then.
10 miles away from London. It's Darren Smith, I'm guessing.
Stansted Airport, isn't it, Bishop Stortford?
Oh, mate, all right. Good, yeah, very good. So I'm listening to Martin, and I'm listening to... It's too much. Well, I'm not really listening to Martin. Ben Rain's coming back. He's bowling from the City end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. And he's in, and that one is wide of the off stump and allowed by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. Darren Smith was the wicket keeper in that game we were talking about.
All those extras. Yeah. He kept diving the wrong way, didn't he?
One of Huddersfield Jean's finest moments, I remember.
81 extras, I think it was.
In fact, poor old Darren, bless him, was one of the last out of the changing room, and everybody else had fled. And he gave me an interview and was as diplomatic as he could be, because he had a rare old time as Rain is in and bowls off the back foot, pushed up towards mid-off by Ben Rain, no run. So now we're into a song that I do recognise, but I haven't got a clue who sings it. And there might be or might not be an update after this one, as Zach Chappell and Sam Connors have a little wander around the boundary's edge down below us.
In 2018, Durham bowled out for 96 in Chester Street, but came back to win by 95 runs. Their first victory after being bowled out for less than 100. Derbyshire conceded 81 extras in Durham's second innings, a record for both sides. Their 91 in the game was also a club record.
Happy days. Is that only 2019? Did you say? Sorry.
18,
I was listening.
Was it?
18, yeah.
I can't remember what I read out now.
Next one is defended
18.
by 18. Yeah. Defended by Brooke Guest. Back to Ben Rain.
The match before, Leicestershire enforced the follow-on, and Durham won that one, having never won a match where they'd followed on before. And then the game after was the being out for less than 100 and
tumbling all out show.
Yeah. Oh,
really? Who'd have thought? Rain. 2 slips and a gully, bowls, and it's left alone by Guest to go through to Robinson. Sparse-ish crowd, disappointing crowd, really, for the runaway second division leaders.
Put off by the fact that they didn't know a match was starting on a Wednesday, maybe.
Well, it could be that. That could actually
be. The unreliable weather in the Midlands, too far south.
I don't think you've got any place to talk about the weather.
Hoyed it down yesterday.
Recent days. Yes, it has been raining a lot here. I think it's been raining a lot everywhere.
Saturday was bad as well.
61 for 1. Rain is in and bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. Nicely fielded that. Moving across to his right-hand side, one-handed.
I think in the North East Premier...
Who fielded that then?
Sorry. Oh, Borthwick, is it Borthwick?
No. It was the man in the covers. I'm sure it says 27 on his back. Is it 29, it says? What does it say? Does it say 17? I can't read it. I don't recognise it, whoever it is. It's not on my list.
Oh, I'm going to have to get me binoculars now.
You will. Not sure whether I'm doing an update. Oh, if I am doing an update, Martin won't be here, so I'll just carry on. That one is defended straight back to Ben Rain. Dot ball, 61 for 1 at the end of the over. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. Came has 16. Guest has 28. I'm going to turn that down now because they're clearly not coming to me. Martin will try and find out who the person is. In fact, he's just gone off. But he was a sub-fielder, I'm delighted to say. 27 on his back. Bas de Leyder, the Netherlands international. Only just finished celebrating their qualification for the World Cup, I would imagine.
Well, he took a fiver and scored a century, didn't he?
He did. He had a terrific game.
Beat Scotland.
That was the clincher.
It was what was playing, wasn't he?
What?
What?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Potts. Oh! Decent delivery indeed. That's come out. He's just angled that one in out the back of the hand, a little cutter, and missed by Kane. It's taken his off stump out the ground, and he is out for 16. Nice little delivery right off the foot of off stump.
Yeah, stumps all over the place. As you'll have gathered from Martin's. Ooh! Next to me. 3-4s for Harry Kane. He said he got a bit bogged down, didn't he? I was going to say in the middle of his innings. It was 64 balls long, but didn't really trouble the scorers too much. Here comes soon-to-be Scotland international Wayne Madsen. Down the steps. He'll get announced in about 5 minutes when he reaches the edge of the boundary.
He's going to play for Scotland?
Oh, yeah. He's got a Scottish...
Did you say somebody's going to play for Italy as well?
No, he's going to play for Italy.
Italy,
no,
right.
he's going to play for Italy. He's got an Italian grandmother.
Right.
They're playing in Scotland.
All right. Michael Di Venuto ended up playing for Italy.
Well, their first game is on the last day of this match. So we can't play against Ireland, but he can play in all the others. I think he's got 5 games in 6 days. It's Gareth Berg, isn't it? Is it Gareth Berg who plays at Northants? He's the player coach. So,
Tom McIntosh, the Durham keeper, was playing in that match against Bas de Leyder.
Logan Van Beek played in it, the former Derbyshire man. He's had quite the career since he left. Decent enough while he was here, but never really given the credit that was due. I never thought, but there we are. Who gets the credit they deserve these days? Madsen's been in pretty decent nick.
Mark Watt played for Tynemouth for a couple of seasons in the North East Premier League.
He did. But I only know that because every time I meet you, you tell me.
I just try to chuck in local bits here and there.
Yeah.
So Wayne Madsen is the new batsman in the sunshine. Potts from the racecourse end. Edged and did that carry? It didn't carry.
Oh.
He should have gone first ball there, but it just didn't carry to Michael Jones. I think Potts thought he had him. Potts ran off to celebrate and then had his hands clamped on his chin. It just bounced as Jones has got down to that one there. A life for Madsen.
Well, only in the sense that it didn't carry.
Yeah. A scare.
A scare rather than a
Yeah.
life, I think. Yeah, that would be a better way of describing it. Yeah.
How will Potts respond? He turns, he comes in, 3 slips and a gully. He bowls, it's left alone for Madsen.
Which is potentially what he...
I don't think
Well,
you're
now-
doing this now. I don't think you're doing this update now.
No, I'll stop listening to everybody. So one more wicket and Durham will have got what they really need.
I said 4.2.
I know, but if you get 3 wickets in the morning after you put the opposition in, you've done pretty well.
Madsen waits and is forward to this one. It runs up to Borthwick at mid-off. There must be a massive puddle up there because that water's just been dripping.
Unless there's a tap on.
Yeah. Lots of broken cloud at the moment. The bits passing us do look naughty. They've all got lots of dark grey in them, so there's plenty of water up there, but they're passing by. there was a suggestion there might be one clipping us sometime this afternoon. Potts in. It's pushed away to mid-wicket. No run there. Clark picks that up. That's drifting down from the northwest. So we started on time because I was out doing my little video at 10:30. It was spitting.
Yeah. Saturday doesn't look good. But I don't think they can actually tell that far in advance. I'm convinced that they can't. They have an app that they have to put something on there.
Well, it changes all the time in the summer though.
On Saturday, yeah, that'll do.
Potts in, and that's left by Madsen. The weather forecast last Saturday up home suggested the odd thunder cloud, possibly, and then it just absolutely came in like the end of the world. And it was just such a hefty storm. Lasted for about half an hour, but it was enough to end the Summer Streets Festival for the Saturday. Lightning storm came right across, heavy, big bits of hail as well.
Big as your fist?
No, much smaller. About the size of a 20p piece.
Excellent.
Well, you don't want those landing on your head, do you?
No, with denting cars and all sorts. Ben Rain, 9th over, bowling from the city end in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who leaves that one alone. It just moves away. See the move in, that one moves away.
Just watching the screen here and showing you the clouds approaching from behind the hotel.
Which is where they normally approach. I mean, that's the southwest. So, but if they're coming from the northwest, there's no point in showing them.
Showing the direction they're coming from.
Come on, boys. Sort it out on the cameras. There was a bit of panic early on today. One of the pieces had snapped, but they managed to find a replacement. As Rain is in and bowls, that one is pushed by Guest up towards mid-on.
What had snapped?
One of the little connectors that they use for the cameras had snapped. And I don't know what they've been doing with it, but they managed to find a replacement. So,
did you remind them it's not a toy?
Yes, yeah. I don't know what they've done to snap it, but snapped it had. 61 for 2. Rain at the top of his mark, bowling from the city end in. Oh, that's a short delivery that bounces. Quite a loopy bounce, really, through to Robinson. It was well wide of the off stump as well. So Brooke Guest had nothing to do with it. Quite right too. He remains on 28. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. Scored a half century down at Hove. Helped set up that thrilling, almost successful run chase. That didn't quite come off. Rain is in again. This one is down the leg side. Cries of catch it, which Robinson did, but unfortunately for him, the ball didn't hit any part of either the bat or the gloves of Brooke Guest. He had 48 in the second innings, Wayne Madsen, and 51 in the first. He played, I interviewed him after his 51. He played an interesting shot. He was trying to take down the spinner, he said. All he did was get a leading edge up to mid-wicket. He's at the non-striker's end. Guest waits and off the outside edge of the bat just pushes it into the covers where Borthwick does the fielding. No, he doesn't. Matt Parkinson. Is that Matt Parkinson? It is. What's he doing?
Yeah.
What's he doing in the covers?
He's moving around a bit.
He's down at 28 on my list, and he's really
96.
96. I have a word with Stephen at lunchtime. He's got 2 of the numbers wrong.
Isn't Pretorius 28?
29, I think.
Is he?
As in comes Rain again, bowls. Turned into the leg side by Guest. They're going to trot through for a comfortable single. That's all they'll get. It was also the last ball of the over. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. Terrific bowling from Ben Rain. 62 for 1, Derbyshire. After 26 overs, Guest has 29, and he's also pinched the strike. Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. Madsen will no doubt want to still be there in 17 minutes' time when the players walk off for lunch. So I don't expect Derbyshire to score too many runs too quickly here. So try and see off the second spells of Ben Rain and Matthew Potts.
Guest on 29 as Potts comes in. Racecourse end, that's left alone. Angles across to the keeper.
Good to see the two lads with recent county championship experience doing well for Australia. Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. 85 for 2 now, the Aussies. Seen on here who won the toss and who did what. Perhaps it's at the bottom. There it is. England won the toss, put the Aussies in.
Potts in, driven up to Borthwick, mid off, no run there. Yeah, they put them in, yeah. So what's the score now?
85 for 2. 85 for 2, yeah. Anderson's now bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 13. The other maiden was bowled by Mark Wood.
Potts to Guest. It's another leave wide of off stump. Doesn't have to offer a shot to these ones. I think it's a pleasant place to be today, David. Would be up on that glass balustrade on the old pavilion, do you reckon? It's
Once the
nice
sun
up there.
gets around, yeah, yeah, that'd be all right. You're reasonably sheltered up there on the members' pavilion. Door open at the right-hand end where the important people are.
They're allowed at the conservatory on a Wednesday, are they?
Yes, yes.
Very much a 70s design to that building. This is what now you're going to tell me it was built in 1965. Looks like a council terrace, doesn't it, really? Sort of modern 70s terrace.
It's not quite.
Potts bowls, bit of a leading edge out towards the cover area on this occasion from Guest. There's quite a nasty looking cloud sitting right above us at the moment, but hopefully it's going to pass through.
It's going to come across, isn't it? By the look of it, the way it's moving.
The fear this morning was if they did start on time, it was going to be with the floodlights on, but they did start on time without them.
Yeah, nobody wants that. Bit of almost Burton Albion news.
Next ball played out in towards short extra cover, no run.
The Army Sinisalo, the Finland international goalkeeper, has signed for Exeter City. He was on loan in the first half of last season at the Pirelli Stadium. Aston Villa player, of course. Season-long loan, it says, but of course these things can always end in January, it seems to me. I keep saying season-long loan, they never last a season.
Potts bowls, Guest drives, runs up to Borthwick at mid-off, no run there. And that is the end of the over, and it was a maiden.
So Wayne Madsen has been starved of the strike since he went out there. He's only faced 5 deliveries so far. Derbyshire. I love that bit on the scoreboard that says Derbyshire lead by 62. I think that's a quirk of the computer system. Wayne Madsen taking strike now. Ben Rain, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 8. One of the 2 wickets to him, the other one to Matthew Potts, and he's been very, very economical. Wayne Madsen has yet to get off the mark. He's ready. 3 slips really, a first, second and fourth. Don't like those gaps. Rain bowls, that was crashed away, and there's his first runs out towards the cover boundary. There is a chase on here for Graham Clark, and he just about gets there. And the batsman coming through for 3. Good slide in the end. Scott Borthwick with the throw back. He'd gone out there to... No, Parkinson with the throw back. He'd gone out there to support Clark. And Derbyshire move on to 65 for 2 as Madsen gets off the mark with 3. But again, with what, 12 minutes or so until lunch, 65 is relatively pedestrian as rain is in, and that's a short delivery. Slowish, and pulled around the corner nicely by Brooke Guest, in full control of it, out towards Bryden Cars on the backward square leg boundary, and they come through for 2 more, so all of a sudden Ben Rain's figures are absolutely dreadful. 1 for 13 now, and he's in his 10th over at 67 for 2. Guest moves on to 31, having conceded 5 runs off the first 2 balls of the over, having conceded 8 runs in his previous 9 overs. Must be getting tired. He's in again and bowls. That one's just turning to the leg side. Madsen sets off with a single that's not there. He's sent back by Brooke Guess. It was Pretorius, who's got a sweater with no number on the back. Work that out. Slight change to the field now as the man on the mid-wicket boundary comes in to an orthodox mid-wicket. I think that's Alex Lees. And as a result, Bryden Cast moves around a little bit more at backward square leg on the boundary away to our left-hand side. Rain is in, bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off, where Scott Borthwick has to move about 1.5 foot to his left to do the fielding. Early lunch at Headingley, further inspection at 1:10 if it's not raining. With Sussex 24 for 3. They're back on at Oakham School, Worcestershire 67 for 1. They had been off there for rain. They bowled 23 overs, so they lost too much time. As rain is in again, and that one just nips back, gets an inside edge into his thigh. That won't have
There's been a jag in it.
pleased him very much. Brooke Guest in a thigh. Not a good place to be hit. 67 for 2 it remains. Let's see who that is. Oh, it looks like Chris Heighton to me. I'll use the binoculars. Of course, if I use the binoculars, I have to take my glasses off. And if I take my glasses off, I can't
You can't find your binoculars.
I can't see a thing. In fact, they're both members of the Durham backroom staff. As rain is in and bowls, that one is defended by Brooke Guest. And it's the end of the over. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13 for Ben Rain. Guest has 31, Madsen 3, Derbyshire 67 for 2. They are Durham, aren't they?
Yeah, it's Ryan Campbell with his bucket hat on and Alan Walker. Yeah. Bucket hats have sold well.
Yes, they're quite fashionable, aren't they? I'm not sure I'm a bucket hat kind of person.
I think they're sensible. Cover your ears.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm not saying they're not a good idea. I just don't think they look good on me.
All right, you see. Whereas that top hat you wear, that's fine. Potts starts a new over and fended away one-handed there by Madsen, who I think he thought that was going to spit up at him, but it didn't really. Pitched round about a length.
He looked surprised, didn't he? But I think the surprise was that it didn't get up higher than it did.
Yeah.
You just had a word there with Brooke Guest. It's all smiles. Matthew, you've got a choice. You can play at Old Trafford in the Test, or you can play at Derby.
Potts in. And angles in. And Madsen back into his crease, pushes that away. Potts going for the return ball, didn't quite get it.
Clearly, he didn't have a choice. I mean, it's not up to him whether he plays in a Test match, but he's enjoying himself out there. He's smiling away.
Well, that was what Ryan Campbell said about him last week. He said the lad could have come back feeling miserable because he couldn't get in the England team, or he's come back and just gets on with it. And he said he's come back and gone on with it.
No, he genuinely looks like he's enjoying himself out there. Why not?
In past the umpire, he bowls. Oh, that's gone right through Madsen. There's appeals for an inside edge. It's done too much. How it didn't hit the stumps, I don't know. That was an absolute snorter of a delivery. Madsen looks a bit shocked there.
Well, Potts gave himself away by not joining in the appeal straight away. But you're right. I'm not sure anybody could have played that. This is what England could have won.
I think it's glanced his thigh pad on the way through. Potts in again. Madsen pushes this one to point, and it's a bit of a torrid experience for the batsman at the moment, who got all the experience you could possibly imagine in county cricket. He's been around the block many times, Wayne Madsen. Thousands of runs to his name. Had some good scores against Durham over the years as well.
At home, he became Derbyshire's second highest run scorer of all time.
Yeah. Brackets ever, close brackets.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't. And I knew you wouldn't. This is defended by Madsen.
I try not to, especially when you're around.
Yeah.
Yeah, behind Kim Barnett, who you'd probably have to play until he was about 73 to catch Kim, but he's got 40 odd, 49,000 or something. That's something ridiculous. He's in the top 25.
14,645 first-class runs. This is left alone.
This is all formats.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, all formats. He overtook Dennis Smith, who only ever played first-class cricket back in the day.
And managed Sunderland.
Yeah, same bloke.
Yeah.
Yeah, same bloke.
36 centuries and 80 50s.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah. Scored 58 against Durham here last year, which was a rain-affected draw. That was the day the Queen died, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yes, we heard word during the lunch break here that there may be something coming from Buckingham Palace.
Ben Rain begins a new over. The nice tumbling stop there from Matt Parkinson. And there is no run. Pushed it out into the covers. Parkinson's as surprised as anybody that he's fielding in the covers.
That black cloud is showing up quite nastily on the screen here, right above the ground now. The camera upstairs is
disappearing though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is drifting blue skies to the west of us, which is good.
I'll be here for lunch. 6 or so minutes time as Rain is in, bowls to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. And Parkinson leaves it for Borthwick to pick up.
Of course, that game here last year, which ended in a draw, was Nick Maddinson's Fat Batgate.
Oh, yeah.
And Durham ended up being docked 10 points for that.
Quite right, too.
Kept asking what was happening, and they kept saying, oh, we don't know. And then as I said on air, they'll announce it once the season's finished and no one's looking, and sure enough, they did.
I must admit, I hadn't realised that had been the case. Well, they haven't announced Yorkshire's deduction from this season's T20 yet. Rain in and bowls. That one is defended by Brooke Guest.
Well, hopefully there isn't a deduction for Yorkshire in the T20 this year.
No, hopefully it's next season.
And it comes next year, because
absolutely.
it would be wrong to deduct them. I don't think there should be deducted any points this year.
No, not now.
With season's far too far gone now.
Absolutely.
So I think any points deduction should be next year. And a lot of Durham people are looking at what happened to Durham, not only relegated, but then docked 48 points in the Championship and 2 in each of the one-day games.
First time you've mentioned that. It's turned into the leg side by Brooke Guest, fielded by Alex Lees. No, it would be foolish to dock them this season now. And the whole argument that this group of players should not be docked the points because it had nothing to do with this group of players. Well, all right then, fine them £6 million and put the club out of business. The choice is yours, it would appear. Although there were only recommendations, which I don't really understand. As Rain is in, and that one is striking the pad of Brooke Guest. It's too high. And straight away, Jack Chantry looked down.
Far be it from me to point out that 2 of the men who decided to relegate Durham had links to Yorkshire, and one of the things that Durham lost was test status.
Yeah.
And what's the nearest test ground to the south of them?
Hang on, I'll try and work that out. If you go in a straight line, you're talking, go south. Is it Headingley?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
I mean, you're not good with geography, generally.
Not normally, no. No, certainly wasn't at Hove when I went to the wrong hotel. 67 for 2. Rain in bowls to Guest. Just about gets some bat on that, pushes it up to mid-on. It's the end of Rain's 11th over. And it was another maiden. 5 maidens, 1 for 13. He's got back on track.
I've got the train to Hove a few times,
Have you?
And you come out the train station, walk down the main road down towards the coast to the hotel where I've stayed. Which direction do you go to the ground from there?
To the ground
Yeah,
from the train station?
Yeah, do you go left or?
You come out of the train station, you go straight down the hill and turn right.
Right, it's on the right, all right.
Because you're in Brighton, aren't you? And Hove is to the...
But that's Hove Station.
Oh, I've never been to Hove Station.
Oh, right. Pot starts a new over. This is left alone. So that's what's confused me when you said the hotel next to the train station. I thought you meant Hove train station.
No, in Brighton.
Right.
In Brighton, yeah.
Yeah, I know where Brighton Station is. I've been to that one. Yeah.
Well, there's a hotel just outside it.
But you weren't staying at that one.
No, I stayed at that one last year. I still had the booking on
have
an
the key
email.
fob?
On an email, and I said, "Look," and it said the 24th of June, and I thought, "Oh, it's been booked too early." And then I saw the number 2022.
Potts balls. Oh, nearly played on there by Madsen. He's having a bit of a checkered time here.
Yes.
He's pushed that down into the ground. It's bounced back towards the stumps.
Quite the examination of Wayne Madsen, this. Just the sort of preparation you need for a T20 competition.
Potts balls again. Edged. Oh, and over the top of third slip and away for 4. I don't think he knew anything about that.
No.
He's staring at this edge of his bat. It's now having a word with Brooke Guest and said, "Thank God it's lunch in a minute."
Excellent effort by Ben Rain there, wasn't he? He was airborne for quite some time there with his right arm thrust up, but he couldn't reach it. It went a long way over him in the end.
Quite a spell this from Potts. Oh, that swung right in late, that ball. Angled right in towards leg stump.
Back to the Dukes, like we should be.
Yeah. Potts comes in again and bowls, and that's turned away past square leg. 3 runs here. Madsen runs 2. Previous one went for 4.
The final 2 balls of the session, by my reckoning.
Yes.
Can Derbyshire? Well, there will be 2 balls if.
Or 1 if there's a wicket.
A wicket doesn't fall this, yeah. Quite. That was what I was groping for.
Yeah.
You knew.
Potts to Madsen. And that's pushed out through the covers. Stopped one-handed by Cars at full stretch, but he gets a single and he's off strike. He will see himself through to lunch intact.
He's a lot taller than I ever remembered, Bryden Carson. He's a tall man.
They stretched him during the winter.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think he was that
Still,
tall
they
last
use a
year.
rack in Durham Castle.
All right.
Yeah.
Should be fined for that and dock points.
Last ball of the session.
Potentially. Be surprised if it wasn't. News is blaring away in my ears.
Rain's brought a leg slip in rain. Potter's brought a leg slip in rain, but it's Guest who plays it back to the bowler. Everybody walks towards the pavilion. The bails are about to be flicked onto the floor, and that will be luncheon with Derbyshire 74 for 2. Madsen has 10, Guest 31.
Wickets this morning for Ben Rain and Matthew Potts. Lewis Rees for 9. Harry Kame for 16. Durham won the toss. Put Derbyshire in. They'll be pretty pleased, I would have thought, with the way things have gone. And we will be back soon. What, 40 minutes, something like that. In and balls to Reed. 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 go in and balls to Reed. 16, 24 for 1, 61 for 2, 74 for 2 as we resume for the afternoon session. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby and Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle. I think Martin's just sorting his next holiday out next door, so he'll be with us shortly. As two batsmen, I don't think he's doing that, but I will be asking him. Batsmen out, fielders out, umpires out. We've pretty much got what we need for a game of cricket here, which is excellent news. And Wayne Madsen will be on strike. I'm trying to see who's bowling. Is that Pretorius who's going to have a bowl? It is Miguel, as we like to call him. Martin's been out on his bike at lunchtime, I think, given the glasses that he's wearing. They've got holes in them. Are they specifically cycling glasses? I don't want to fool.
I presume so, yeah. Well, they're made by a cycling company.
Yeah, they've got like holes around the outside.
Yeah, little air vents.
Yeah.
It's hot out there, mate.
Is it?
Yeah, too hot for me.
His Pretorius bowls to Wayne Madsen wide of the off-stump. Madsen watches it go through. You just booking your holidays there, was it? Did I hear? Your next holiday?
Just my pal who's working in Bahrain. And,
he called you, I assume.
It's on WhatsApp, so...
Oh, free. It's all free, isn't it? Yeah, it's all free. Excellent.
Yeah, so...
Could be quite expensive deal, I'd have thought.
So he's been on to me from Bahrain. He's been on to some of his mates who are on Sunderland's pre-season tour of the USA as well. So wonderful thing, modern technology.
Isn't it? Bringing people together. Here comes Pretorius and bowls to Madsen, who gets a bottom edge on this when it bounces straight into the ground.
I've also had a discussion with my wife,
Excellent.
who has had a fraught morning
trying
to buy tickets for Taylor Swift at Wembley next year.
Oh, I'm surprised.
And they're selling tickets behind the stage. How does that work? What on earth are you going to be able to see?
Stage?
Yeah, what are you going to be able to see?
You might as well just buy the CD.
Yeah. I don't even think you need to do that anymore now, you know.
No, apparently not. No, when I said it, I thought, hang on.
Yeah.
What am I going to play it on? Pretorius bowls left alone by Madsen to go through to the keeper.
All those newfangled technology.
All those Swifties trying to buy tickets. Bless them.
She's not particularly on my radar,
no,
other than...
not mine. I know she exists, but...
She has sung on a song with The National, who I've been listening to quite a lot recently, and I would recommend them. Bit sort of mournfully break-up-y indie sort of music.
Oh, lovely.
From America.
Pretorius bowls. Madsen drives 4 runs wide, half volley. Away to the cover boundary. First runs of the afternoon, and Madsen moves on to 14, 78 for 2.
I understand why people are sitting in that little stand with the roof on,
bit
because
of cover, bit of shelter.
Yeah, when you get round the
Griff
bottom corner of the ground, it's hot round there.
You've done a full circuit.
Aye.
Well, that's good.
Too hot for me.
You'll be able to do a few circuits tomorrow if you like.
Yeah, burn there.
Yeah, Griff had been in the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, said it was very warm in there. And of course, the East Midlands Demolition Stand is the only stand that offers any shade.
Yeah.
Unless you're on the members' balcony, but that will soon be in the sun as Pretorius is in, and it's left alone by Wayne Madsen. It does come back, but not until after it went past the stumps. Through to the keeper.
That East Midlands stand looks like it's come from a little non-league football club somewhere, doesn't it?
It does look like that. I don't think it did, but yes, I know what you mean.
I popped in to have a look at Redditch United a few weeks ago. My cousin's husband owns the club now.
All right.
I was visiting them, and we had a dart over there. They just sold one of their star players to Ross County that day.
Big money.
Yeah.
Next delivery. Off the back foot, forced to backward point where Clark does the fielding. And so it's the end of the over, 78 for 2.
What are they in the Midlands Premier League or something like that?
I must admit, I don't know.
It's quite a nice setup. I was impressed.
Yeah, I've never been there. Been to a lot of non-league grounds. I'm going to the new Manor Ground tonight.
Where's that?
Ilkeston.
Ilkeston.
They're not playing. I'm just going.
Why?
There's some
just to nick a bit of turf or something.
Well, no, it's artificial, but I suppose I could nick that.
Yeah, they've got artificial as well at Redditch.
The Dominic Dietrich's doing something up there with Jamie Ward, who's their manager, and Leroy Lita, who's their striker. I asked if I could go up and help. I said, well, I'll do what I can, as long as you don't ask me to kick a football. We'll be all right.
Cast then into the attack to start the first over of the afternoon from the racecourse end. Bowling here to Guest. Dot ball there, played up to Borthwick and mid-off. So is there an event on or?
No. He's just doing something.
Right. I was thinking of one evening heading over to Sawley and getting the bike out and riding along the canal.
I'm more than happy for you to do that.
Trenton Mersey. From the other side of Sawley Marina, on the other side where there's a pub in an old mill. It's quite nice there. Cast in, and it's a full toss. He was trying for the Yorker, and it didn't quite come down in time, and it's been driven past point off towards the car park boundary on the far side of the ground, and Parkinson chased it all the way to the rope, dived at it, did a forward roll, missed it, and it went for 4.
He took it over with him.
Yeah.
Bless him.
We ended up having a debate about the local ice cream man here during my 1 o'clock news, because just as I was handing back, the ice cream man dingly dangle thing started, and our presenter Anna said, "Is there somebody playing a piano in the background?"
Obviously.
In comes Carl, sat left, and I said, "It's actually the ice cream man, and he's been going round and round the estate all morning, and we can't work out what the tune is." He might have left this neighbourhood now.
Yeah, they come and go, don't they? That's what those wheels are for.
Yes. The wheels of industry. (82.42) here on the BBC. Derbyshire put in this morning. They lost Reese for 9 and Kane for 16. Cast bowls, and Guest plays the ball back to him.
So they managed to get started at Trent Bridge. 2:10 at Headingley. They're hoping to get back underway. Fairly sure that Sussex will be quite keen if they don't. We're certainly happy.
Cast bowls, that's left. Past the off stump. Do these two play each other in the one-day cup or not?
Yeah, we're up at your place.
Are you?
Yeah.
Right.
On a Thursday, on a Friday, I'm saying. I'll double check what date it is. Looking forward to it already.
All I know is we've got to go back to Hove again.
That's not great, is it?
Back to Cardiff, and then beyond, past Swansea to Neath, back to Bristol.
We've got Glamorgan here and Sussex here. So coming to you is an absolute treat.
Yeah.
Of sorts. 11th of August.
Cast bowls. It's a thick edge. It's along the floor. It's past the slip cordon and away for 4 to the permanent temporary stand.
The day before, the first of the 2 local derbies, which Derby County fans don't regard as a local derby, against Burton Albion at the Pirelli Stadium. No.
The famous A38 derby.
At Pride Park. Well, they hate it.
Why? Because they've been dragged to that level?
Well, no, because Derby County don't really regard Burton Albion as rivals, even though they're in the same division. Their rivals are
2 divisions up.
Yeah, sadly, at the moment. That might change. Yeah, we have to go to Warwickshire, which I never like. I don't like
that
it.
huge football stand, isn't it? That
I don't like it.
concourse cricket.
I just don't like it.
The sun's catching the windscreen of a car in the car park over there. It's like a laser beam firing back in this direction at the minute.
Fortunately, I can't see that. It can be irritating that they do the same out of the car park away to the left-hand side. They've got the ball back, incidentally. I knew they'd get it back eventually. Reenan, watching in South Africa, says Pretorius has probably been worth at least 1 wicket to date and may well count himself unlucky. So away it goes, Reenan. 86 for 2. Madsen waits. As Pretorius bowls 2 minutes, pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. Reenan was an early listener today. Couldn't hear us at all on the club stream. which has all been fixed. Just a little button. That's all it was. One little button out of place. Before you knew what was happening, we were back on air. 3 slips, first, second and 4. Potts at 4th, Jones and then Beddingham 1 and 2 as this next delivery is left alone by Wayne Madsen outside the off stump, allowed to go through to Robinson behind the stumps. 4 floppy sun hats, which is around about 4 too many. Beddingham and Clark, Rain and Lees, the guilty men. Lees standing with his arms firmly folded across his chest at mid-wicket. As Pretorius is in. Oh, that's beaten Madsen. Goes through to Robinson. Good delivery. Perhaps Reenan's right. He can count himself a little unlucky. Potts stands there at full slip with his hands on his head. Can't quite believe how it's not taken the edge. It didn't. The Aussies 111 for 2 now. Still going strong. To the loss of a couple of early wickets. Or one particularly early wicket and Warner for 32. As Pretorius is in, that one's left alone outside the off stump by Madsen. First wicket falling at 15, Usman Khawaja. David Warner going with the score on 61. 32 to Labuschagne, 34 to Steve Smith. It's not going as well as it might do for Moeen Ali, who's bowled 2 overs for 17. Anderson and Stokes both economical, just over 2 runs and over they've conceded as Pretorius is on his way in again. Bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal. Wayne Madsen.
None of that looked right, did it?
No. Wayne Madsen just wanders into the leg side, almost giving the fielders a little bit of extra hope that he was going to walk. Moved into the leg side to lean on his bat. You can tell from the appeal a lot of the time, but it just didn't look like he'd got anything on that. And certainly the umpire didn't. The umpire wasn't interested. Jack Chantry at the far end. You can see his little GoPro camera on his chest. As Pretorius comes into finish his 8th over. It's wide of the off stump again. 8 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 18 for Miguel Pretorius. And at the end of the over, Madsen has 14, Brookcast has 39. And Derbyshire are 86 for 2. 34 overs to get those 86 runs. So it's been fairly unspectacular progress, having been put into bat when they lost the toss. Poor old Leas Deploy. If he's won 4 tosses in his entire time, including T20 cricket as captain, that'd be as many as he's won.
It's overrated.
Yeah, not much luck.
Carse bowls to Guest. That nips back in. It's a no ball. Inside edge under the front thigh pad. Been sent an exciting map of Warrington Park in Scarborough next week.
Lovely. Is it miles away?
It's that close to the ground. I think the hotel might be nearer.
Yes, that's what we figured.
Yes.
We're up there in September. You're there. Yeah, you're there next week. Nice. Local trip for you.
Yeah. About 95 miles from my house.
Well, you could go there and back in the day. Just not bother with the hotel. Save the BBC a few quid.
Ball pushed away this time. I guessed to Borthwick mid-off. Well, my dad's going to come down for a couple of days, and he's surprised at the cost of hotels these days. And I said, well, they've all been like that since COVID.
Haven't they just? Yeah. Where are you stopping? Anywhere nice?
Just in the centre of town. I booked it last November.
Yeah.
And there was hardly anywhere left in Scarborough by then, because I have a hunch that the Yorkies knew what was going on and had already booked up beforehand.
Yeah, we're in the North Harbour, I think.
Yeah. This is cut off towards point. Dot ball. Well, if you're in the same brand of hotel that I'm in...
Premier Inn. You
yes.
can say it if you want.
So yours looks quite nice, and I know where yours is.
I've never been.
It's a fairly new build block.
But you can leave your car there all day and walk in, really, can't you?
Right.
It's less than a mile away.
Right.
To the ground. I'm led to believe. There are some hills in Scarborough, though, aren't there?
Yeah, I mean, they put the castle at the top of one of them. It's a nightmare for the tourists having to schlep all the way up there.
Stupid
Why
place
put
to put
a
it.
castle
Well,
at the top of a
you
hill?
wouldn't put it there, would you? If you're building it today, you wouldn't put it there.
You'd put it in the bottom of a valley, wouldn't
Yeah,
you?
of course you would.
This is played off towards square leg by Guest for 1. I'm now looking on my car park for the hotel where I'm at. Oh no.
I'm watching Burton the day before.
Oh, well, I'm parking the Palm Court Hotel across the road, which I've stayed there before.
Burton against Exeter the day before for me, before I travel up to Scarborough.
Down in Exeter.
No, thankfully, no, it's at the Pirelli.
Did I ever tell you about the time we... It was Plymouth, wasn't it, where we got left behind, not Exeter. Flew into Exeter. Cars to Madsen. That's a leave outside off stump. Landing in Exeter Airport, where the air hostess said, and the local time is 11 o'clock in the morning. And we said, yes, because we haven't left the country.
Having flown from Newcastle.
Yes.
Excellent. Man, an air hostess with a sense of humour.
You don't go on aeroplanes, do you?
Not very often. Pre-COVID, I would have thought.
Cars to Madsen. Thumps into his thigh pad as he looks to whip it away through the leg side. No run there. It's nearly 2 o'clock.
Isn't it?
Happens every day.
Like clockwork.
Yeah. 89 for 2.
We've got the very optimistic TV gantry away to our right-hand side.
What's that for?
Goodness knows. We only have one game a year on telly.
Some women's internationals on the way or anything like that?
Yes, England play Sri Lanka here later in the season. I'm glad you mentioned that, actually.
Cast balls, edged, and it's been missed.
How's that? Has he not got something on that?
Who's that in there? Yeah, slips there.
I think it's Potts.
Potts didn't quite get down enough, did he? Quickly enough, he's missed it at gully.
Moved to his left, or his hands to his left, and it seemed to just evade everything and go through. And that's 3 times now Wayne Madsen has edged through that cordon. 3 times he's got away with it. And we saw a drop catch earlier on today, didn't we, when Lewis Rees was dropped by Bedingham. Only cost a further 6 runs, but it's the look. It's not a good look.
You can't see on the camera where that ball went with regards to whether it was right next to Potter's hands or through them. End of the over though, 91 for 2.
6th of September, Derbyshire have England's women here as Pretorius begins a new over. Clipped into the leg side nicely by Brooke Guest. That's going to go away to the boundary for 4 as a light aircraft goes overhead. Guest moves on to 44 now, 95 for 2.
Well, September, you see, Great North run time, so they probably take up a lot of scaffolding for their camera gantries, so you probably had to get in early.
Are you doing it this year?
I'm keeping up my 100% record.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yeah. I'm reminded of the England women's game because as part of a double header for that, Derbyshire are going to host the Disability Premier League final before the women's game. That's going to start at 12:30. England will take on Sri Lanka at 6 p.m. So one for your diaries as Pretorius bowls wide of the off stump, goes through to the keeper. Got a couple of semi-final type days. One at Neston Cricket Club, which is up on the Wirral. Saw Cheshire play there many years ago. And one at Valley End Cricket Club, which I'm not familiar with. And a third one, in fact, at Loughborough. I know where that is, but I've never been. And Pretorius is in again from the city, and that's left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. So that game, the final on the 6th of September, England against Sri Lanka.
Bit of drilling work going on downstairs.
Yeah, the builder's not cricket fans by all accounts. Just carrying on regardless. Halfway through his over here, Pretorius, 0 for 22 at the moment from 8.5. He's in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside square. Clark fields at point. Oh, that's interesting. Ian Sky's just finishing his programme, and he's just told everybody that he's not working tomorrow because from 11 o'clock tomorrow, of course, we're all on strike.
Yeah.
Myself and Martin Emerson won't be here tomorrow. Well, I don't want to speak for Martin, but I'm assuming that you will be here tomorrow. One blink for yes, one for no. This next one is wide of the off stump, and he's had a go at that, Brooke Guest. No need to. It was swinging away from him as well, and it's a poor shot, really, from Derbyshire's wicketkeeper batsman.
No, I won't be here tomorrow either. I will be supporting my colleagues in the NUJ as well.
I might be in the ground, but I shan't be working.
I reckon you're going to climb up that scaffold, no? Tomorrow.
That's a good shout. I could get a deck chair and just sit
dressed
up
as
there.
Batman with a banner.
They're like the old days when we used to commentate from when I first started. That was
that toilet block's gone now.
Yes, it has. Yeah. Pretorius in, bowls to Brooke Guest, who's a little bit hurried by that one, pushes it up to Ben Rain at mid-on, and it's the end of the over, 95 for 2. Dominic Dietrich reading the news today. Always good to hear Dom. I was on the sports show with him last night.
How do you spell that? As in Marlena Dietrich?
D-O-M-I-N-I-C, I think.
I see what you did there, but that might have been lost on one of our listeners. But I thought it was clever.
Yes, like
for
Marlena.
a village lad like you. Well, I'll pop next door then.
All right, mate. Martin is contractually obliged to return after his update. As Bryden Cast begins a new over, Madsen just turns it into the leg side for a single. Clark with the fielding at mid-wicket. Madsen moves on to 17.96. 22 runs added so far in the 20 minutes since lunch. So slightly quicker run rate. It's moved up overall to 2.6. It was down at 2.2 at lunchtime. They tried to get through the new ball, put some work into the bowler's legs, the Derbyshire batsman. Next delivery from Cars is so wide of the off stump that Brooke Guest has absolutely nothing to do with it, and allows it to go through to Ollie Robinson. Ben Rain just keeping himself loose. He's fielding at mid-on in the floppy sun hat. The ball is slowly working its way back to Cars via his skipper Scott Borthwick, who's at mid-off. 2 slips and a gully. I'm going to say gully. Matt Potts. There's a big gap between first and second slip and Potts. This Cars bowls. That one is driven nicely by Brooke Guest. He's going to get runs here. Borthwick is chasing it down, but he might as well stop now as it races across the outfield, which is clearly drying out. And he picks up 4 more and moves to 48. Nicely done by Brooke Guest. 100 up for Derbyshire as well. 100 up in the 37th over. Update coming up. Here we are. And they've just brought their 100 up, Dominic. 100 for 2. Brooke Guest has 48, so 2 away from another half century. Got a century down at Sussex last week. Wayne Madsen's on 17. They've added 26 runs since lunch, so the run rate has started to increase as well. But they're going all right since the interval. 100 for 2, Derbyshire. Wow. Awful lot of echo in the ears for that one. Happens when I think both studios have me on at the same time. I'm not sure as if that's of any concern to anybody. Bryden Cars on his way in to bowl to Brooke Guest, who just goes back into his crease and defends it out into the offside. There is no run. Still in the, there's the noise from the builders. You might be able to hear it in the background. They're not letting up the builders downstairs. 1 ball to go in the Bryden Cars over. Brooke Guest on 48. Cars is in. Guest defends. Cars fields in his follow through. Threatens to throw down the stumps. Holds on to the ball because Guest hadn't gone anywhere. And at the end of the over, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 33. Cars may well be about to bowl his final over next time he comes on. Derbyshire are 100 for 2 with Madsen on 17 and Guest on 48. The 2 men out this morning. Lewis Rees bowled by Ben Rain, leaving 1. Off stump peg back for 9. And Harry Kane bowled by Matthew Potts for 16. Potts bowled beautifully this morning. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Ben Rain was pretty useful as well. He's coming back on now. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 13. Miguel Pretorius bowled 3 overs for 8 after lunch. And here comes Ben Rain from the City end, bowling to Wayne Mountain, who drives him nicely out towards the cover boundary. Parkinson gives chase. The batsmen come back for a second. 2 is all they get. Madsen moves on to 19, 102 for 2 now. It is definitely drilling outside and not somebody's stomach after the lunch. The chicken and boiled potatoes was very much in the style of bodybuilders, I thought. Quite dry. This next delivery, not that I'm a bodybuilder, of course. His next delivery is defended by Wayne Madsen. Straight back to Ben Rain.
You've been building your body quite steadily over the years, haven't you?
Yes. Not how a general bodybuilder
helped
would
by
do.
kebab. And, do you have kebab pizzas as well, or not? Is that foreign mug?
Well, they're separate, aren't they? They give kebabs and pizzas.
Yeah,
you can have both.
Yeah, I've seen people have kebab meat on a pizza.
Yeah, but that is an option these days. Yeah, that's the 21st century, Martin.
Yeah.
Rain is in and bowls. That one is cut away by Madsen. He doesn't time it though. Straight to Clark.
Welcome to it.
Yeah, very nice. Very tasty. Might have one tonight on my way home.
Yeah. Is that before you get home and then have another? Or is
No.
Don't sort of like tide yourself over the kebab on the way home in the car.
I'd imagine by the time I get home or get on my way home tonight, I'll be very peckish.
Yeah.
Back from Ilkeston.
Must be tricky shaving that meat off when you're going around corners in the car. The damage you can do with that little shaver machine.
Went into 1 in Hove as Rain bowls. That one strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen, dribbles out into the leg side. I think it's actually got a little bit of inside edge of bat because there's no signal from Jack Chantry, the umpire. So Madsen will move on to 19, 103 for 2. 2 for the price of 1, it said. But the price of 1 was 18 quid. So it's basically 2 for the price of 2 anywhere else in the world.
Yes.
But you had to walk out of the shop with 2 pizzas. So he said, what size would you like? I said, well, the biggest one, obviously. So let's get cracking. And
so what did you do with the spare?
ate it the following night for tea when I got back to my room.
How did you heat it up?
Well, you don't need it heated up. Cold pizza. Cold pizza is perfectly fine. If you're listening, Ed, those times are fine. As in comes Rain again, pushed off the back foot out into the offside. Graham Clark's there once again to do the fielding, and there's no run, so Guest remains on 48. I'm not sure about them being 11 minutes apart necessarily, but give me an awful lot of wriggle room. We'll do our best. And Chesterfield FC this evening, they're taking on Derby County in a pre-season friendly. Man in close on the leg side, strikes the pad, does Rain of Brooke Guest, going down the leg side. Stifled appeal, end of the over, 103 for 2. Madsen has 20, Guest has 48. Got to 100 off 36.3 deliveries, Mike. Did you make a note of that?
I didn't, I was busy doing
I thought you were next door.
Yeah.
I thought I'd better tell you. Well, not better tell you, but I know you like to. I like those kind of notes. This gives you a point of reference. If I could take 36.3 away from 19.4, I'll tell you that the second 50 was a lot quicker than the first, but I can't do it.
So how many was it? 100 for 2 and what?
36.3.
Carse was running in there, but the umpire has stopped him because Madsen's being attacked by a wasp.
16 overs and 5 balls for the second 50.
It's an angry wasp, it won't give up. He now thinks it's gone. It's going to come back again, isn't it?
Could be in his helmet.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Carse in, bowls. Oh, top edge, thick top edge. And where's that gone? Has it gone for 6 or 4? 4. Down towards third man.
It was there to hit, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No third man. It's a fairly safe shot, really, if you get some bat on it. So if you feather it through, you've got problems, but not too much risk involved there for Wayne Madsen. That is the kind of shot you'd be expecting to play up in Edinburgh for Italy. The German side was playing at Farnworth, which is near Bolton, on Monday night in preparation for their T20 World Cup qualifying campaign north of the border.
Carse in, pitches that up. It's another thick edge, and it's the same shot. It's away for 4. Well, it was a half volley outside of off stump, really, wasn't it?
Slightly riskier.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't entirely in control of that. Well, the Germans lost to a Northwest Cricket League Select 11, which doesn't bode well for the Germans. Bodes quite well for Italy, though. Everybody plays everybody once in that tournament. Top 2 go through. Ireland and Scotland, the favourites, clearly.
Did Michael Richardson play for Germany? Former Durham wicketkeeper.
Don't know.
Carse bowls right into the block hole. Played back to him. I'm trying to remember, did he play for Germany or did he play for Jersey? There was somebody in recent years who's played for Germany.
No.
Craig Mesher at Somerset, he played for Germany, I think.
Did he?
Yeah.
I didn't recognise any of the names on the team sheet on Monday night. I didn't go. But they weren't very good, apparently.
111 for 2. Carse gives up on his delivery stride there. He's gone halfway down the track, having pulled out of it.
Umpire signals dead ball rather pointlessly because I think we all knew, really. He doesn't look 100% happy, actually, Bryden Carse there. Little grimace on his face.
4 rooms in the Premier Inn, Scarborough, North Bay next week, £131.98.
Yeah, that's where we roll.
Crown Hotel, 140. Carse in, pushed off towards the cover area, no run there. The last time Durham were there 2 years ago, it was that summer where nobody could go abroad. And for months, I was trying to get a hotel room in the centre of town. And one big hotel kept coming up, but I'd heard lots of reports and thought no. And in the end, I never stayed down there. It was a one-day game. So I drove back from Radlett on a Tuesday night and then drove down to Scarborough first thing on the Thursday morning, covered the game and drove home again. The players stayed in a particular hotel and said they had a torrid time. It was the worst hotel they'd ever been in. Another no ball, and Carse is furious with that. And as the ball is played back to him, he volleys it away towards the covers. Like a centre-half putting it into the back of the stand.
Yeah, it was a touch finder, wasn't it?
Probably the back of the stand behind the stage where the Taylor Swift fans are. Are you aware of her work?
I've heard of her.
Yeah.
It's about as far as it goes, though.
Yeah. Carse in. And this is fended away one-handed by Madsen down towards long leg. So it's been a peculiar over, this one, hasn't it?
Yes.
It's been a long time.
It'll be his last if he sticks to his current plan. It's his 4th of the spell since lunch He has gone for 27 runs, though, since lunch in 3 overs and 5 balls.
And a 4 and a 4, dot ball, no ball, pulled out of a delivery. Then the next delivery goes for 1. So this is the final over, final delivery of the over. And this is defended by Guest on 48. Been in the late 40s for a while. End of the over.
Not that long. He was only on 31 at lunch. He's done all right.
Well, he was definitely on 48 when I did my report at 2, because I looked at the score. I looked at the scorecard.
That is fair point.
The scoreboard.
I'll give you that.
So it's got to have been 10 minutes ago.
I would say so.
Mm.
So you look, every time I look at you, I can't see anybody apart from, with those glasses on, anybody apart from Timmy Mallett.
I did meet Timmy Mallett once.
Was
it in Derby? Came to the Gillard Awards in Derby one year.
He's always at Oxford United, isn't he?
Is he?
Madsen plays that one down into the ground, backwards square on the offside. Potts picks up.
Might have been the following year. Came one year because presented Drive Time and we were shortlisted for Programme of the Year.
Understandably.
I think we came runners-up that year. Then the following year, the station was up for Station of the Year. That was in Sheffield. We met him in Sheffield. That was where it was. He was wearing bright-coloured glasses.
Yes. Rain Bowles is driven by Wayne Madsen up to Scott Borthwick at mid-off.
And a matching tie. But I think the glasses were a new thing. He hadn't done that before.
Oh, yeah. No, he did it on Wackaday.
I know that.
Years and years ago.
Yeah.
He had a ridiculous shirt on and glasses, and I can't think why you remind me of Timmy Mallett. It might be something to do with the ridiculous shirt and the glasses. 114 for 2. Brain is in a bowls to Madsen, who takes a couple of steps towards the bowler and then just pulls it nicely around the corner to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Really nice shot from Wayne Madsen. Not much pace there from Ben Rain. I'm not sure whether he dropped it in short because he saw Madsen advancing. Didn't work. Madsen moves on to 33, 118 for 2.
There is a particular outdoor clothing company up in the northeast of England who seem to have drawn in lots of other firms over the years as well, like a Wellington boot company and varying other things, and a cycling apparel company. So one of my neighbours, Tim, he can get gear. So these sunglasses, £2.
Lovely. And worth every penny, I would have thought.
Well, actually, I won them in a raffle on Jubilee, Coronation Weekend.
1977.
Yeah.
Yes. No, that was the Jubilee. Ben Rain in, that was my first Jubilee, I think. Oh, Brooke Guest to set off for a single. Then he calls Wayne Madsen through. I'm not sure Madsen was particularly keen on that. But he gets there in the end. They go through for a leg by, 119 for 2.
In the memories column on Facebook today, it flashed up from 11 years ago. Our 2 oldest girls were only little then, and we went to an exhibition in the port of Sunderland. You could see it from our house. I'd never been in the port until that point. And it was a celebration of the Queen's coronation, so it must have been her 60th year.
1953 to 2013?
Was it 52 to 2012 it would have been, I think.
Here comes Rain and Bowles, and that one is pushed out in the offside by Brooke Guest. Did she not accede to the throne in 52 and was crowned in 53? I don't know. I should know, really.
Yeah, well, it was I think it was the 60th anniversary.
She became the Queen up a tree in Kenya or something.
She did, yes, yeah. The difficult second album. Yeah, and what they did was they had this exhibition and they recreated people's front rooms from the 1950s, and it was quite interesting actually going in and seeing it. The Queen had visited it the day before.
Handful of gravel for tea.
Yeah.
Rain is in and Bowles to Guest, who pushes this out into the offside. There is no run as Clark fields it coming around from backward point. 119 for 2 at the end of the over. 40 gone. Madsen has 33, Guest has 48. The partnership, which I missed, the half-century partnership coming up for the 3rd wicket in 86 balls and 57 minutes, is now worth 58. Make a note of that. Is that you?
How many balls?
86 balls. 57 minutes.
Mikhail Pretorius coming on the ball from the racecourse end.
Sorry, you did an accent.
Yeah.
What was it?
Ronda. Right arm over, the South African, that's left alone. Yeah, the Queen came into Sunderland that trip and she stayed on the Royal train in the sidings overnight in a not very nice part of town, down near the docks. And then she left on a luxury yacht which had been loaned to the royal family by some Greek billionaire or something. Pretorius turns to come back in past the umpire. Madsen on strike, whips it away out through mid-wicket. Clark's running up the boundary to try and cut this off, and does so in front of the old press box. 2 runs. Trying to remember what Pretorius's last first-class match was. He was playing for Free State against Boland in March.
So that was it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked him if he had any knowledge of the likes of Bryden Carse or whatever, and never played against him. Said he hadn't met him. I thought everybody knew everyone over there. But
It's only a small place.
I know. Bowled again. This is turned away through mid-wicket for 1 by Madsen. A lot of the teams over there have renamed in recent years, haven't they? So when you're looking on Cricket Archive, it looks like players have played for far more clubs than they actually have.
Did he play for Free State?
Yeah.
I think that's one of the teams that Liz Deploy's played for. Up in the High Veld. Unless it was something that Reenan said to me last week, it could have been that. No idea, really. No, Reenan did mention Free State last week.
This is left. I noticed KwaZulu-Natal now have 2 teams. So one's the inland version and one's the sea version or the coastal version.
Oh, okay.
Having not been to South Africa, I can't picture where any of these places are.
KwaZulu-Natal, Durban.
Yeah.
Which is where Wayne Madsen's from.
Yeah. That's where my best mate's wife's from. They got married in a back garden out there.
No churches available.
No. Another leave outside the line of off stump. Former colleague of mine became the bureau chief of the BBC bureau in Cape Town. He basically had to move it up to Johannesburg. He said, although Cape Town was generally considered the place to be, it was just so far away from the rest of South Africa. Another leave outside the line of off stump, and that is the end of the over. And 3 from it. Have you been over there?
No, what do you think? See how far it is?
What's the furthest you've been?
San Francisco.
All right, it's nice there.
Los Angeles is probably slightly further in it, but we drove there.
Yeah. We did that a few years ago. We flew into Los Angeles, spent a night in the Queen Mary in Long Beach Harbour. That was nice. The old ship next to the Spruce Goose, the big plane. What was his name?
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes, yeah. Then went up and down that coast.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah, pre-kids.
Different lifetime.
It was. When were we there? 2002.
I was there in 82.
They were still talking about it when we were there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I made quite the impression. Madsen on strikers. Penrain begins a new over. He drives it up to Bryden Carse. He's now fielding at mid-on, suggesting that his time... No, his time has already come to an end, hasn't
Yeah.
it? Pretorius bowled the last one. Yeah.
I almost didn't recognise you on those posters because you had a bit of hair and your beard wasn't as long then.
And the W had dropped off. It just said anted, didn't
Yes,
it?
yes.
Yeah.
I had to ask the man what anted meant. was flying ante. So.
Tried to deface as many as I possibly could on the way round as cast balls, and he cuts at this one. Wayne Madsen misses it. Nice take by Ollie Robinson, because that one bounced. He took it in front of his helmet. Nice bit of work by the Durham keeper. Madsen remains on 36. 122 for 2 it remains.
This was a while ago that Damo sent this tweet, but he said not the best start. Maybe they thought there was going to be more ball movement due to the cloud cover, but it hasn't really come off.
It almost got sunny the moment the innings started, and as I say, they don't play green here at the county ground. Here's rain again. Past umpire Chantry, balls to Madsen. That one keeps a bit low. Pushes it up to Borthwick. Up mid-off.
There's been very little in the way of communications traffic today, and I know it's a Wednesday and matches haven't started on a Wednesday this year, but I can't think that we're up against anything else that would distract people. Can you? There's nothing else going on anywhere, is there?
This is the only show in town.
Yeah.
You're right, though. It's been quiet.
Yeah.
I quite like quiet days. I know you're a big communications man. This one. Oh, and again he's beaten. Again, a bit of extra bounce from Ben Rain. I'm getting nothing.
Unless there's something wrong. Maybe there's something wrong on the system.
Somebody on my notifications, just 4-word tweet. The 100 needs scrapping, so you'll get a like for that. Talk of it in the Times this morning. I haven't read the full article.
What, getting rid of it?
There that they're going to get rid of it and revamp the T20 apparently. As in comes rain again. That was turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen.
Will any of us be here to see it?
Well, we're more likely to be here than watching the 100, I would suggest.
Well, yeah. Mervyn emailed earlier on. Good morning, Martin. Hearing you mention Madsen may play for Italy brings to mind Jay Scuderi of recent Lancashire times. I think he captained Italy.
Club Tropicana.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, it is. We'll do an update after Club Tropicana. They are. Next delivery is pushed rather into the offside nicely by Wayne Madsen up towards the extra cover boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. The ball's moving and moving towards that rope and eventually beats Scott Borthwick. And Madsen moves on to 40, 126 for 2 at the end of the 42nd over. Ben Rain now 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24. 40 to Madsen, 48 to Guess. The partnership up to 65. Ollie Robinson is down doing something with his boots.
Yeah, there's plenty for everybody, you know.
It was a great song.
Well, we were watching the Wham documentary on Netflix the other night.
Soundtrack to my university life, Wham.
Well, they were saying how a lot of people got really upset with that song.
They were too upbeat for the times, weren't they? And there was a lot of dissension around.
Yeah, they'd originally started with sort of protest songs, hadn't they? Even though I don't think a lot of people would have recognised it as protest music at the time. But here's Pretorius, Racecourse End. That's left alone by
the best
Guest.
one though is when
still on 48 Guest, by the way.
Andrew, yeah, he's been on there for ages. Andrew originally left him a note saying, "Wake me up before you go." And it turned into a minor hit.
Did he wake him up or not?
Well, I assume he woke up eventually because he wrote the song.
What was his name was Glog or Clog or Glog was it?
Something like that. Yeah, it was a strange name, wasn't it?
Pretorius in. That's a wideish ball, and that is thumped through the covers and away for 4 towards the pavilion by Madsen, by Guest, who moves on to 52 eventually. 103 balls.
9th 4. It's the 11th time in his first-class career he's got to 50.
How many times against Durham?
And on 6 occasions he's gone on to make 100, including at Hove.
Defends this one. He made 116 against Durham and Chester Street last year. which was probably a draw because they all were for years and years and years. 6 years of draws, I think, wasn't it?
Something like that. Yeah. I'm off.
See you. $130 for 2. Mervyn says, lovely to hear the dulcet tones of Mr. Fletcher again. Pretorius in, and Gas plays this towards point. No run there. I watched the Who on Friday in Derby. Is the pitch playing better for all of the feet? And no doubt the beer spilled on it. Well, the square was covered over apparently. Pretorius to Guest. That stays low, goes past the off stump and through to the keeper. Pretorius bowls, pulled short and pulled by Guest out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get 2 as Clark fields. Partnership at 132 for 2 is 69 from 114 balls. Rain bowling from the City end of the ground, defended by Madsen. Raining again, keeper standing up. Oh, skids through! Must have got a little bit of bat on that because that was certainly worth a shout otherwise. It took Madsen totally by surprise. He must have just got the toe of the bat on that one. Stayed very low, but I think he must have got a little bit of bat on it. Possibly, perhaps, just outside the line of off stump. So Rain comes in again and bowls. And that is defended by Madsen. Yeah, I think he got a bit of bat on that, just watching the replay. Going through all our yesteryears from the 1980s here. Dollar, Duran. Wow. Kajagoogoo will be next. Ben Rain, City end, bowling to Madsen. Madsen turns this off towards long leg. Fielded by Pretorius, I think it is. It's a pleasant day out there at the moment. Plenty of cloud around, but it's broken cloud and it's warm. Rain bowls. This is defended Oh, yeah, guess there's not much going on here from a Durham point of view, really. That last little moment for Madsen was a ball that pitched, stayed low, but it was outside the line of off stump. But not really too many scares I don't think of this afternoon. Madsen's on 41 as well. It's Guest who's on strike at the moment on 54. And this is defended by him. And that is the end of the over. 133 for 2. I was waiting for it. I actually got onto my online bookie and put on money that Kachagugu would be mentioned next by you. And it didn't happen.
No, sorry. No.
So
we were going through the lot.
50p.
Yeah, well, we were discussing. I was discussing that documentary with Adrian Harms last week down at Sussex. I think he's seen it, so I was sort of getting second-hand stuff from him. Adrian, who incidentally still had his Glastonbury bracelet on because he went to Glastonbury.
I was amazed he went to Glastonbury. He's the last person you'd imagine in the filth of Glastonbury.
He tried to get there last year or the year before as well. He was telling me. I know it's not the first time he's tried.
Saw a picture of him with all his camping gear leaving the site on the Monday morning.
Well, he left on Sunday night.
Right, Sunday night.
But then he enjoyed Elton John, so he's gone right down in my estimation. Here's, I can't be doing with him, Miguel Pretorius from the race course end. Bonged away in Madsen. That one is clipped away into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 42, 134 for 2. But of course, Sally had just played Wham. So we were talking about Wham, and she said, Andrew Ridgely, did he not have a burger stall? But that was the bloke from Dollar, wasn't it?
Dollar?
David somebody. Can't remember.
Davy Dollar.
Can't remember his surname. But I'm not even sure.
I think he had a mobile disco, wasn't he? Davy Dollar's Dazzling Disco.
But I'm not sure it was a real burger man. I think it might have been for an insurance company advert or something like that in the 90s when they were sort of down on hard times joke.
Pretorius Bowls.
How are you doing this one?
Sorry.
You carry on. That one moved, didn't it?
It did.
It swung a lot, but away from Brookguest.
Who was Dollar? Was
what was his surname? David somebody. I'm going to look it up.
They were like the rivals to Bucks Fizz, but did they have more success than Bucks Fizz, Dollar?
I think they were similar, but I think there was a bit of a crossover as well.
Right.
There they are. David Van Day and Teresa Bazaar.
Are they stage names?
I think they might be. This one was pushed out to the offside by Brookguest, fielded by is that Alex Lees. No, it's not. It's Bryden Cast, beg your pardon. And he threatens to shut the stumps, but Madsen was back in his crease. Yeah, Mirror, Mirror.
Yeah, and there was others, wasn't there?
Shooting Star. All sorts of things.
What was that one?
No idea. Here is Pretorius. No one's left alone outside the off stump by Brookguest. They actually became romantically involved, of course.
Did they?
Yeah, well, that's never a good thing, is it? Getting romantically involved.
Difficult second album.
Yeah.
Lost in the mists of peroxide.
Well, the haircuts were fairly bizarre, weren't they? Well, they were very bizarre. And that's from somebody who...
I wonder if you could actually put your head on the pillow if it sort of sat 3 feet off the... all of the stuff on there.
Well, there's a big crossover between those and the big rock bands in America as Guest pulls this next delivery in between the two fielders out there, actually. He's got 4 runs for it. That's really nicely placed, if that's where he meant to place it. Pretorius can't quite believe it. Stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips, and Guest moves on to 58, 138 for 2. Nice shot.
Hart had big hair, didn't they?
They did. Yeah.
You went to a bit of sort of soft rock.
Even Van Halen and White. So it depends what you see that. I don't like labelling. I'm not a big fan of labelling, really.
Do you not like the Northern Soul label?
Well, that is a specific genre, isn't it? But hard rock, soft rock. It's rock.
Yacht rock.
It's rock, isn't it, really? It's Pretorius bowls, and that one is defended by Brookguest. Pretorius fields off his own bowling at the end of his 12th over. 0 for 36, his figures. 138 for 2. Madsen has 42. Guest has 58.
I think yacht rock was something that was invented years after that period.
What is that?
Well, it was things like Christopher Cross.
See, I wouldn't class him as rock.
No, well, it's yacht rock. It was the sort of soft, ballady stuff you'd listen to on your yacht in Florida, obviously.
Okay, yacht. I wondered what you were saying. Sorry.
Even though you lived in Easington Colliery.
You might have won it on bullseye.
Oh, look what you could have won. Oh, you could have parked this outside your tower block in the middle of Birmingham. Going to see some spin now. Matt Parkinson. Durham needs something to happen here because winning this toss and putting Derbyshire in, there's nothing much gone their way, really.
They found the edge a few times, haven't they? But it's not gone to hand, and the one or two that have gone to hand or just dropped short, I don't know. They've been a little unlucky, but these two are very much in now. Get ready for the reverse sweep.
Parkinson from the city end, bowling to Madsen.
Didn't mind a sweep, either orthodox or reverse Wayne Madsen, so I wouldn't be at all surprised to see one.
This is his 50th first-class match. The leggy, yeah, the leggy from Bolton. Gives that one a bit of flight time. That bounces and goes into the keeper's gloves. He's from around your neck of the woods.
Who?
Parkinson.
Yeah, from Bolton.
Yeah. I wonder if their bin day's the same as yours, do you reckon?
I think he lives in a posher area.
All right. And there's a sweep shot. Well spotted.
4 runs.
4 runs. Out through vacant deep mid-wicket. You said that would happen.
Yeah.
What else did you predict today again? Guests 100.
Well, I'm not saying I'm predicting that, but it's a very good chance. I predicted the leave, but there was the wrong person. I didn't predict it. We were talking about leaves, weren't we, when Lewis Rees was bowled, but Wayne Madsen loves a sweep. Plays it exceptionally well. And has forced a change in the field with 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary now.
Beddingham's come up from a leg gully position to short mid-wicket.
So the little paddle round the corner's an option now because there isn't anybody down at fine leg.
Potter's at first slip, so he might have a bit of work if it goes behind the keeper. Parkinson in bowls. Madsen taps the short to Beddingham at mid-wicket. Yeah, Christopher Cross with She's Like the Wind.
Yeah, it's like that David Cetera, is it? Or was it whatever he was called? There's a lot of stuff
Pizza
like
Tira.
That's him.
Yeah. Oh, little paddle, and he's been caught, has he? They're appealing for a catch. No. He looked to try and paddle it round the corner, and it went 2 Potts at first slip.
You'll have to look at the replay for that one because I have no idea why what that came off. I thought like you it had come off bat, top edge.
Yeah, I'll show you the replay in about 3 minutes' time when it catches up.
Perhaps it hit the ground.
Parkinson in, forward defensive. I don't know if he's missed it and it's just bounced up and hit him off the chest and gone to first slip.
It clearly hit something, didn't it? But what? I have no idea.
The Pina Colada song. That was on there.
Was that David Cetera?
The Best of Yacht Rock. No.
Who sang that then?
Do you like Pina Colada?
Oh, is that Dean Friedman?
Yes, I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's such a jolly little story about a couple planning to cheat on each other.
Yeah. Can't, just about real life, I suppose. No, see, I wouldn't classify any of that as rock, hard or soft.
Or yachty.
Like the little stab that they have on Planet Rock is very good. 142 for 2. I'll come back to that. Pretorius in and bowls to Guest, who just turns this down to backward square leg. They're only going to get a single for that one. And Guest moves on to 59, 143 for 2. It sort of goes hard rock, soft rock, Planet Rock. That'll do for me. That's all you need is a little jingle stab. But they don't play Dean Friedman.
No.
For understandable reasons.
Chris Cummings emailed before, just as you went off to talk about 80s music for half an hour. And he said, I watched The Who on Friday in Derby.
How good were they? In comes Pretorius again. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Madsen.
He said, is the pitch playing better for all of the feet and no doubt beer which was spilled on it? Well, the square was covered over, wasn't it?
The square was indeed covered over. You can see where the chairs were, the lines.
Yeah.
Where the chairs were. Because there's a set of chairs here that were facing entirely the wrong way. I couldn't quite work out who put those chairs down, if I'm honest. They just needed turning round a bit.
Taylor Swift fans, maybe? Behind the stage.
People who didn't want to see the stage when sitting comfortably as Pretorius bowls, left alone by Madsen.
Craig Porritt says, "Hi Marty and Dave. I'm listening to the
Hello.
Emerson and Fletch double act, but I'm watching the stage of the Tour de France, although I feel as though I'm listening to Ken Bruce's Potmaster. Love it though. Thanks, Craig." Tour de France today is going up to Courchevel, which is
It's an early mention of cycling there.
very, very high up.
2:45.
Yeah. Been skiing there. Quite posh there, mate. Not as posh as San Moritz, though.
Pretorius in bowls to Madsen down the leg side this time. And he just nods his head there. He's missed out a little bit. Could have flicked that one away down to fine leg for 4, but missed the ball. Stays on 46.
We got the bus over the mountain a few years ago, me and my wife, to San Moritz, and it was just full of very rude rich people.
Yeah.
A lot of nouveau riche, oligarchy-type Russians.
Horrible.
And we spent 4 hours there because it was 4 hours before the next bus was available to take us back, but we would have been gone in half an hour, I think.
Next delivery is wide of the off stump from Pretorius. Left a load again by Madsen.
When you get off the bus station in San Moritz, it's down the back end of town, and bus stations are bus stations, aren't they? But
Very much.
walk across this frozen lake, and they have a horse racing festival on there during the winter, but they also have a cricket tournament on the frozen lake. I think David Gower's car famously was left on there one night after the day's play because they all went to the pub, and when he came the next morning, it had sunk through the ice.
Pretorius bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Wayman. Just assume that that's going to happen until I say otherwise. They have the Cresta run there, don't they?
Yeah.
San Moritz.
We got
That's the end of the oval, 143 for 2.
We've got this funicular railway which went right up through the mountain, through this tunnel, and then brought you out at the top of there. We cried when we saw the price list in the restaurant up there and ordered a half each and left again. Then queued for ages for a table in this restaurant. We were at the front of the queue. Guy was cleaning the table, and this Russian man and his wife just walked in with the kids and plunked themselves down. And I said, "What do you think you're doing?" And he said, "The table is free. I've got it." And I said,
Where was he from?
Yeah. And I said, "We were waiting for that table." He said, "Yeah, but you stood there. We have sat down. It's our table now."
Wow.
And I thought, "Oh,
Elbows out.
yeah." In comes Parkinson to start a new over. That drifts down the leg side, taken by the keeper. I had sort of suggested that perhaps me and him might want to go and discuss this in the street, but
Did you?
Yes, but he wasn't leaving his table.
Was he a big man?
Yeah. This is defended by batsman Brook, guest of Parkinson. And he was a big man, that's why I fancied my chances, and he was too big. I thought he might have been a bit slow. I just thought if my missus could lie down behind him, I could just push him over, and run away.
Very good.
Guest plays this up to mid-on for 1.
Just entered a quiet period, this game, isn't
Yeah,
it, really?
it's just the doldrums, really, at the moment. Parkinson in again, and that's walloped down the field. That could be 6, or has it gone for 4? 1 bounce 4 from Madsen. Used his feet well there. David Fennick has emailed as Madsen reaches his 50 for the millionth time. Is it the 81st 50?
It's the 117th time he's got to 50 in his career, and 36 occasions he's gone on to make a century.
Just think of that torrid time he had at the start of his innings as well.
Yeah.
Parkinson bowls is defended. Edged the first ball to Jones. It just didn't quite carry it first slip. Potts found the edge a couple of times after that. Flew over the slip cord and he nearly played on when he was on about 3. All just before lunch. Next ball is played out through the covers. No run. Was it 74 balls or 73?
73. 8-4 to get there.
End of the over. David Fennick says, "Hi Marty and Dave, just got back from a 3-hour wait in a queue at the Sunderland ticket office. He wanted a plastic card." Oh yeah, they're sending them out in emails as barcodes now, aren't they? Let's hope Durham can take some wickets this afternoon. He says he's refusing to move in the digital age. I want a plastic card.
Yeah, It's always nice to have
I want
something
plastic cards as well.
Tangible, isn't it? Yeah.
Especially you're going with 2 kids.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what's going to happen then? They get the barcodes on their phones, and then what happens?
Absolute chaos. Pretorius begins a new over from the racecourse end. Bowls to Brooke Guest outside the off stump. He leaves it alone. The ball goes through to Robinson. Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I don't mind a proper ticket or a card. Whenever I go to Tremor, I only went about half a dozen times last season, but ticket always is WhatsApped to me.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite feel the same. But you can't pay with cash anymore. Pretorius is in and bowls up and driven straight back down the ground by Brooke Guest. Nice shot. He'll have to run them now, I fancy, as it's being chased down below us by Borthwick, and they get back for a couple.
Good throw, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, not bad. It bobbled on the advertising mat. He's just pointed there. Baz Delayder's on again. I've just noticed on account of the fact that he's right in front of me with the words Delayder on the back of his shirt. So that was the clue.
Yeah. Are you going to follow him now?
I know where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with where he is now.
Follow Delayder.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Oh, absolutely.
That's clever, that, wasn't it?
Not really.
No.
Here is Pretorius. Bowls. That one's flicked away by Guest down to fine leg for 4 more. He moves on to 66. The 150 came up, incidentally, off that last delivery that went for 2. They've gone on to 154 for 2 now. So the 150 came up after 48 overs and 2 balls, which means the latest 50 came up off 11 overs and 5 balls, by far the quickest of the half centuries for Derbyshire in this innings. The first one took forever. 19 overs and 4 balls. It was hard going early doors. 154 for 2 now, though, as Pretorius bowls short and cracked away by Brooke Guest for 4 more. That's successive boundaries and 10 off the last 3 deliveries sent down by Miguel Pretorius. Welcome to the County Championship. 158 for 2. Guest moves on to 70, and the partnership is now worth 97 of 149 deliveries. Just after I said how sleepy the game had gone.
Yeah. It does feel it's been a slow day, though, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. Well, the overall run rate barely above 3. As Pretorius is in again, bowls to Guest. This one's down the leg side, taken by Robinson, moving away to his left. They try and flick it there. Wayne Madsen has a long distance conversation with Brooke Guest from around about 18 yards away. Three members of the Derbyshire board going on a lap of the ground on the far side, including the chairman, Ian Morgan. Just in front of the boundary bar. I doubt they'll call in. Pretorius is in. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Guest to go through to the keeper, but the damage in that over had already been done. 10 off it. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 47. Now for Miguel Pretorius. Madsen has 50. Guest has 70. And Derbyshire are 158 for 2 as we go past the halfway mark in the day. 49 overs gone, 47 overs left to be bowled. So 15 overs away from tea. Won't be far from being on time.
Feels like when you just had lunch.
You won't be getting anything for tea though, so you're
No, I
all right.
wasn't
You
expecting it.
don't have to worry about forcing anything else down until you go out for your large slap-up meal this evening. Hummus and chips. Will it be hummus tonight?
Me? I don't know. Got no idea.
I like to know what I'm eating.
What, hours in advance?
Yeah, on an evenings basis, especially away from home, because you need. There's a certain amount of planning goes into it. You've got to drop out of a pub and into a kebab shop.
Looked like a very full delivery down the leg side there. Dipped quite late, but it looked like it was going to be a leg side full toss. And then Madsen on strike. So Parkington comes in again. He bowls. cut by Madsen off towards the point boundary to Clark for 1. Don't like the idea of having tea at 20 to 4. That's stupid, that. I'll never catch on.
It is a bit early, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we're heading for it. In fact, if they get a move on, they could have bowled more overs before tea and have fewer in the evening session, which would be remarkable.
Yeah. Parkinson once more in and bowls. Possibly a sign, well, a sign that A, there's not been much in the way of wickets, only 2, and B, not many boundaries.
True. There haven't been many.
Which backs up our thoughts that it's been a slow day.
23 boundaries today so far.
Parkinson bowls, gives that a bit more width, and it pops into the keeper's gloves as Guest looks to cut at it. On 70. Plenty of encouragement being shouted by the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick. Parkinson in again, faster delivery. Played off towards deep square leg for 1.
Reverse sweep, I'm predicting.
In comes Parkinson again, and that is a cut. Out through the covers for 1. And is that the 100 partnership?
It is.
And that is coming 157 balls.
Not without alarm.
Early doors.
Matthew Potts is returning after Pistorius bowled 5 overs for 25, but 10 off his last over. So he's now got the sweater on, the numberless sweater.
I don't know what the background to the head-to-head was at Prime Minister's questions today, but Rishi Sunak said the leader of the opposition is keen on people wanting to do, or he said, I'm keen on people wanting to do maths up until the age of 18. Maybe the leader of the opposition is keen on people doing maths up to the age of 61. So he must have been questioning the economic background of something that was being said or whatever, the planning. And it was then pointed out that maybe you should have stuck in at maths because I'm only 60, was the answer.
Excellent.
So,
but you never stop learning, do you?
no.
Never stop learning. Every day's a school day. I'm trying to think what I've learned today, but oh no, it isn't. He stopped. He was on his way there.
Yeah, he was. But he stopped to hear what you'd learned today.
2 slips and a gully. Madsen on strike. Potts bowls to him, and that one is pushed into the offside. And there is no run.
There can't possibly be any more water left up there to drip down from that camera gallery. Where's it all coming from?
I don't know, but it's still dripping.
Yeah. Wonder if there's a jacuzzi up there and just nobody knows.
It's starting to get irritating, actually. The good thing is it's not blowing onto our window.
Yeah.
As Potts is in again. Bowls to Madsen, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. 161 for 2. Having been 61 for 2. That's their first wicket on 24. Derbyshire. That was when Lewis Rees was bowled by Ben Rain, leaving a delivery that crashed into his off stump. Harry Kane bowled by Potts for 16. They're the 2 wickets to have fallen so far today. After Durham elected to bowl first. And in goes Potts. Madsen tries to cut that one, but it was about the right width to cut. Perhaps not as much bounce as he was expecting, and he ends up leaning on his bat.
The sun stopped play at Old Trafford earlier.
The sun?
Yeah, happened here 3 years in a row when Durham came. Too bright. Must have been reflecting off the seats.
There's Potts in again. Bowls to Madsen, who drives him just over the top of... Is that Alex Lees in there? I don't think it is, actually. And the ball is out to the boundary because Lees is going to collect it on the boundary rope.
Oh, I don't think I've mentioned Alex Lees at all today.
Oh, I've talked about him non-stop. Madsen moves on to 56, 165 for 2. It's not Lees on the boundary either, it's Cars. But apart from that, that was a beautiful piece of commentary. Might be Lees sitting down.
It's Pretorius, I think.
Pretorius, yeah, the numberless Pretorius.
Is Lees out there?
I can't see him now, no. No, you mention it. Next delivery from Potts is wide of the off stump and left alone by...
Is he in the gully? Is that him there? Wide-brimmed hat?
It could be, actually, because Potts is bowling, so yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because Potts has been standing in that position. Ben Rain's down at long leg, isn't he? So it must be him. He's the only person left. .56 off 83 deliveries, Wayne Madsen. 71 of 127, Brooke Guest. Partnership 104 as Potts is in again. And that one is driven, but straight to Scott Borthwick by Wayne Madsen. And there is no run, and it's the end of the over as well. Potts' 11th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 31. His figures. Derbyshire 165 for 2. Look at the time. Just missed the quiz question there as well, which is disappointing. I might have been able to relay it to you, Martin. We could have had a think about it. So if, although I can't speak to Tom, if he wants to ask me the quiz question, that'd be handy. The only James Bond theme to get to #1.
Live and Let Die.
Was it? And who sang it? That was Wings, wasn't it?
Wings. It was about 1974 or something, was it? 75?
I don't think we needed the year. Parkinson in the city end. Is it me or you?
It's me,
but you're going next door.
I'm going next door, yeah.
Turned into the leg side by Guest. Picks up a single, moves to 72, 166 for 2. Already got Dominic Dietrich, spelled Dominic, doing the news. Ooh, that's exciting. Next delivery. Oh, he tries the sweep or the scoop. Wayne Madsen. The ball hits his pad and dribbles out into the offside. He's got a very strange email. I've been added as an affiliate to BBC East Midlands, and I can be verified on Twitter. Who cares? Next delivery from Parkinson is pushed into the offside by Wayne Madsen for a single.
Never understood the point of those blue ticks, so I never bothered getting one.
No. You have to pay for them now, don't you? 167 for 2. Field changes quite a lot, and Robinson's just been up to have a word with Parkinson. Might have spotted something. Just the one man on the leg side boundary for Brooke Guest, who isn't necessarily a sweeper, and he pushes this one out into the offside straight to Scott Borthwick. And there is no run. Next delivery from Parkinson pushed into the offside, straight to Borthwick again. So just the 3 of them playing at the moment. The ground was beautiful. It's twice I've heard that clip now, and it mustn't have been here. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Guest for a single. There's the update. You know me so well, Dominic. 168 for 2, Derbyshire. Wayne Madsen on 57, Brooke Guest on 73. Guest's half century, the 11th of his career. He's gone on to make 106 times. Wayne Madsen's half century, the 117th of his career, and he's gone on to make 36 centuries. They've already put on 107 for the 3rd wicket. Derbyshire going nicely. 168 for 2. He was absolutely right when he suggested I hadn't cycled to the ground this morning. I had a group of cyclists here who are going around every county cricket ground to raise money. They've been at several grounds in the north of England. I do still regard this as the north. Certainly not the south, as Potts is in bowls, beginning a new over. Bowls to Brooke Guest, who tries to drive it, does drive it, but doesn't time it into the offside. And there is no run. I'd be reasonably certain that that was fielded by Pretorius in the covers, and it is, I'm happy to say. Don't forget to get in touch, or you can get it. I'm not forcing you to, obviously. As in comes Potts again, bowls, and that one is driven to Pretorius by Brooke Guest. And again, there's no run. Wichita lineman. This looks like a batting paradise, this pitch. Not much happening, so my thoughts have turned to what's for dinner. American hot Donna pizza, pepperoni pizza. I like your style, Wichita lineman. I'll have to make up my mind a little bit later on, but it'll be along those lines as Potts is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Guest as it goes through to wicketkeeper Robinson. You did send that in some time ago, so apologies for not reading it out earlier. Can't really ask people to get in touch and then not read anything out. That's just plain rude. I have been accused of being rude in the past. Potts and Borthwick in conversation. The upshot is no change at all to the field, certainly, as Potts is on his way in, arm bowls, and that one is driven slightly uppishly out to Pretorius. Bounces about 5 yards in front of him. Potts just walks back with his head tilted backwards. Just for a moment, he might have thought he was in with a shout there. Ben Rain in conversation with Zach Chappell. They'll have, I assume, been teammates at Leicestershire. Harry Kame also with Zach Chappell on the far side of the ground in front of the boundary bar next to the East Midlands demolition stand. As Potts is on his way in again. And bowls, that one's left alone by Guest to go through to Robinson. False start there as Martin looked like he was coming back, and now he's not. Clearly had enough. 11 overs after this delivery until the tea interval. So it might not quite be at 340, but it won't be far off. That would be my guess. They've just sent the man back, Graham Clark, onto the square leg boundary. He's about 10 yards in from the boundary, actually, away to our right-hand side, and this one's bowled outside the off stump and left alone by Brooke Guest to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 168 for 2. 57 to Madsen, 73 to Guest. The partnership 107 now from 175 deliveries. And we do indeed have 11 overs to go until the tea interval. Matt Parkinson is going to continue by the look of it. At the far end, the city end. Four overs for 15, his figures at the moment. Tosses himself a catch. And he's in and bowls to Madsen, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Slip backward point. Extra cover, man on the cover boundary. The mid-on is, there's a mid-off, there's a long-off really, and a mid-off halfway back. There's a man close-ish mid-wicket, there's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary, and there's also a man at the backward square leg boundary. And Wayne Madsen appears to have got something in his eye, because he's removed his helmet and he's wiping his face furiously before replacing his helmet and squeezing the sweat out. Lovely. And he waits. Parkinson is in and bowls. He goes back and cuts this one out towards the backward point boundary. Around that boundary comes Clark and keeps him down to a single. Nice piece of fielding. The throw in is taken by Potts rather than allowing it to go through to Robinson. Madsen moves on to 58, 169 for 2. Now Clark's being called in by Parkinson. In fact, the fielders are all much closer when Brooke Guest is on strike. Parkinson and Guest be contemporaries at Lancashire. Madsen bowls over pitched, driven up towards mid-off. There's a shot at the stumps from Ben Rain that misses. Brooke Guest gets home in any case. And there's an auxiliary throw from Alex Lees to the wicketkeeper. The upshot is Guest moves to 74, 170 for 2. A few more people arriving. Plenty of overs left, 42.5 as Parkinson bowls to Madsen, goes on the back foot, pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Borthwick. Plenty of blue sky now as well. Martin's potential rain forecast for this afternoon not coming to fruition as that one is turned into the leg side by Madsen. In comes Parkinson again and bowls. Madsen takes 2 steps down the track towards the bowl and then drives it without much timing up towards long off where Ben Rain does the fielding, and it's the end of the Parkinson over. 5 overs for 18 runs for Matt Parkinson. 171 for 2, Derbyshire. Madsen 59. Guest 74. The partnership now worth 110 for the 3rd wicket. The 2 batsmen have a chat in the middle of the pitch. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere in the 2nd division. Worcestershire 137 for 7 at Oakham School against Leicestershire. They are playing at Headingley now, where Sussex are 57 for 5 against Yorkshire. They've only had 25 overs of play there due to a couple of interruptions for rain. But the visiting sides at both of those games really struggling. Here's Matthew Potts in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who almost chops on, almost gets 4 down to fine leg, but it's a brilliant stop by Ollie Robinson, diving away to his left-hand side. Potts and Madsen have a chat. Potts wants to see the bat, see which part of that inside edge it came off. Madsen moves on to 60, 172 for 2. It was a full-blooded shot from Wayne Madsen. Inside edge, missed the off stump. Robinson had to almost change direction in mid-air. Did brilliantly to get a paw on it. Keep them down to a single. Potts is on his way in again. Bowls, that's wide of the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper by Brooke Guest. Another really good knock from Brooke Guest. His century down at Hove. It was in the first innings, wasn't it? 105 off 236 balls, 14 fours and a 6. As he made 105, he's faced 139 deliveries so far in this inning. This is the 140th, and he leaves it alone to go through to the keeper. And again, there's no run, and Brooke Guest is just starting to find a bit of form, which is great news for Derbyshire. Game down at New Road, he made 19, so not on top form. 4 and 42 against Yorkshire at Chesterfield. This one, well, he tries to reach it. That must have been close to being a wide. Pitched wide, went further wide. He couldn't reach it. 12 and 29 against Gloucestershire. Didn't bat second time around against Leicestershire. Having made naught, a 3-ball duck here at the county ground. 35 in the second innings against Durham. Having made 2 in the first up at Chester Street. The next delivery is turned into the leg side by Guest. They fancy 2 here. He's run the first one quickly. They're going to come back for the second as Parkinson has quite a long chase to go around and pick up the ball and field it. Against Leicestershire in the first game of the season, he made 92 in that rain-affected match at Grace Road. 174 for 2 here, incidentally. And he made 4 and 0 against Worcestershire. So he found a bit of form in the T20, and now he's carrying that through to the red ball competition as well. 76 not out he is. Potts bowls to him and he dabs it down into the offside. Again, they run the first one really quickly. Bryden Cast comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, keeps them down to a single. He moves on to 77 and pinches the strike when Madsen has 60. And at the end of Potts' 13th over, 1 for 35. His figures Derbyshire 175 for 2.
Yes.
Still very quiet out there. I'm from Wichita lineman. That was 38 minutes ago. It's almost like the internet stopped.
Yeah. It's been a peculiar sort of day.
And the world's much better for it. People can't be nasty to each other if the internet's not working, because they won't do it to their faces.
Parkinson out the back of the hand, bowling to Guest. Played back along the fourth rim. No nasty emails for one of our colleagues to read out.
Indeed.
Uh-huh.
Very good.
In comes Parkinson, tapped away up towards mid-on to course by Guest for 1.
Who'd have thought by the end of day 1 we'd be yearning for a nasty email? Eh? If anybody's got anything nasty to say.
My one observation at this point in time is this is a good drying day.
Yes.
Very good drying day. Hot and sunny. Bit of breeze. Played this time by Madsen out into the covers. Put some washing in the washing machine yesterday because it said there might be the odd shower, and by the time it finished it was absolutely bucketing down.
Absolutely.
So it's hanging on an air dryer, like an air thing in the conservatory with all the windows open. Well, they were anyway. It's turned off towards square leg for 1 by Madsen, but it was so damp yesterday that it just didn't matter. It wasn't going to dry.
Well, the Derbyshire flag's stuck on something up there because it's
Where's that? Oh, yeah.
the left-hand side of the members' pavilion. The Durham flag is conspicuous by its absence at the right end.
It's the Durham flag's probably in its bag still. It only ever gets handed over if it's asked for, I was told once. That flag's tied down at the bottom.
Is it?
Yeah. As Guest goes for a quick single here. Course has a go at the stumps and misses. And the ball backed up by Potts at first slip, even though the throw was at the bowler's end. And he was aiming at the stumps at the bowler's end.
He only missed him by 5 yards.
Yeah.
"74 runs since lunch." No. That's absolute nonsense. 104 runs since lunch.
Madsen steps into this shot, plays it up to deep mid-on for 1. And we'll keep strike. 179 for 2. And the partnership continues to 118 from 193 balls.
Something to a right old tangle with that shot there where Madsen was trying to turn it into the leg side. Whether it just straightened on him or slightly misjudged it. The drill is back.
Name that drill.
I'm sure they ought to be able to ask them to stop. Hey, what do I know? Who am I to ask? So Matthew Potts to continue from the racecourse end. It's his 14th over of the day, 1 for 35. He's got it balls to Madsen, who's caught that gully. It just bounced a little bit on him, and he was a bit surprised by that. It was a sharp chance in the end. Alex Lees, I fancy, has taken the catch at gully. And Madsen goes for 62. They have their first breakthrough of the afternoon session. Durham, Derbyshire 179 for 3.
Well, there's the first bowling point as well. It's taken some time though, hasn't it? What over are we in now?
57th.
57th over.
62 off 96 with 9 fours. It was indeed Alex Lees who took the catch. Quite pleased with it. Not like me to knowing to get anything right.
42 for the season for Matthew Potts.
Which is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Hasn't played in all of them either.
Here comes Derbyshire's leading run scorer, and indeed the leading run scorer in the second division, if not the county championship. The lad Rue at Somerset is close. He's having quite the season, isn't he? I was asked about him the other week, and of course we don't play Somerset ever.
You did last year.
Yeah,
you turned up.
Well, yeah, they were there for a bit. Thank you for that.
Are you still having treatment?
Yeah. Rue was yet to come in because Somerset are 194 for 3 against Northamptonshire in the game being played at Wantage Road.
Was that catching the gully or the slips? What do you reckon?
I think it's gully.
Yeah.
I think there's too big a gap. Too big a gap for me for it to be a slip catch. So Lewis Deploy, who can be a slowish starter, but once it's not Lewis Deploy, it's Hayder Ali. What's happening here? Hayder Ali is coming ahead of Lewis Deploy. Lewis Deploy can be a slow starter, but you won't be able to see that for a while because Hayder's come out. James about to James just apologised to the
You've read my scorebook now.
To the entire crowd. I don't write the names down, so I'm all right. James too busy eating next door to spot the right batsman, and I wasn't concentrating. So apart from that, everything's gone.
You really do fly close to the wind at times.
I was so pleased with the Lee's catch, and then I didn't get the right batsman coming out. Remarkable. 179 for 3. Matthew Potts, first delivery to the new batsman, Hayder Ali. And Hayder gets struck on the pad. Did he get a little inside edge on that? Looked close, kept low. Perhaps going down leg. That could be the only thing, really, surely. It didn't hit him outside the line.
Every time I type in Derbyshire on Twitter, it brings up 3 options.
Yeah.
One of them being Victoria Derbyshire, and she's always at the top, but I never click on her.
No.
So I don't know why she's always at the top.
Stalking it. 179 for 3. Potts in bowls to Hayder, who gets his bat on this one, but slightly hurriedly pushes it out to Pretorius in the covers.
When I type in Durham, it gives me the option of Durham Cricket, Durham Constabulary, or Durham Grassroots Cricket. The amount of times Durham Constabulary have taken a wicket is incredible.
Not a bad sign, to be fair. So another score in the 60s and 70s for Wayne Madsen. Potts is on his way in bowls to Hayder, who gets the bat on that one, pushes it up to Parkinson at mid-on. There's no run. 2 balls of the over remain. Derbyshire 179 for 3. It's fairly obviously not Lewis Deploy on account of the fact that Deploy's a left-hander. I wonder what the thinking behind that is. Perhaps Madsen was out at the precise moment that Lewis went to the toilet. Potts is in bowls to Hayder. He'll have his pads on now. That one is pushed out to Pretorius and there's no run. South African fielding in the covers. Derbyshire's only overseas. There isn't another overseas in the...
Is he normally on the loo at 3:15 on a Wednesday?
Yeah, that's generally when he goes. Yeah. Just Pretorius, isn't it? The overseas for Durham?
And Beddingham.
Beddingham. I always forget Beddingham because he's like a season...
He was in Nottingham for a few years.
And he's a season-long one as well, isn't he? Potts in bowls to Hayder, who gets a leading edge on that one, pushes it up towards Borthwick at mid-off. And a wicket maiden for Matthew Potts. 2 for 35 from 14 overs and 5 maidens. 179 for 3 Derbyshire. Hayder yet to get off the mark. Guest has 79. Yeah, Hayder the only overseas for Derbyshire in this game. No Saranga Lakmal due to that groin injury that he picked up at Hove last week. Clutched it straight away. We all knew he didn't have to come out and bat. Fortunately, even with a good groin, he wouldn't be much of a batsman. Bless him. But with a groin strain, I think the quick singles are out of the question. So they've got that Manning catching mid-on He's not quite silly, but he's not particularly smart.
Parkinson balls, defended by Guest. It rolls short on the leg side, no run.
I'm glad he's turned around there now so I can see who it is. It is Beddingham who's fielding in there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's at an angle. The non-striking batsman and the batsman are, there's Beddingham between the two of them. They're appealing for an LBW to a ball that seems to have stuck underneath the front leg, front foot, but looked like it was going down the leg side anyway.
Borthwick's getting ready.
Still 6.4 overs to tea, but adrift on this one, played away by Guest out into the covers.
Jimmy Drew going on a lap.
Next ball pushed out to Borthwick in the covers. Throw comes back in. Keeper takes it in front of Guest, the batsman. Guest backing off towards the stumps as the throw came in. The keeper leaping in front of him to grab it one-handed. 179 for 3 here on the BBC. Comes Parkinson, pushed away by Guest up to wide mid-on for 1. There was a shout of catch it, but it really wasn't off the floor that much and for not very long, and it was wide of Beddingham at silly mid-on. Potter's at first slip here, Pretorius and mid-wicket. Carlos at backward point, you got Jones at mid-on, Rain at mid-off, Clark at deep extra cover. Parkinson in again. And that angles in towards the foot of the off stump and is played safely away by Ali. Dot ball, end of the over, 184-3, one off it.
Seven overs for 23, Matt Parkinson. Understandably, Matthew Potts going to continue, but a good little spell from Matthew Potts. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 in this current spell. 2 for 35 overall from his 14 overs. Picked up the wicket of Wayne Matson in his previous over, a wicket maiden. That run rate slowly started to creep up, 3.1 for the innings, and Hayder waits as Potts bowls to him, and he cracks this one away. Only for a single out towards the point boundary, where it's fielded by Pretorius. Hayder off the mark. No, he isn't, because it was Brooke Guest. He moves on to 81. So Hayder back on to strike. 6 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark. 181 for 3. Potts at the top of his mark. On his way in now. A couple of slips in the gully. And he's in to bowl to Hayder, who defends this one back to him with the toe end of the bat. The happy-go-lucky Potts smiles as he turns. Always good to see. Parkinson and Clark in conversation on the leg side. The only man out on the leg side boundary is Ben Rain down at long leg as Hayder defends this next one. Parkinson threatens to throw down the stumps with his left hand. I'd like to see that as he does the fielding coming around from mid-on. And it remains 181 for 3.
So how many overs were there after at lunch? 31, and the wicket came
down,
56, so 25 overs later.
Potts is in, bowls to Hayder, strikes him on the pad. Big appeal. Not out, says umpire Mark Newell. Not sure Potts can quite believe that. Well, he does point to suggest that it might have been going down leg side. Not the umpire, Potts. 2 balls left in the over. the way things have gone today, looks like it's a difficult pitch to get in on. Potts on his way in again. Racecourse end, bowls to Hayder, who gets a thick inside edge. The ball goes out into the leg side. Ball is fielded by Graham Clark, and Hayder is off the mark with a single. And he also, I was going to say, pinches the strike, but there's one more ball to go. 182 for 3. My 2:30 was an hour ago. My 3:30 has been slightly delayed because they're in the kitchen. Never a particularly good thing. And next delivery is, edge down to the vacant third man area for 4 by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 85. 186 for 3 with a little bit of good fortune involved there. End of the over. Hayder has 1. And we have 5 more overs until the tea interval.
It's interesting in terms of the comparison between this game and Gloucestershire last week. Gloucestershire battled hard for their runs. They batted first. Chris Dent, 164 deliveries before he was eventually out for 82. But at tea, you really felt Durham hadn't bowled particularly well, hadn't put the pressure on, and then after tea, they ran through them. But it started when Potts got Dent caught behind, and it was a different game after that. Of course, different type of ball on a different ground this week, but a similar story. Parkinson to continue. Bellingham still in there. It's silly mid-on. As this is defended by Hyder Ali. Now he started the day on 423, 103 50s this season. One of the leading batsmen at Derbyshire this year. Still about 500 behind the latest deploy though. Next ball's played towards point. Borthwick comes in and picks it up.
We started the season opening the batting, but this looks far more comfortable in the middle order.
Jones has dropped to long on here. Parkinson bowls, and he looks to nudge that through the leg side, gets a bit of a leading edge, and then plays a completely different shot in the rehearse, the post delivery.
The bit after it.
Replay that bit after it,
it.
where they waft the bat,
Yeah,
pretend this is the shot I wanted to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Parkinson in once more. Ali flicks this to mid wicket. It's picked up by Lees in his wide brimmed hat. Umpires Jack Chantry and Mark Newell. Referee in this one, Simon Hinks. This ball is played out through the mid-wicket area, through the cover area, so for 1.
I think the referee should have a whistle, shouldn't he? Yeah. I don't know what they do.
Mike Smith was the referee last year who had to, basically impound Nick Maddenson's bat. It sat in the room next to us. We were staring at it through the window most of the day, and then it was boxed, sealed, and sent off to the ECB as Exhibit A, Your Honour. End of the over, top ball. He said he'd used the bat before, and it must have swollen in the rainy conditions. To be fair, it didn't look like it had been used at all. That brought some jokes from 1 or 2 observers.
Yes.
Then there was also a suggestion the splice on the back wasn't in a straight line, and so that was the reason it wouldn't fit through the V.
Oh yeah, the old splice, not in a straight line.
Either way, it was a 10-point deduction for Durham.
Which nobody noticed.
No, because it was announced on Christmas morning.
4 hours until tea. Matthew Potts to bowl the first of those, bowling to Hayder, who pushes this out into the offside. Fielded on the tumble by Pretorius.
Oh,
there's no run.
The Aussies are 4 down. Moeen Ali
like a knife through butter.
Gets a review, and Labershane's gone for 51. 183 for 4.
Who's the other one out then?
Oh, I don't know. I'm reading it off Twitter.
Oh, come Shame yourself. Smith's gone as well for 41. This next delivery is defended by Hayder. So it's Travis Head on 44, and Mitch Marsh has just gone out there on 1. Australia 184 for 4. I thought you'd have got the Smith dismissal. LBW bowled Wood for 41. 5 4s and a 6 in Steve Smith's innings, so he wasn't hanging about. 187 for 3 here, Derbyshire. As Potts is in bowls to Hayder, who drives handsomely out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Beautiful shot from Hayder. His first boundary moves him on to 6. 191 for 3 now. A mere 59 runs away from the first batting bonus point. That was a beautiful shot from the Pakistan international. I keep calling him that. I don't know when the last time he played was. I think he's only played 6 times, but if I played once, I'd be calling myself an international, so he's got 6 times more reasons to call himself one.
Did you not play anything? Handball?
Nothing.
Tiddlywinks?
No.
No. First man off the plane in Magaluf?
No. Never been to Magaluf, you'd be surprised to know.
Right.
Potts is in bowls to Head, who just guides this down into the gully. Tumbling stop, and an extra tumble for good measure from Alex Lees. Dot ball. 191 for 3. It remains. I've just got to go and do an update.
Where are you going?
I'm
Just
not,
there?
I'm not going anywhere, but
I was just a bit concerned you were disappearing somewhere else there. Potts in again. Balls. Oh, that one moved away quite sharply on Ali there. He was fishing for it outside the line of off stump as well. Comes past the umpire and bowls. That one spits up a little bit and is fended off by Ali across towards short mid-wicket. Parkinson bowls, driven by Guest, short extra cover, stops it. That is Borthwick. In comes the bowler again, and pushing a run here from Guest up towards mid-off. In comes Parkinson, city end. Oh, and an attempted cut there from Hyder Ali. He's got to glove that down into the ground. I think he's been done with a wrong in there. Played and messed it up, really. Next ball is defended right on middle stump. Beddingham jogs in from silly mid on to field on the strip. Next ball in and defended. One ball of the over to go. And this is defended as well as Ali goes back into his crease, plays it away from off stump, short on the offside end of the over, 192 for 3. And he has 6, Guest 86. I do wonder what you're talking about half the time when you know.
Shak Shukur we were talking about there, which is a Moroccan dish they've just been cooking in the kitchen at Radio Derby.
Right.
It's a sort of
Did
tomato.
they fill in the risk assessment forms?
I'm fairly sure they did.
Yeah.
Tomato base with eggs that poach inside the liquid.
Yeah.
You can chuck black puddings in. So essentially, it's a Moroccan all-day breakfast.
Yeah, I had that in a
I'm not
bar on the
surprised.
Roca Riviera a couple of weeks ago and didn't really know what I was ordering, but it was that. Yeah.
Shak Shukur.
Yeah. Very nice. It
Sounds nice, yeah. Sally's threatened to send me a photograph. I did tell her not to, but you never know. Matthew Potts on his way in to begin a new over from the racecourse end. And Brooke Guest, for some reason, has a real swing at that one outside the off stump when he's been leaving them alone quite successfully. He doesn't make contact. Ball goes through to Robinson behind the stumps, but that was a risky shot, just 12 balls out from the tee interval. A little bit out of character as well from Guest. Perhaps he's in a hurry to get these 14 runs and get to a century before tea. I think he should put those thoughts away and come back for the evening session and potentially get to 3 figures then. There's Potts once more. Bowls to Guest, who clips this away in the leg side. They've run one. Are they going to come back for the second? No. Hayder fancies it, but Rain's there already and throwing the ball in. So a wise decision. Guest moves to 87, 193 for 3. It's warming up in here, isn't it?
Sun's gone in as well.
I know. I just think it's really warm in here. I'll have to put
The window's open, isn't it?
Put the aircon on. At tea time, let it get too cold, of course.
It will. Now we'll be sitting inside in jumpers,
Yes, which is
covered in suntan cream, wondering why we're cold.
entirely pointless. Potts in again, bowls to Hayder, who defends this one back to the bowler. Hayder's got tea in mind. Now he's bending down, or kneeling down to a type of shoelace.
If I was to go from here to Shardlow, which way would you go from here? Do you go around the ring road, around the
I have a clue.
east side?
What I do is I put it in a sat-nav.
Yeah. Does it take you out of the M1 and then down and back in or not? No.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No. Well, you must have done the journey many times.
I've been to Sawley.
Sawley.
This next one, goes straight through Hayder, and he's down on his haunches. Potts, and I'm not surprised. That was a terrific delivery. Just cut back at him. So you'd go on to the A52, and about 2 stops up, you'd come off. You go around, and it takes you down to the A50. That'd be the way to go. Turn left onto the A50, then the next junction after the services is Sawley and Long Eaton.
Right.
I'd go that way. You can go.
Ah, right. That's where he lives. Right.
You can go up to the
Right.
towards the M1 and then through Long Eaton that way.
Yeah.
Potts is in again, and that one is turning to the leg side nicely. They're going to get at least 2 here as it's been chased down by Clark. Graham Clark gets to the ball now, turns and throws, and they stick to 2, and Hayder moves up to 8, 195 for 3.
That's on the River Trent, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, right. I'm thinking, right, Sawley's next to the Plank and Leggett pub, which I've
Yes.
been here before. So I've played golf at Trent Lock a few times. But I'm thinking of Shardlow, which is on the canal. Hence, you didn't know the pub I was on about.
Absolutely no idea what you were talking about.
So there's Sawley there,
Yeah.
there's Shardlow there.
That's quite a long way from it. You could cycle from Shardlow to Sawley tomorrow, couldn't you? And back again. If you really put your
I don't know if the towpath along the River Trent would be usable.
if you really put your back into it, if you were serious about cycling, that's what you'd do.
Right, not that far.
195.
Be about 3 miles if you're lucky. No, just a nice towpath would do.
Beautiful. Put a rope round your waist. You could drag one of the barges, couldn't you? Potts then to complete his over with 1 more to go after this until tea. He's in and bowls to Hayder, who gets a short delivery, pulls it around the corner for a single down to Ben Rain at long leg. Hayder moves on to 9 and pinches the strike. Brooke Guest has 87, and Derbyshire with 1 over to go until tea, as I say, a 196 for 3. So in this session, they put on 122 runs for the loss of Wayne Madsen, having gone to lunch at 74 for 2.
Right.
So
If Durham could nip another one now, they'd be pretty pleased with that.
Would they?
I would. Given how the day's panned out, I think they would have imagined.
4 wickets down at tea, having put the opposition
Well,
into bat.
I think they'd be pleased given how the day's gone. Certainly it wouldn't have been what their plan was this morning. But Parkinson into Ali, who slams this up into the air and into the temporary permanent. It's gone off the back of it.
I think it's gone over the top.
It's bouncing back down the
There
steps.
it is. It's on that step, yeah. It's on that step.
It hit the very back row,
Yeah.
hit the fence and bounced back down.
Yeah, decent shot
Yeah.
from Hayder. Doesn't like to hang around very often.
If he's going to start slogging, it goes down into the jeopardy world, corridor of uncertainty.
That's it's not fair, sir. He's slogging it. Tell it to bat properly. For goodness sake. Nice shot from Hayder.
David says, hi Marty, the breakfast Dave has just been on about, was it named after a Croatian footballer, Davor Suker?
No, it wasn't, but it was the same spelling. Well, I'd say it's the same spelling. That's how I spelt it when I wrote it down. Right. Shuker, but who knows?
Parkinson in again, flights this right up to Ali, played back along the floor to the bowler. I think the one I had bits of sausage in it, like...
That sounds like cassoulet.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was because it had the eggs and tomatoes.
Yeah.
It was a Moroccan thing. Parkinson bowls. It's cut to backward point. Stopped by Carse, no run. Oh, it was tasty. Chorizo sausage. It had bits of chorizo in it, I think.
Yeah, I'm not keen on them. Skin's a bit hard.
Yeah. Next ball is pushed away by Ali out towards mid-wicket, 4-1. 2 balls left to T. T's late.
Yeah, but not by much.
No.
Not by much. 16.
Well, you were promising me a T on time earlier today, and they've drifted. They've drifted by 6 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's more Durham's fault than mine, I would have thought.
This is defended by Guest. Rolls to Beddingham at Sealy mid-on. 1 ball left then. The wicket came, of course, and that adds 2 or 3 minutes in, doesn't it? Especially when the wrong batsman came out.
Yeah, caused much confusion.
Next ball bowled by Parkinson, and that is your allotment. And the 200s come up in that over as well with that 6. 203 for 3.
87 off 160 deliveries for Brooke Guest. 16 off 33 for Hayder. And if I could do maths, I'd tell you how many runs we'd had in the afternoon session, but I can't. 129 for 1, I think, in the afternoon session. So I think it's fair to say that was Derbyshire's session after a morning session in which they scored very, very pedestrianly. And lost a couple of wickets. They lost just 1 in the afternoon session, and I think that Derbyshire, having been put into bat after losing the toss, and with Leicester ploy still to come, with Hayder Ali having come out ahead of him, will be very pleased indeed. The ground staff are making their way out. We're going to make our way off. We'll be back inside 20 minutes for the evening session, the final 32 overs of the first day. Derbyshire 203 for 3. in and balls to Reed. 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 Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the evening session of this County Championship match, County Championship Second Division match between Derbyshire and Durham. I think it's fair to say that it was Derbyshire's afternoon. I'm slightly distracted because the young boy Rue is batting, is into bat down at in the game involving Somerset, so we'll have to keep an eye on that because Leicester-Ploy didn't come into bat, and as a result, he may well be. James Rue was on 954 runs going into the innings that he's currently batting. Leicester-Ploy on 979, a race to the first batsman to 1,000 runs, and Rue has the upper hand, you would suspect, because he's out in the middle now. He's on 6 not out. At T with Somerset 226 for 4. I'll try and keep an eye on that. If he's on 6, he moves up to 960, so he's still 19 runs behind Deploy and 40 away from 1,000, obviously. And that makes perfect sense. In the other 2 games in this division, Worcestershire 171 for 9 in the 61st over against Leicestershire at Oakham. And the game between, where is the game between Yorkshire? There it is, and Sussex. It's in Leeds, thank you, Martin. It's raining, and Sussex is 62 for 5 in the 28th over. My always helpful colleague Martin Emerson is back.
2 hotels.
Yeah.
Same brand, same town.
Yeah.
Maybe a mile apart.
50 quid difference.
Well, you'd expect that you could move your booking from one to the other, but they have to cancel the original booking while we'll charge you £150 a night for a new one instead of the original 110.
Ooh.
No, thank you.
Scarborough.
Yeah.
They're like that in Yorkshire, though, aren't they?
Are you from Yorkshire or not?
No.
No, you're from Tranmere, right?
Well,
the
I'm
Wirral.
from the Wirral, yeah.
Birkenhead.
Home of the Open.
Yes. Royal Hoylake. I went there the first time.
Royal Liverpool.
Yeah. At Hoylake.
At Hoylake,
Yeah.
yeah. I never understood that when I was a kid. Ben Rain, first ball of the evening session. The Hayder alley pushed out into the onside, and there is no run. So we should finish around about 6:15, which is remarkable.
I bet it drifts.
Oh, it will. But if we see a bit more spin as we get towards the new ball, the second new ball, you never know. We're still 16 overs away from that.
What year was it that Hoylake staged the first Open? Was it 2007?
Ballesteros won there, didn't he? I don't know. Ben Rain in again, bowls to Hayder, and there is no run.
I thought when I went and Tiger Woods won, I thought that was the first time they'd staged an Open there. Had they had one previously in the 80s?
Yeah, and before that as well.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure that Jacqueline played there in an Open, I would guess. Just having a little look. First staged the Open Championship in 1897 as Rain is in. I didn't go to that one. Oh, he plays at that one outside the off stump. Hayder, no particular pace, but really good, skillful bowling from Ben Rain. 1 for 25 from 15.5 overs. And then in the modern era, so it staged a lot to start with, but then 67, 2006,
2006,
2014 in the modern era, 1956 before that, 47 before that.
2006 had been a mega east-west split with the weather.
As in goes Rain again and bowls. That one is turned up towards Bryden Carson. There's no run. He's fielding at mid-on.
So a bit like what we've had in recent times, massive thunderstorms all down the east side of Britain, but once you got over the Pennines, it was red hot. So went to Hoylake on the Sunday, and you know all those tall grasses and the reeds, they just turned to dust. People had trampled on. It was just dust everywhere. And Tiger Woods won, and as he was on the final green, one of these Justice for Fathers, people ran on and chucked some purple paint on the green.
Rain in again, balls to Hayder, who defends it back up towards mid-off this time. Fielded by Scott Borthwick.
Well, we got very lucky there because we were driving up and down the seafront and there's all these adverts. Park an hour drive for 25 quid. And then it just dawned on my dad that we had a relative who lived somewhere around
So
there.
you found her and you parked on her drive?
Yeah.
I know.
And her husband was one of the volunteers on the course. Unfortunately, they've moved. So any plans I was hatching this week to go back have been ruined by the fact they don't live there anymore.
First non-British winner was at Hoylake. Rain bowls, and that one is cut away down to a wide third man for 4 runs by Hayder, who moves on to 20, 207.
Nice shot,
4-3. Arnaud Massy from France won it in 1907.
There was the story in the now long defunct magazine Golf Punk, which a lot of Premier League footballers plunged their money into, including quite a few at Sunderland back in the day, of a guy who just invited himself to the Open one year.
Yes.
He was a builder or a crane driver or something.
Yeah.
And he really wasn't very good at golf.
He was only in qualifying though, wasn't he? And he had no right to be in qualifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember his name either, but...
In fact, I think he turned up with only half a set of clubs or something.
Yeah. It's kind of low-down trick I'd do, really.
Parkinson to continue his spell from before tee. Right arm over to Guest. Guest plays it up to mid-off, no run there.
I've just seen Leas deploy run up the steps, and he still had his tracksuit bottoms on.
Maybe he's injured or something.
Yeah, ill would be more likely, wouldn't it? But
next ball in, an inside edge. He didn't know where that had gone there. Guess he's looking all over the place. It's gone behind him. He's called through for a single. It went towards square leg. Thick edge.
What kind of throw was that from Alex Lees? Bizarre.
Hoylake was a bit like Birkdale, very good for watching the golf because there's quite a few natural lumps and bumps on the course which give you a good view across what's going on. Ball played short by Ali too. Silly mid-on, no run there.
Yeah, my lad's going on Friday.
Are you?
I'm
Oh,
not.
all right.
I'm not. I've got
How much is it for a ticket these
virtually
days?
no interest. He didn't tell me, so I assume it was a lot.
It used to be back in those days, it was about 40 quid and then it kept going up a fiver every year. This ball is cut to backward point. Last one I went to was at Muirfield. It was the middle of a heat wave. Drove up one Thursday morning, there was hardly anybody there.
I knew you were coming.
Yeah. Next ball is pushed by Ali to point again to Rain. There was a big row that week because I think Muirfield was one of the clubs that still didn't allow women in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And then that sort of dominated the story of the week. And then the R&A at the end of it were due to have the press conference on the Monday morning and cancelled it. It's not been back there since. This is played by Ali back to Parkinson, who dives on top of a return ball, end of the over. I think they didn't make much money that week now. It's really difficult to get to, mind, as well. Out in North Berwick, because everybody thinks, got Edinburgh right on the coast, but the coast dips an awful long way west to where Edinburgh is compared to where North Berwick is. It's miles away. And it takes quite a long time from coming off the A1 to get across there.
Ben Rain from the race course end, his 17th over of the day. Unlucky only to have 1 wicket. Bowls to Guest, who drives it down the ground for 4 runs and moves into the 90s. 92 not out. Brooke Guest, 212 for 3. We were marvelling at tee. It's the 11th time he's got to 50, and 6 of those times he's gone on to make 100, which is a remarkable conversion rate. Small-ish sample size, but still very impressive, and a century against Worcestershire. It will be his 7th for Derbyshire. They've all been for Derbyshire, which would move him to within 5 of Bill Storer, the great Bill Storer, who got 12 centuries as a wicket-keeper back in the day. They've lost the ball, incidentally. They found it now. Bryden Cast was threatening to come down and help Scott Borthwick. He gets a little round of applause for finding the ball underneath the covers, I assume. Can't see them. No, they're over there to the left. So I don't know why I couldn't find it, really. And here is Ben Rain again. In and bowls to Guest, who defends this one off the back foot out into the onside, Clark Fields. And there is no run. So Rue is batting. So I'll have to keep an eye on him for the race to 1,000 runs in the championship. It's between him and Lewis Deploy, you would have thought. As Rain sets off again. In and bowls, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. Rue at tee, as I said, 6 not out, which takes him up to 960. Lewis Deploy on 979. It's a very minor thing, but Derbyshire had the first player to 1,000 runs last season. It's Shan Masood. Surprisingly, as he scored 2 double centuries. Rain in again, bowls on that, a little inside edge onto his pads. Hence the appeal from behind the stumps, but nothing from Ben Rain, who could quite clearly see it, as we could.
5 p.m. inspection in Leeds, which is too far north today.
Yeah, fairly unpleasant place to be based when it's raining, Headingley. It's not that good when it's not raining. Rain on his way in. Bowls to Guest, who goes on the back foot, pushes it out into the offside. Big cry of no as Potts moves around into the covers to do the fielding.
600 test wickets for Stuart Broad.
That's remarkable, isn't it? Absolutely remarkable. To get 600 test wickets and not be the leading test wicket taker in your country. He will possibly have the chance to do that. I don't know how many Jimmy's got now, do you, off the top of your head? I'm not sure.
Find out for you.
Rain in and bowls, but played off the back foot nicely by Brooke Guest. He'll pinch the strike here as it's fielded out there in the distance on the point boundary.
209 for 5, the Aussies.
Different substitute fielder this time. He's making his way off, so I've no idea who he is. I don't think, well, it isn't Baz Delader because he hasn't got Baz Delader's hair. Whoever it is, he's gone. 213.
Brandon Glover.
That's it.
Can't see. I'm looking through 5 different bits of glass here.
One of the many Dutchmen.
That's George Drizzell.
So you've got rain and drizzle.
Yeah.
Blimey.
And they were both bowling at the same time.
Was it raining?
And it got rained off against Yorkshire, so wouldn't do that again.
Too risky.
Yeah. Parkinson in, bowls, defended by Guest, who's on 93. Yeah, the night Durham lost, I think they got about 8 overs in a game against Yorkshire in a T20 probably about a month ago. And it was the first match that had started at Durham in the T20 that hadn't finished for 6 years.
No.
Defended here by Guest.
Very proud record. There's only you keep stats on things like that, though, isn't there?
I just looked it up. I mean, there's games that haven't started, but I think there's a couple of matches that hadn't got started, but there was one against Worcestershire, maybe one against Notts, but I was just trying to...
certainly one against Derbyshire, because...
yeah, well, that was your home game, though, so I class that as a away match.
No, that was before that.
That was the T20 year, wasn't it?
19.
So it's defended. Yeah, but for games to start and then not finish, I was trying to think back when the last one was, and it had been against Worcestershire, June 26... no, it was 2016, 7 years. Parkinson bowls again. Guest plays this towards point. Tizzy dot ball. Guests at 105 against Sussex last week. As Parkinson bowls, another defensive shot. And he got 92 against Leicestershire and Leicester. And against Durham, he's got a century to his name. .116 in Chesley Street in 2022.
688 Test wickets, Jimmy Anderson.
688.
Not bad. For a lad from
I
Birmingham.
wonder how many of them you can actually remember.
Rain begins a new over, bowling to Hayder, who pushes this one out into the offside. Fielded by Potts. And there's no run, and the shoelace is undone again.
Davey Fenwick says, "Hi Marty and Dave, the golfer you were on about who invited himself to the Open, there was a film made in 2021, The Phantom of the Open."
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Didn't give you his name though, did it?
No.
I suppose the Phantom of the Open would tell us his name.
Yeah.
Hayder's ready now, having tied up his shoelace. 213 for 3. He's got 20. And he waits as Rain bowls to him. And that one is pushed out into the offside. The scamper through for a quick single. Potts has a shy at the stumps for no apparent reason. And it's well backed up by Robinson, who has to tumble to get
Mr.
one of his
Tumble.
gloves on the ball. Hayder moves to 21, 214 for 3.
David was queuing for his plastic season ticket earlier today rather than the barcodey, QR codey version. I can't remember if they said there would be a charge for that or not. I think they might have initially said if you wanted a plastic card it was a tenner and then changed their minds. I can't remember what the final outcome of that was. Season's only about
2 weeks,
2 weeks
two
away,
weeks
is
on
it?
Saturday,
Yeah.
yeah. 2 weeks on Saturday, the Football League starts. They're removing one of the members of the slip cordon. So they've got a first slip and a fourth slip, fifth slip gully, and a man at point. The man at point has his hands on his knees at the moment as he waits. I assume that's Lee's. And this one is defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside towards Potts, who sticks out a right foot, allows the ball to bounce up off it, picks it up that way. Beautifully done.
England's women are playing some footy tournament in September, so there's a game at the
in
Stadium of
September.
Light.
Must be qualifiers.
The
then, 'cause
launch of the
World Cup's-
Nations Cup or something.
Oh, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
Don't know what
sounds
that is.
about right.
Anyway.
It's the same as the Men's Nations Cup, I would have thought.
Oh, is that thing that nobody understands?
Well, I think people understand it. Rain bowls, and that one is cut away off the back foot down towards backward point. There is a fielder out there, so they'll only take a single. Guest moves to 94, 215, 4-3. That was Pretorius out there in the distance.
Anyway, England's women are playing somebody, so Sunderland's match against Cardiff's been moved back to Sunday, the 24th of September. Their opener against Ipswich is on a Sunday for the TV. Traditional kick-off time of 5 o'clock or something like that.
That's the price you pay for being a successful club, Martin. Hayder waits. Rain bowls, triply drives it straight to the man at point. Here's Alex Lees. He did well to get both hands on that one. In fairness, he hit it pretty hard, Hayder. 215 for 3 it remains.
Must be around about now when I covered my last match as a Sunderland commentator, an away game at York in a pre-season friendly 20 years ago this week.
25 past 4. In goes Rain. Bowls to Hayder. Short delivery. Pulls into the leg side. Almost takes out Jack Chantry, the umpire, and goes out as far as Clark, and they pick up a single. Did well to get out of the way of that, Jack. Hayder moves to 22 and pinches the strike. Guest has 94. And Derbyshire 216 for 3. It hit pretty hard. It was a slow, well, it wasn't a slow bounce, but it was a bounce that just ballooned up. It was fairly straightforward for Hayder to hit into the leg side square. Pretorius just keeping himself
His answer,
supple.
he was called Morris Flitcroft.
That's him. Correct. Well done. Point to that man.
And there was no charge for the plastic card.
Excellent. Just 3 hours out of your life.
Yes.
which is probably worth more than a tenner for most people.
Parkinson comes in here and bowls. Ball played back towards him, and he goes for a quick single, actually. Ball runs up to mid-off. Well, if that's the case, I think I'll go and get the plastic versions as well.
Get a plastic card, mate. Shove it in your wallet.
You need it in your hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Proper.
Yeah.
You know, tap it on the table and make sounds with it. And that.
Don't lose it, though.
No.
It's a tenner for a replacement.
Yeah. Parkinson in again. And Guest down the track, plays it to wide mid-off for 1. Picked up by Jones, so he moves on to 95. So looking for his second century of the season, isn't it? Didn't we say?
Second in a row, certainly.
Yeah. I think his other score this year was in the 90s.
Yes.
Turned by Ali towards backward square leg. There's nobody there. Lees has to run from mid-wicket to come and collect it, so they get 2 runs. I would say, David, that it's all fairly straightforward, this, from a Derbyshire point of view.
Seems to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Seems to be. I know what you're trying to do, though.
I'm not. I don't believe in jiggery-pokery.
No, I don't.
As the
Absolute nonsense.
Duckworth Lewis song that somebody sent me today was entitled. Next ball's played back to Parkinson by Ali Noah in there. I saw Ajaz Patel bowl a better ball at Bristol this year than the supposed ball of the century.
Yeah.
That, got Mike Gatting out. Next ball's a wideish ball and is cut hard by Ali out towards the cover boundary to Clark for 1. Gatting didn't play a shot, did he?
No. Did he get a wicket?
Yeah, it did. It was a cracking delivery. Came back at a right angle.
Was that a right angle or a right angle?
Next ball played by Guest to short. Not silly mid-on, no run there, end of the over. It basically pitched down the leg side. Why the batsman didn't pad up to it, I don't know, but it shot back across him. And ka-ching.
As they said. Hader and Brooke Guest having a chat. They put on 42 so far for the 4th wicket. The fact that the players all sit inside the changing room behind that glass means that you can't see if Leicester Ploy is currently juggling.
Does he get migraines at all? Or
Don't know. Don't know. I know he juggles before he bats, though. Miguel Pretorius in for a new spell. Bowls to Hader, who clips this nicely into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 27, 222 for 3.
Some Premier League club unveiled their new away strip yesterday, and that looked, to me, that looked like what a migraine would look like. Because they described me in colours and waves and all this kind of thing.
I just get barbed wire. It's like flashing barbed wire.
Do you?
I don't get them as much now as I did when I was a lot younger.
Yeah.
Pretorius bowls to Guest, who guides this out into the offside for a single. There might have been 2 there. They really hurried, but they decided against it. Guest moves to 96 and 1 good blow away from another century. 223 for 3. The ideal would be for him to get it while I was doing the update. It's always exciting when something happens live in an update, especially a century. It probably won't. Borthwick just asking Pretorius if he wants a change in his field, and the man at backward point is going to stay at backward point but go a bit deeper. There's also a man out on the point boundary who's moving squarer. And Pretorius is in and bowls to Hader, who defends up towards Ben Rain, and there's no run. Anybody who came this morning fearing the worst as far as the weather is concerned have been very pleasantly surprised. There is a lot of blue sky up above. I'm not sure that that's been as pleasant a surprise for the Durham players as it has been for the spectators and the Derbyshire batsmen. As Hayder waits and Pretorius bowls, Jimmy clips that one into the leg side. He might fancy 2 here as Clark's got quite the run to get to the ball. He gets there now. And they come back for 2. Hayder moves to 29, 225 for 3. I'll have to bring the weekly shower forward to tonight. At this rate, blimey, it's warming up in here. Sun beating in. You don't know the conditions we're working in, everybody. 225 for 3. Pretorius is in, bowls to Hayder, who pushes this out into the offside.
I don't think it's that warm in here, actually.
You've got shorts on, though. You see, I put the long pants on.
Yeah, well, you see, I weighed it up good and proper this morning. Conditions, stickiness, humidity.
And then predicted it was going to rain, and it didn't.
Yeah. So for you, with your jeans on, it's like being on the set of Tenko.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one for our younger listeners.
Isn't it just? I think that was even before my time. Pretorius bowls, and he has a big swing at that one. Does Hayder outside the off stump, misses it, goes through to the keeper, survives. 0 for 51 off 15 overs now. Pretorius 225 for 3. Derbyshire. Hayder has 29, and Guest has 96. It's only the news at the moment. We've got the weather and then me.
Oh wow, they're stringing out, don't they? I think I missed the Great Yorkshire Show last week. I forgot it was on.
It was on. So
Yeah.
if you didn't go, you'd missed it.
It's a good day out, that.
It's as if you like sheep and cows.
Ah, there's plenty going on, milling around all the different stalls, and the food hall's good crack. Parkinson to Guest. Oh, that didn't half turn.
Didn't it just?
Played and missed there. And the nervous 96ers. Parkin flicks the ball from one end to the other, comes in again, and bowls back of the hand. It's gone down the leg side. It's swept round the corner, and there's nobody there, is there? Is that the?
No.
That is his century. Back-to-back centuries for Brooke Guest, 105 at Sussex last week, and today he's got there in 181 balls. And in terms of fours, that is 15 fours.
It's his 7th for Derbyshire. Takes him 5 behind Bill Storer. So I got distracted by an email from Burton.
Parkinson in again. Guest praises to mid-wicket, no run there. Nice moment for the young batsman. It's what memories are made of, Dave.
I know.
Next ball bowled by Parkinson, played to mid-wicket, no run there.
9-week heat wave from the beginning of August.
Who says?
Daily Express. I've no idea.
Well, if it's them or the Mirror or any of that other group who keep writing those silly stories, they get you heating on. It's pushed away out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, it's all nonsensical.
Some of the nonsense they write in these papers, these weather stories, quoting weather experts you've never heard of. This is a no ball. How can a spinner bowl a no
That is
ball?
unbelievable. On that note, I'm going to leave you for the update.
Okay, then.
That is remarkable.
Thanks for popping in. Sun continues to shine here in Derby. Lots of blue sky on show. Been a fluffy cloud to the south of us. As Guest plays this towards mid-wicket, no run there. And that is the end of the over. An over in which he got his century, his 7th in first-class cricket, his 2nd in a row this season. His 2nd against Durham as well. Mikhail Pretorius to come back into the attack. First ball is defended here by Haider Ali, who's on 29. Worcestershire bowled out on day one by Leicestershire at Oakham School for 178. This is driven by Ali through the covers. So Bryden Cast fielding with his back to the pavilion, mopping up on that cover boundary. 1 run. Brings Guest onto strike on 100. Can't really think of any scares for Guest today. Pretorius comes in and bowls. Defended. Next ball is bowled by Pretorius and played by Guest at backward point. No run. Lees is fielding there with his wide-brimmed hat on. Beddingham and Jones in the slip cordon next to Ollie Robinson, the keeper. Beddingham with his wide-brimmed hat on. Jones has got a blue Durham cap on. The other wide brimmers on show. Rain at mid-on. Clark at deep mid-wicket. And this is a leave past the off-stump of Pretorius. Everybody out there's got a cap on, at least. Marcus North, Durham Director of Cricket, on the boundary there. I thought looks like he's setting up a camera to take some pictures.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's got a camera in his hand. Yeah. Taking a few snaps of his old hunting ground.
This is one of 6 clubs he played for, including Durham.
Loved it here, though. I've no idea. I've never asked him.
Driven into the covers, no run there. Well, he did marry a lady from Gateshead, and he lives in Gateshead, so perhaps he loved it the northeast as well.
Which is your favourite child?
I can answer that. The answer is they all think they are.
And the reality is that none of them are. So there we are. We all know how it works. Yeah. We all know how it works.
Would you say Guest's innings has been chanceless?
I don't think there's been a chance. I mean, Wayne Madsen's was very, very scratchy to start with, wasn't it? But no, I don't think Guest has given a chance. I don't think he gave a chance at Sussex either. It was remarkable, but he did get out 105. So he'll have one eye on that, I'm sure. 232 for 3, and Matt Parkinson to continue from the City end, which is good to see. 7 overs until the second new ball's available. He's bowling to Haider Ali, who pushes this first delivery out into the offside. Scott Borthwick runs around to do the fielding, and there is no run. Just keeping an eye on the boy Rue at Somerset. He's moved on to 9 now. Somerset 239 for 5 by my reckoning. He's moved up to 963 runs as this next delivery is pushed by Haider out towards the cover boundary. Clark fields. Haider moves to 31, 233 for 3. It's certainly a decent batsman, James Root. Averaging 73, nowhere near Liz Deploy's average. This one is driven out into the offside by Brooke Guest for 4 runs. Out towards the wide, long off boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. Once he'd got it past Scott Borthwick, who did put the dive in at extra cover, it was always going to race away to the boundary. And it's 237 for 3 now. Guest moving on to 104. Partnership up to 58. And That's the 50 partnership, of course. I'm sure I can find it if I try hard enough. Clearly I can't. Parkinson is in again and bowls to Guest, who just pushes the ball back towards him. See if I can find it for everybody. Everybody will be far better for knowing it. Parkinson in and bowls, and that one is slapped out into the offside by Guest. And on this occasion, there is no run. They're not even bothering with the 50 partnership on this particular website. So
58 runs from 105 balls.
That's what? Yes.
So that's
ball pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 237 for 3 at the end of the over. For 31 to Hayder and 104 to Guest. Derbyshire's day to this point having been put into bat, I would suggest. It's because the half-century stand came up when Brooke Guest got to his century, 91 balls.
Pretorius bowling. This has gone off towards square leg for 1.
So he's been involved in a century stand and another half-century stand now. Brooke Guest, century stand with Wayne Madsen for the 3rd wicket.
Might have also been complicated. I was counting back through the deliveries there, and in the middle of all of that, there was a no ball chucked in there for good measure as well.
Yeah, no, it's because they put them together on the same shot. That's what fooled me. Hayder making 29 of those 50. Guest at 21 and no extras. So it must have been before the no ball.
Pretorius to Guest. Guest finds the fielder in mid-on, which is Ben Rain, dot ball.
Yeah, Rami just picking up on that juggling before he goes out to battle. He has to play. Always does it, and I'm fairly sure it is a concentration thing. Gets his eyes moving as much as anything, but his hands as well.
Next ball from Pretorius is defended. At the minute, I would say this just looks like a very good batting track. And little doing for the bowlers today, really.
Apart from the 6 chances that Wayne Madsen offered and that very extravagant turn that Matt Parkinson got off his previous over, you're absolutely right, I think. I think they bowled pretty well without much luck, Durham. Bowls a chopped batsman in half.
In comes the bowler, and this is played to the covers for 1. Potts is there, fields it, rams it into the floor towards the stumps at the keeper's end. Well, Madsen edged his first ball, the first slip, but it didn't quite carry. Then Potts found the edge a couple of more times after that, and he nearly played on one. But that was all in the 3 or 4 overs before lunch.
I just think it's a difficult pitch in which to get in. Once you're in, if you bat sensibly, you'd be all right. But the pitch is a derby. I mean, Derbyshire haven't won a home game since goodness knows when.
Well, you're back with those stats again, eh?
Forever.
Pretorius bowls.
Griff will tell you how many days it is, but it's more than 1,300 days.
Is it?
Oh,
For
yeah.
a home win?
Yeah.
Well, I bet the last one was against Durham.
Well, it might have been, but nicely turned around as well. I've no idea.
It was that one when
They were 4 for 2.
Rushworth got 2 wickets in the first 3 balls of the season, didn't he? And then Durham went on to lose. I bet it was that match.
I will ask him for confirmation as when the last time that one is, when I next see him.
Pretorius, that's turned away by Ali down towards a long leg for 1 run. Playing across the line there.
Ben Rain departing. So Rain has been replaced by Drizzle, which is always good news. I think the next thing after that is
Doesn't show up on the radar though.
The best thing for that is for it to stop after that. Matt Parkinson's in already. Removed his cap. Is he here for the rest of the season now then?
No, just till the end of this month.
Okay.
I presume we go back to Lancashire for the one-day cup while, or is he probably be in one of these 100 franchises?
No, he isn't. No, he isn't. I was talking to somebody up at Lancashire and they said that he has got a gig in the 100 this year. So he will be playing in the one-day cup, presumably. He's going to Kent next year, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah, he's already signed. Tosses himself a catch, and he's in a bowls to Hayder, who goes back in towards his stumps and pushes this one out towards Clark.
When was that announced?
Boundary. A month ago.
Was it? It was while he was back at Lancashire then.
Yeah, but he was only at Durham for one game, wasn't
Yeah, well, against Derbyshire, and then he went back again.
It was.
Then they brought Ajaz Patel in, then he's gone home to New Zealand. Then they brought Craig Miles in, and he injured himself in the first game. Then they played Raymond Toole for one match.
Parkinson bowls, and it's defended back towards the bowler by Brooke Guest.
Toole played at Leicester. He's playing for Shotley Bridge this summer in the North East Premier League.
Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Guest. Yeah, these one-match loans are a nonsense, aren't they?
Well,
Conor McKerr came in for a match, and we had Henry Brooks here for a match.
Yeah.
Parkinson in again, bowls to Brooke Guest.
I don't know if we might see a bit of Raymond Toole in the One-Day Cup. He played for Essex in the One-Day Cup last year. But he's just played the one championship match for Durham. And I think he was hoping to play for the seconds in Scarborough last week, but didn't get the nod.
Next, Parkinson delivery is pushed out into the offside by Brooke Guest. Yeah, Kent to sign England leg spinner from Lancashire was on the BBC Sport website a month ago.
I was probably on some motorway at the time.
Yeah, well, they'll have taken it down as soon as you got home.
Yeah.
Parkinson in again, swept by Guest out towards the backward square leg boundary for 4.
What was the date that went up then?
I will double check for you. 2:45 for 3. Guest moves on to 109, the 19th of June.
19th of June.
You're going to see what motorway you're on now, are you?
Well, the calendar wipes off the fixtures once they've happened, I think, isn't it?
I don't
Yeah, they're all blank now.
I put mine in by hand.
It was a Monday. I never look at the BBC website on a Monday.
I don't think it's a BBC website exclusive.
No.
Yeah, he signed a 3-year contract to play for Kent from the start of next season. Having played once for Lancashire in the Championship this season, and up to that point, once for Durham.
Yeah, I was doing match notes for the Warwickshire defeat in the T20. Scott Borthwick bringing himself into the action. Replacing Mikel Pretorius. How many overs? 4 overs to go to the new ball. Borthwick, a bit of leg spin. It's gone down the leg side and it's whipped away by Hyder Ali down 2 long leg. Cut off in the far corner of the ground there. Possibly by Parkinson, I think, in his way down that far end. I was talking about it could be in a good drying day. When I mentioned that, those clothes would be dry by now and you'd be getting the next lot on the line and taking those ones in. Sweep shot from Ali. Parkinson falls over as he feels that. Oh, they're going to run 2. He slipped as he went to pick the ball up and ended up on his nearly face planting the ground. They got an extra run there.
Unsurprisingly. He's very one-dimensional as a cricketer. I mean, George Scrimshaw, who isn't a great fielder, doesn't bat much. The one-dimensional cricketers are going out of the game a bit.
You're going to start the one-dimensional cricketers union.
They could could do with representation. Whether I'm the man for that, having been very much a two-dimensional cricketer in my career, is open to question.
What, you couldn't score and you couldn't bowl? They're appealing for LBW. Oh, it's stumped him. What a dreadful piece of cricket there from Hyder Ali. The ball was going down the leg side. The appeal for LBW, and he wandered out of his crease, and the keeper stumped him. What on earth was he thinking of there?
That is remarkable.
He stepped away to sort of look at Jack Shantry, the square leg umpire, to see what he had to say about it. He's just wandered out of his crease.
Yeah.
What was he doing there?
Wandered out of his crease.
Johnny Bairstow-esque?
Well, not quite.
No.
Not quite.
Nowhere near,
No,
in fact.
no,
In fact,
no.
comparably,
Yes.
the only thing is that they're both out.
Yes, I think you might be right.
It wasn't the end of the over. He just wandered off. What was he thinking?
That is remarkable. And, this looks like Leas deploy to me. We're waiting for Jane to confirm it. But
I'm not writing it in my book until he's happened.
there we go. 2 4s and 1 6. And he went wandering
Along a mountain top.
after an LBW shout had been turned down. No, nothing underhand. I want to stress from
Just
Ollie
lack of
Robinson.
concentration.
Absolutely. Well, it was poor, really, wasn't it, from Hayder? He was finding all sorts of ways to get himself out. Usually caught at mid-wicket. On this occasion, wandering out of his crease after a big LBW shout. Absolutely bizarre. They added 70. Did Hyder Ali and Brooke Guest for the 4th wicket. Remarkable dismissal. You don't see that very often. It might just be the breakthrough that Durham are looking for. So to hand the opposition a wicket like that to a bowler who's just bowled his 3rd delivery. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Another one for Hayder to contemplate in the comfort of the air-conditioned changing rooms away to our left-hand side. If only we could talk to him.
Next man is in then. Am I writing him in? Yeah. I'm putting him in now this time.
You can write what you want, but it's Leas deploy.
Yeah. I wrote that last time and it wasn't him. First ball from Borthwick, bowls, and then it's defended. The next one is off down towards 3rd man. A little bit of a nibble. He runs 2. And that's the 250 up in the first batting point, which comes in 76.5 overs.
They'll do well to get the maximum.
Borthwick in again. This is cut away off towards point this time. No run there by deploy. End of the over, a wicket from it. Wicket 3rd ball. And you'll not see a more unusual dismissal today, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Or indeed probably this week.
Yeah, it's a bizarre one. Matt Parkinson to continue from the City end. Brooke Guest on 109 off 202 deliveries. It's been an outstanding innings from him. He waits now. Parkinson on his way in. Bowls. That one is driven nicely out to the boundary. At wide long off for 4 runs. Wasn't entirely sure it was going to get past the fielder there at mid-off, who I assume is Drizzle. Does he wear 10? Or you using yet another 12-man. Derbyshire had 7 12 men at Worcester. It's horrifically confusing. So Drizzle can't get to that one. And he lopes his way back. 255 for 4. Guest up to 113. Parkinson in again. Balls. That one is just turned into the leg side. No run on this occasion. Bonus point apiece now. Durham got their first one when Wayne Madsen was dismissed this afternoon. Parkinson is in again. Bowls. And that turns, and there's a big appeal for a caught behind. Straight away, Jack Chantry looked to the ground, but again, good turn. Last week, Alex Thompson, the off spinner, picked up his first fifer for Derbyshire down at Hove. He'll be looking at that with interest. This next delivery from Parkinson's pushed into the offside by Guest. Picked up by Scott Borthwick, who was fielding in the covers. 255 for 4. I was going to say there was a hush, but there's bound to be. Parkinson bowls. That one is guided. I'll be charitable. Down towards third man. Rain chases after it. They pick up a single. It brings Deploy onto strike to Parkinson for the final ball of his 17th over. First time he'll have faced him. Guest moves on to 114, 256 for 4.
Do you ever listen to Ellis and John on 5 Live on a Friday when you're driving up and down the motorway?
Very much.
And the Shamewell, and in the bit about the Shamewell, when people write in asking to be absolved of shame for some incident many years ago in the lives, there's a bit where it says, "What was he thinking?" or "What was I thinking?" You remember that bit?
Yes.
And the jingle.
Parkinson bowls to Deploy, who plays it straight back to him to end the over at 256 for 4. Yes, I can. If Hayder spoke English to that degree, he'd probably be saying that in the changing room now.
That's what ran through my mind as he wandered off. I can understand somebody sort of freezing as an LBW appeal goes up and not quite being in their crease, but he just wandered away, didn't he?
He didn't wander very far.
No, but it was enough. I mean,
Oh,
as
more-
you've said,
more-
Robinson's glove
more
work this
than
year has
enough.
been fantastic.
No, he's a terrific wicketkeeper.
As for the LB, it was going down the leg side as far as I was concerned.
Absolutely no chance.
No.
Like before.
Borthwick starts his second over. He got a wicket with his third ball then. In the previous, this one's flicked off down to fine leg for 1. What was he thinking? They've put all the Shamewells on BBC Sounds, so you can listen to one after the other after the other.
He almost set off for a single that wasn't there, because I don't think he knew where the ball was. Just having another look at it there. And he sort of set off, so it's almost a run out rather than the stumping.
Borthwick to Deploy, played back to him. Rolls along the floor. Borthwick flicks it up with the outside of his right foot and then plays keep you up with his thigh.
He was only out by 1.5 yards.
Next ball pushed away by Deploy up to Jones at mid-off.
Remarkable. If you haven't seen it, go and have a look at it. It's well worth another viewing. If you have seen it, keep watching it.
Borthwick flights that up, and that's a low drive, and that is the end of Deploy. He's driven it to Clark in the covers, and Borthwick brought himself on to use up basically 2 overs, you'd think, before the new ball. He's in his second, and he's got his second wicket, and it was a low, hard drive from Deploy, and he is out for 2, 257 for 5.
It's a full toss.
Yep.
Excellent effort. He's hit a full toss straight to the man in the covers. Remarkable.
And there goes his chances of being the first to 1,000 runs as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of a sudden, 257 for 5. Doesn't look quite as good as 249 for 3. Smart catch, low down by Graham Clark. Anuj Dal next, I would have thought. Jane? Anuj Dal. Just say Anuj Dal. Don't write it down, though. But it is, it's nudge. There we go.
I don't think she can see because of that big concrete pillar. So I think she has to look round further.
She's making excuses for herself.
There'll be no goodies for you tomorrow morning when she comes in with a load of bacon.
I won't be here.
True. Who's the new man?
I just told you.
All right, I didn't, shall I?
Well, it's him.
Yeah. Okay. I've written it in, mind. It's in there in ink now. $5 o'clock. And all's well.
Only 17 overs left as well, which is good.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, actually, won't they have to keep bowling if they get there before 6?
Well, not going to get there before 6, are they? Because they bowl 16 overs an hour tops, and we've got 17 to go. And
well, the spinners will come off on the new ball.
We will have pace at both ends, won't we?
And there's Dahl, the new man, on the stroke of 5 o'clock. And there's 2 balls left in this 79th over. Borthwick bowls the first one. They're appealing for a catch down the leg side. They're absolutely convinced. He's leaping for joy. And the umpire, Mark Newell, says, computer says no.
Horrible to see a team begging for a wicket, isn't it?
They all seem convinced and must have clipped his thigh pad on the way through or something. Oh. Wilkes has got another wicket. Aussie's 254 for 6. Green's gone. Borthwick bowls, and that is defended. That's a very good over from a Durham point of view there. Deploy gone for 2.
Burton Albion have signed Jake Caprice from Exeter. Big old player, former Tranmere man, defender. 68 career appearances. One more ball until the second new ball is available. Will Borthwick dare take himself off? Are you going to stay here, or
I'm going to have to go next door now.
I know you will.
What's that other gadge you got at, where was it, Somerset? The young kid?
Rue.
Yeah.
He's out. First ball of a new over from Parkinson. He made 22, which took him up to 976. So he's still behind Lears Deploy. Parkinson in and bowls. And that one is driven by Brooke Guest up towards long off for a single. He moves to 116th, 258 for 5. Update coming up for Radio Derby listeners fairly shortly. Can play at wing back. Caprice, I'm sure I've seen him play at Tranmere. Parkinson is in and bowled. Back into his crease goes Anuj Dahl and cuts it, and he gets past the dive of Clark, who has to get back up off the floor and run towards the ball. They'll come back for 3, and Dahl is off the mark. And Derbyshire moved to 261 for 5. Update coming up. They've just suffered a double blow, losing Haider Ali for 38 and Lears Deploy for 2 in quick succession. They're 261 for 5 now. Brooke Guest still there on 116. Haider, well, he's only got himself to blame. Big LBW shout against him. Given not out, he wandered out of his crease and was stumped by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Scott Borthwick, who also had Deploy caught off a full toss. Graham Clark with the catch. Guest on 116, there has been the star of the show. Anuj Dahl is out there with him. He's on 3, and Derbyshire at 261 for 5 now. Next delivery is pushed up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Bryden Carse. Parkinson in again, bowls, and Guest pushes this up towards mid-off, where it's beating Scott Borthwick, but fielded by the man behind him. 261 for 5 at the end of the over. Guest has 116, Dahl has 3. 16 overs to go at 5:05. It's never been heard of that we could get as close to 6 o'clock a finish, and they're not going to take the new ball, understandably. And Scott Borthwick is going to continue, and it makes perfect sense because in his last 2 overs, he's picked up a couple of wickets. 2 overs, 2 for 7. Remarkable. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Anuj Dahl. He'll pick up a single as the ball is fielded in the covers. He'll move on to 4. It was Bryden Carse. He went down in instalments to field that one. 262 for 5. It's raining, and they're mopping up at Headingley as Brooke Guest pushes this next delivery into the leg side. Sussex 62 for 5. Inspection at 5:30. That's the next inspection. And at Oakham, Leicestershire 14 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 178. 262 for 5. Derbyshire. Borthwick bowls, and that one is pushed by Brooke Guest out into the offside for another single. He move on to 117. Now Derbyshire to 263 for 5. Borthwick tosses himself a catch. And another. He's in to bowl to Dahl, who defends this one out into the offside. Ben Rain fields. Dahl very firmly in his crease. Quite right too. As the throw comes in from Ben Rain.
Sun's a bit hot through the window now, isn't it?
It's warm in here. Borthwick bowls, back into his crease goes. Dahl pushes it out into the offside again, fielded by Rain once more.
Do you want the aircon on?
Not particularly.
Have you brought a jumper?
Yeah, I've got my
Fleecy thing.
fleecy hoodie behind me, but no, we'll soldier on. It's not going to be easy.
That's what I like with you, brave in the face of adversity.
Easy. Borthwick bowls driven out by Anuj Dahl to Pretorius at a wide mid-off, slides in to do the fielding, and the first over that Scott Borthwick has bowled in the match that didn't take a wicket. 3 overs, 2 for 10, 264 for 5. Dahl has 5, Guest has 117.
Rich says, hi Butch and Sundance, really enjoying your customary banter. From a Durham point of view, this innings is developing similarly to Gloucestershire's last week. 170 for 2 at one stage. And he said, I'm hoping for the same outcome as last week so we can get back to Division 1 and then prove Fletch wrong.
Prove me wrong?
Yeah.
Oh, to what, that you've come straight back down? It was a sort of throwaway line.
I know it was,
as much as anything.
I think it's stuck.
Yes.
Some people heard it.
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah.
Baz delayed us on in place of what's he called? Pretorius. Pretorius, not Prestorius. That's somebody else.
Yeah. Parkinson continues as this is pushed. Oh, it's missed by Borthwick. He slid in and he was trying to grab the ball and throw while sliding along on his knees at short extra cover, and it's bounced off him and they end up getting 3.
He almost pretended to throw the ball there.
He's now hurt his foot and he's limping.
Which, of course, you're not allowed to do.
No. Do you think he's got a dead knee or a dead foot?
Ankle, left ankle.
Yeah.
His sock fell down. That was the point. That was his problem there. He'll be all right.
Parkinson is bowling.
We're soldiering on this heat. He'll be all right out there.
Comes in and bowls to Guest. Guest defends. Ball bounces around him out leg stump. So they haven't gone for the. Oh, they're all out. Oh, oh, sorry, wrong match.
Excellent.
Joe Clark takes a steeping catch to end the Hampshire innings on 166 against Notts. So they're out quickly. Parkinson in. It's a full toss down the leg side. It's whipped away for 4. As the leader, that long leg couldn't get around anywhere near to cover that one. Johnny Bairstow's taken a catch which people are suggesting is instantly iconic.
Oh, God. That's good.
It even got Phil Tufnell off his chair. He's defended.
He rarely gets excited, does he?
29 on the board. No, it's not. What am I looking at? Guest's got 121. He's facing here. Parkinson. And 271 for 5 is the score. Next wicket brings up Durham's second bowling point. Guest plays it back to him. Highest scores 138 against Glamorgan last year, so he's not far off that. Parkinson bowls, a little bit of a yelp as he delivers this one, so end of the over. So Durham could have taken the new ball 2 overs ago.
But it's eminently sensible not to, with Borthwick basically going through the Derbyshire batsman.
Yeah.
He's recovered sufficiently from his horrific ankle injury to bowl the next over. I think it was a slightly bruised pride. He's standing on one leg, you know, like dogs do when they've hurt their paw.
Yeah.
He's just standing on one. Well, the dogs stand on 3 legs usually.
If you talk to him in a soft accent, he might tilt his head to one side as well.
He bowls 2 and his who pushes it out into the offside. If you whistle, does he suddenly turn round? 272 for 5. Dahl moves on to 9.
He's great at running through tunnels at speed.
Yeah. But he wasn't so good at fetching the ball before, was he? I missed it completely. Might be about using his mouth. Guest on 121. 272 for 5. Borthwick is in and bowls to Derbyshire wicket-keeper batsman and just squirts it out into the offside. Baz Deleda on as a substitute fielder, does the fielding.
Davey Fenwick says, I'm available to accompany you and your co-commentators during the summer and be the Andy Zaltzman of county cricket, looking up all the stats for you.
Next delivery from, no idea, from Borthwick is defended by Deploy. So I missed the beginning of that.
So it's Davey who was telling us the name of the man who entered the Open Golf and various other things.
Yeah.
So.
Goes Borthwick, bowls to Deploy, pushes it up to mid-on.
The second part of his email is the bit where it falls down. So he said he's available to accompany us during the summer and be your Andy Zaltzman of county cricket, looking up all the stats for you. All I ask for is a bed for the night and a fish lot on our days away.
Next delivery from Borthwick is driven out into the offside by Brooke Guest, moves to 122, 273 for 5.
There's no budget for fish lots or beds, I'm afraid.
No. Could share your bed.
Mervin's described a stumping that we saw a few minutes ago as gormless, just like in the test match, he says.
Yeah, I know what he's saying. I don't think it's as gormless as that. It wasn't very bright though. That one was pushed into the onside by Guest. Ended the over. 122 to him, 9 to Dahl, 273 for 5.
Somebody's just tweeted saying this is not a dismissal. Who was that?
This is not a dismissal.
Oh, sorry. It was Wisden. I thought it said not a dismissal, but then it was flashing past the screen. Then the next bit reads, Haider Ali will want to see again anytime soon.
They've taken the new ball. Second new ball. At 273 for 5. Something else for Brooke Guest and Anuj Dahl to think about.
So how many overs? 3 overs there, we did. Dropped first ball. Dropped first ball. I thought this was your end. I can't remember whose end's what now.
It was
me.
I just did Borthwick.
Sorry. Well, Rain's come in with a new ball. First delivery to Guest on 122, a thick edge, low towards the keeper's right. It hit his glove, bounced up. He landed on the ground 3 times. He tried to catch it. It bounced out of his hand each time, but kept coming back. And then eventually it just bobbled away before Jones or Beddingham could react. I think that is the first chance Guest's given, and he's 122 to the good.
I think you might be right. They'd be good if they took the chances, though, Durham, wouldn't they?
Rain bowls again. No one to play. Oh, is he caught this time? No. They all appealed and then changed their mind. Well, Jones has run off celebrating the wicket along with Beddingham, and then they've turned round. Why is nobody appealing anymore? Why are we not celebrating a wicket? They look stunned.
There was appealing for that one after the previous one. The new ball doing a bit, which you might expect it to, of course.
Rain in, turned away, off towards long leg. The leader comes around the boundary to field, 1 run. That motorbike didn't sound like he was sticking to the speed limit, did it?
Guest will be happy to be up the non-striker's end for a few deliveries here. Ben Rain, when that ball was dropped by Ollie Robinson, dropped to his knees. Hasn't had an awful lot of luck.
Comes in here, and that's a leave from Dahl.
We got Lewis Rees eventually, but it was Beddingham who dropped Rees off Ben Rain.
Yeah, could have had him for 3. He was eventually out for 9, wasn't he? Not offering a shot. But I mean, the catch that he should have been out on 3, it was going straight to Jones at first slip.
Yeah.
It was chin high, simple catch, and Beddingham threw himself in front of him and just trying to snatch it away and dropped it.
They're very close together, aren't they?
Dahl plays this to mid-on, no run. To mid-wicket, sorry, no run.
I think they should give it up as a bad job at Headingley. Further inspection at 5:30, finish about 9:30. Lovely.
If the stewards let them in.
Yeah.
Rain bowls, defended. That's the end of the over. It was like Fort Knox when we were down there a few weeks ago for a T20. Wouldn't even let the Durham press officer anywhere near the dressing rooms.
No, our press officer couldn't get to the changing rooms either because they weren't on the PMOA list, photographic thing. Well,
We're staffed once a match is finished.
we turned up, having emailed the club beforehand to say we're coming.
Yeah.
And when we arrived, the press officer said, I haven't received the email. Can you email me again so I can send you the details? So I emailed her again. She sent the details back, which were all about how to get to Headingley and where to park. And I was inside the ground. Seemed rather pointless, but hey-ho. Everybody's got a job to do. Matthew Potts, 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 49, and with a new ball in his hand. 274 for 5. He'll be bowling to Brooke Guest on 123. Martin said not far away from his high score in first-class cricket. Potts is in and bowls to him, and he gets a thick inside edge out to mid-wicket. Right, fielded by Graham Clark, and there's no run. 138 against Glamorgan last year. Anuj Dahl has a high score of 146 not out. Potts is on his way in again. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls to Guest, who just leaves this one alone outside the off stump. More water pours out of the television gantry above us. I think you're right. I think there's a problem somewhere. Get the maintenance man to get his ladder out and get all the way up to the... He could actually just walk out onto the balcony, of course. That might be easier. Dig the floorboards up.
Is it a good view up there? I presume
Never
you've
been.
up. Have you not been up? Have you not?
Never been up. Next delivery is defended by Deploy out into the Guest out into the offside.
How did they get up there? Is it the stairs on the side of the building? Do they have to, or is there an access door upstairs somewhere?
It's a suite of offices. It was a firm of solicitors. I'm not sure who's in there now.
So whoever's camera operator up there has to go through the offices to get out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People out there on the balcony watching The Who on Friday night. It's Potts bowls wide of the off stump. Guest allows it to go through to the keeper. Good view up there of The Who. Pretty good view from where we were standing, to be fair.
Where were you? Down near the front?
Somewhere down there. I went to our left. Yeah, not far from the front.
Were you carrying Griff's camera for him or something?
No.
Spare bag of film.
Those were the days. 274 for 5. 1, 2, 3 to Guest. Flexes his knees and waits as Potts bowls to him, and he leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Robinson. Not for the first time in this over. One more ball of the 85th over to go. And then at 5:20, we'll have just 11 left. So we might have finished about 6:15. Not sure what that does to post-match interviews and my 2 hits into sports show this evening, as that one is defended again by Guest up towards Bryden Cars at mid-on, and it's the end of the over, a maiden over from Matthew Potts, his 6th. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 49, his figures. Derbyshire 274 for 5, with Guest on 123 and Dahl on 9. Still handily placed, Derbyshire. Alex Thompson would be the next batsman, potentially. He or Zach Chappell. And Sam Connors and Nick Potts after them.
Here's Rain. That's left narrowly past off stump.
Narrowly?
Yeah. Wasn't far off, was it?
Foot.
I don't think it was that far. Just looking back at the alley stumping, I think what confuses him is the ball bounces off the keeper's foot and runs away. Rain bowls, and that's left alone as well. So he's looking down the leg side, and I think he probably thinks the ball's run away down the leg side, not realising it's bounced in front of him.
I don't think he really knew where the ball was.
No.
But so you're right, it was... trying to make excuses.
But he's gone down on one knee, tries to sweep. Ball ricochets off the keeper and bounces back in front of Ali, and he's running off down the creek,
He's
down
setting
the track.
off for a single, isn't he?
Yeah, he's two yards down the track when the keeper jumps in front of the stumps and effectively runs him out, doesn't he?
I think it's a run out, personally.
Yeah.
But
next ball from Rain is played by Dahl out towards mid-off, no run there.
But I don't know what the exact definition of a run is if both batsmen have to be looking like they're going for the run, because it didn't look to me like Guest was particularly interested. For the narrative, it's much nicer for Borthwick to get 2 wickets in successive overs with an old ball that he was basically bowling to get to the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. Rain in, defended by Dahl. Firmly forward to that one, bat and pad. Lots of little fluffy clouds now. It's the Simpsons sky at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a pleasant evening, it would appear.
So, are you going to Ilkeston Town Football Club?
Yeah.
Yeah, for an interview?
No.
No,
I'm doing some filming, I think.
Filming? All right. Rain to Dahl, that's left. Keeper takes it. Says this new exciting multimedia world that we live in now.
It's well, Dominic sorted something out to do with Jamie Ward and Leroy Lita and asked if I wanted to go, and I said yeah. And he said excellent, you can film. I don't know. I do a video in the morning, which quite frankly nobody watches. Well, you'll know all about that. They just asked me to do one, so I just do as I'm told, really.
Right. Rain to Dahl, looks to try and York him. Dahl nearly turns that into a Yorker as well as he steps into the shot, plays it back to the bowler, end of the over. Where did Leroy Lita play?
We played at Villa, certainly.
Yeah.
He now plays at Ilkeston, but in between times there must have been other clubs, I would have thought.
In the back of my mind, he's one of those guys who used to always pop up and score goals against Sunderland. But there's been plenty of those over the years.
Just going to say, how big's that list?
Well, Mick Harford was at the top of it, I think. And then he came to play for Sunderland. I don't even think he scored for them. There's another one there. Clive Mendonca got a hat-trick in a playoff final for Charlton. He was from Sunderland. New over, being bowled here by Potts. Gone off down towards long leg. Rain fields 2 runs. Clive Mendonca, when he retired, ended up living on our estate for a while. Don't know where he is these days. Potts in. And forward defensive there.
Just taking a deep breath because I'm going to tell you which clubs Leroy Leiter's played for.
Okay.
Bristol City, Reading, Charlton, Norwich, Middlesbrough, Swansea, Birmingham, Sheffield Wednesday, Brighton, Barnsley, Notts County, Yeovil, Sisaket, no idea, Margate, Salisbury, Chelmsford, Nuneaton, Stratford, Hensford, and now Ilkeston.
He was never happier than when he was at Margate. Ooh, an attempted cut here by Guest, who's on 25. He's just, since the new ball came, played and missed, he's edged one. Suddenly looks a different player again.
All those clubs for a player who in 2005 to 2007 played 9 times for England under 21s and scored 6 goals.
All right.
Unfulfilled promise?
Yeah. You can ask him that, isn't it?
I'm not asking him anything.
Potts in, that's turned off towards Rain at long leg. Slides in. Oh, it's gone over the boundary for 4.
Off his knee.
Off his knee, yeah. He seemed to arrive on the ball too quickly there.
Too good.
Yeah.
He was
Too good to go down.
too good.
The difficult third album.
He was in the PFA Team of the Year in 2004-05 in League One.
Right.
There his honours.
Well, there you are.
So
Then somebody's probably going to send me a stat to say he never played against Sunderland.
that's quite a small trophy cabinet, I would suggest.
Potts balls, this is defended. John Branson.
Love his pickle.
Yeah. Says he thinks it's the second time Hyder Ali's done something along those lines this year. Can you think of another?
No. No, I can't. But if you point me in the right direction, I might be able to help you out. I can barely remember what I did yesterday. I don't remember him doing that, though.
Bouncer down the leg side from Potts into the over.
So I'm not going to have time to...
280 for Surfer 5 here on the BBC. How many overs left today? 9. Just slightly more than half an hour.
Potts got him twice up at Chester Street. He's been out leg before wicket a lot. He came out and batted against Leicestershire in that ludicrous finish where the umpires decided we didn't have to take 2 overs off in the last hour before they were corrected. We never did get a proper explanation of that.
So there was a change of innings and they forgot they included, did they?
Well, no, it was worse than that. Turned into the leg side by Anuj Dal. First ball of a new over from Ben Rain. Derbyshire needed something like 22 or 23 to beat Leicestershire. And when they got the final wicket, there were 4 overs left, say. And they said, well, we don't have 3 overs left. Well, we don't, because it's the last hour, you don't take 2 overs off for the change of innings. That's what the umpire said. We were all startled by this revelation,
right,
which wasn't right, no. 20 minutes later, the ECB intervened as this next delivery from Rain is clipped nicely by Anuj Dal out towards the square leg boundary. Pretorius is giving chase and reaches the ball now, keeps him down to a couple. And they went out and faced 1 over. Every single delivery was patted back to the bowler by Hyder Ali, and we all went off, pretty much none the wiser. We did speak to the match referee, who said words but didn't actually say anything. You know, one of those interviews, those explanations, nothing. As this next delivery from Rain is cut nicely for 4 by Anuj Dal. Too much wit. And it goes away to the boundary down at backward point. Dal moves on to 15, 286 for 5.
So if Alan Partridge had been doing that interview, he would have just shrugged and said, it's just a noise.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it did very much feel like just a noise. So I still don't know what match referees do, if I'm honest. The match referee did take a hat out for the umpire at Hove, so that's obviously a part of their job description, taking hats out for umpires.
They take bats off people and send them to the ECB in sealed boxes as well.
Entirely pointless. But there we go. In comes Rain again. Bowls to Dahl, who leaves this one alone. Good leave. Just tailing back in towards him down the leg side after it went past the stumps, taken by Robinson.
Well, they do have a role, don't they? I mean, they're overseers of the game, and at the end of the day's play, they have to make sure everybody's happy. And then at the end of the match, they interview the captains and get their takes on how they think the umpires did.
But would it not be nice if they actually explained decisions that were made? In the same way it would for match officials for every single sport. In comes Rain and bowls, and Dahl pushes this one out into the offside. There is no run.
Well, to be fair, in the case of Batgate, the referee did explain to us what was going on then.
But it was such a shambles at the end of the Leicestershire game. We wanted an on-the-record explain why it took 20, 25 minutes for the change of innings, and eventually everybody reached the decision that everybody knew was the right decision. And instead of letting us go home at 6 o'clock, we had to wait until 20 to 7. Made no sense, and nobody was being told. People were leaving the ground. I mean, it was just a mess. Final ball of the Rain over. It was driven straight back to him into the ground and back to Rain by Anuj Dahl. 286 for 5. Dahl has 15. Guest has 129. And we have 8 overs left today, which theoretically means we could finish just after 6 o'clock. We won't.
Well, at Leicestershire a few weeks ago, towards the end of the day, they went off a bad light, and I said they wouldn't get back on because once they get past 6 o'clock, there's that to bear in mind. Anyway, somebody switched the scoreboard off. They turned all the floodlights off and announced that was the end of the day's play. And then the umpires came out and said, we haven't called anything off. And they came back on a few minutes later and played for about another 20 minutes, half an hour or something like that. Potts bowling here to Guest, who's on 129. Attempted Yorker and off stump, played away for 1 towards deep point.
Oh, I'll have to go.
Discussion going on between Potts and Borthwick as they're trying to shine this, keep this new ball shiny on one side, get it swinging. Potts in and bowls to Dahl, played to the cover area, no run. This is Potts' 20th over, 2 for 56 so far. 6 maidens, Ben Rain 1 for 44 from 21 overs, 6 maidens for him. Pretorius none for 55 from 17 overs, 2 maidens there. Cast none for 44 from 8, 1 maiden from him. Only bowling in spells of 4. Parkinson none for 70 from 19 overs, 1 maiden there. Borthwick 2 for 12 from 4 overs. Ball goes off towards backward point, no run. Potts to Dahl. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper low to his left. See what this Johnny Bairstow catch is all about then, that they're all raving about. He's getting mobbed by all his teammates. Very low to his right at full stretch. Potts in. Dahl plays that away safely. Played by Dahl out towards the covers for 1 run. End of the over, 288 for 5. So we have 7 overs left here on day 1 in Derby. Derbyshire 288 for 5 with Dahl on 16, Guest on 130. And their partnership is currently worth 31 from 62 balls. Another one chalked off.
Be none left soon.
Yeah.
Remarkable, really. 7 overs to go and 25 minutes to bowl them. Well, if they can't do that, they might even bowl 97 overs in a day. Ben Rain begins a new over from the city end to Anuj Dahl, who pushes it back towards him. And there is no run.
You know, some days when you're sitting doing a 4-hour show, a music show, and you think, well, I'm going to talk about for 4 hours. And then suddenly the 4 hours are up and you think, what happened in the last 4 hours?
Yeah, I have no idea what music I played or anything.
Yeah.
Usually sweat's pouring off me. Just that back time into the news at the top of the hour.
I don't bother with that, man. That's all that newfangled nonsense.
Yeah, that's the bit that worries me in the studio. I spend the hour of the sports show just getting to 7 o'clock. Next delivery from Rain beats Anuj Dahl. Has it taken the edge? Well, the batsman says no. No, but he's walking. Anuj Dahl walks, so he didn't have to make a decision there. The umpire, Jack Shantry, and Anuj Dahl has gone caught behind for 16 off Ben Rain. And Derbyshire lose their 6th wicket with the score on 288. 16 off 32 balls for Anuj Dahl with 1-4. He didn't fire him off, did he?
Yeah.
So Dahl has just clearly walked. 288 for 6.
I didn't see a finger go up.
No, I didn't.
Unless you just said you're out. Because Rain just continued celebrating, and I'm thinking, well, he hasn't given that out there.
No, I didn't think he had it initially, but off he goes. 16 off 32.
Well, this is not looking like a bad day from a Durham point of view now. 6 down. 6.4 overs remaining.
Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Alex Thompson, who shed in stanza 51 and 49, I think it is. Looks like Alex Thompson shape to me, but it could be, it could easily be Zach Chappell. So we're going to have to wait for the announcement or for him to turn around and let us know, because they'll walk out in their helmets. I mean, it's almost impossible to tell who they are. I think it's Tomo, but I wouldn't. I've just said that to the. I'm still not 100% sure, you know, that it is Alex Thompson.
She's got her binoculars
Yeah,
out.
she's having another look. I think it's Alex Thompson shaped. That's the thing. Having a look through the binoculars isn't going to help me an enormous amount. Is there any hair? If there's no hair, I still can't tell. It's Thompson. Thompson. I don't know why I'm whispering, because I'm. He finally turns round to reveal the number 15 and the name Thompson on his back, which is more than helpful. So 288 for 6 now. Second bowling bonus point secured by Durham. Bowling points are far easier to get than batting bonus points, of course. Now that they've moved the goalposts. As Ben Rain comes in and bowls to Thompson, who pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run. Still there, though. Brooke Guest, 130 not out. As Bryden Cast just goes through a few warm-up stretches at mid-on.
Dom says Dahl was bowled. The ball clipped the top of the stump.
Was he? Yes, he was. It's gone down as bowled. That's why he walked.
Never saw that from here in the sunshine.
No, I didn't see that at all. Thank you, Dom. And comes Rain and bowled. That one is pushed back to the bowler by Alex Thompson. It does say on the scoreboard now bowled Rain, but I didn't see that. I didn't see that. My apologies to everybody who's watching and thinking, what is that idiot talking about?
Yeah, it's angled away from off stump, but it's clipped the bail as it's gone through. So there's only one bail off.
Which is a good reason for the umpire not to give him out.
Yeah.
Because if there's no bail on and the ball has hit the stumps, then you don't normally send them off, do you? Because his bat seemed to be quite high, didn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's out. 288 for 6. Rain, 2 balls left of his 22nd over. In bowls to Thompson, who pushes this into the leg side and gets off the mark with a gentle trot through for a single. The Alex Thompson fan club is in. David Griffin he's replied to you.
To me?
Yeah, on Twitter. Bold! Exclamation mark. He's put. Thanks, Griff. Final ball of the Ben Rain over. 2 for 45, his figures now. He's on his way into bowl to Brooke Guest, who pushes it back towards the bowl. He tries to flick it onto the stumps, but misses. Thompson was back in his ground. In any case, he's got 1. Guest has 130. And Derbyshire with 6 overs left today at 289 for 6.
I've just responded with 2 exclamation marks to his 1.
What have you put? Very excited by this. I'm not really.
There's absolutely nothing to be excited about. Carr's back into the attack now.
You see, Adam, did you read Adam's tweet out? He says he's fairly sure that's the second time Hayder's got out like that. Once is a mistake, twice is ...
I did, because you said you couldn't remember it and steer me in the right direction.
How did you see Adam's tweet when it was sent to me?
Sent it to me? No, John Branson sent a tweet to me.
Adam News sent one. I can't remember. Unless it was in the T20. I don't remember it.
Can't remember any of that. I get it wiped from my head once it's finished every year. Carr starts his new over and a new spell here. The first ball is left alone. Shortish. So it was John Branson who sent that to us originally.
I liked his pickle. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, this is Adam News.
It's now got you
Adam.
in a pickle.
Yeah. If you could tell me when it was, Adam, that would be a great help. But I've just been through all his dismissals in the Championship, and it's not happened. David McCardle said that's exactly the level of awareness you want to see from your overseas professional. Warwickshire in the T20 at Edgbaston. I've got an excuse.
You were on strike.
I was on strike.
Yeah.
I was watching from the far end to the media centre. Yes, I think you might. Now then, I thought that was slightly controversial, that one, in fairness. The ball was in the wicketkeeper's hands. And he looked around almost as if to say, I haven't got it.
Next ball's defended. Goes off the point.
Thank you, Adam. No, yes, you're absolutely right.
And a reminder, while that night is brought up, we won't be here tomorrow. For the
Indeed,
same reasons.
for the very same reason. I'm now watching that stumping. Yeah, I do remember it, and vaguely. But it was T20, which doesn't really count. Thank you, Daniel, for showing it to me.
Carse in the sunshine balls, pushed off towards the covers for 1 run by Thompson. Andrew says, this is crazy. This Derbyshire Durham game, 19 overs ahead of England. About 90 minutes worth of overs difference.
It might not have been your over, Martin. Thanks for stitching me up. But
no, I said it wasn't obvious from up here.
But you also wrote it down as caught.
I did write it down as caught,
yeah. But you're welcome.
He's looking through a massive lens, isn't he?
I don't know where he is. If he's looking at his tweets, he's probably up the top end.
Next ball played up to mid-on. No run.
Can't see him out there at the moment.
We were both looking at the umpire.
I was I was
sure it was a There was no sound. There was no noise or anything, was there? There was no noise of the bail coming up or anything like that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's not out there anymore. Cast bowls. This is turned away to long leg for 1. How many balls left of this over? 1 more to go. And then we've got 5 left today.
5 in 15 minutes should be possible. Remarkable.
Listeners might be interested to know there's a new toilet block behind the temporary permanent stand. That I'm sure wasn't there the last time I was here.
No, it certainly wasn't. It's only recently opened. Have you not used it yet?
No.
You get a chance tomorrow, won't you?
Next ball from Cars is defended by Thompson, who's on 2. End of the over, 291 for 6. 9 away from a second batting point. Durham have got the second bowling point, so they need another 3 wickets in 19 overs to get the 3 bowling points on the board. Virtual Astro says, if your skies are clear tonight and over the next week, keep a lookout for the International Space Station from dusk to dawn.
You see that all the time, don't you?
Yeah. Best time to see it.
At night.
Well, in our back garden, September time, just as the sun's going down, it's really obvious.
A big price to pay, though. This next over begins from Ben Rain. The ball is pushed up to mid-on. There's a shy at mid-off. There's a shy at the stumps. The umpire at the far end says not out, Jack Chantry, and they come back for 2. Guest's heart must have been in his mouth there as the ball was thrown by Scott Borthwick. He's got his hands on his knees at the moment. Must have been close. Thumbs up between the batsmen. Guest moves on to 133, 293 for 6. Direct hits. Very tricky. Tricky coves. Here comes Rain again. In and bowls to Guest, who clips this one nicely up towards the long on boundary for 4. Once it got past Bryden Cars, you always felt it was going to race away, and that's exactly what it did. And Guest moves to 137, 297 for 6. He's 1 away from equalling his high score in first-class cricket against Glamorgan last season. And he ought to do it this evening if he's going to do it. With 4 overs and 4 balls left. 6 off the first 2 balls of the Ben Rain over. Matt Parkinson goes back into position at mid-wicket, having gone to fetch the ball. His bowling work for the day presumably done. As Rain is in and bowls, and that one is just pushed up towards Cars at a very straight mid-on this time. And there is no run. Disappointment today for Lewis Rees and Harry Kane, as well as Lewis Deploy, all getting out reasonably cheaply. Hayder, well, he should have still been there. Stumped for 38, where Madsen making 62. Anuj Dal 16. Thompson has 2. Brooke Guest on 137, not out. Waits as Rain bowls too, but he pushes it straight back towards the bowler. And there is no run. All adds up to 297 for 6 with 4 overs and 2 balls left in the day. After Derbyshire were asked to bat first by Durham.
Bernard's been on. Dear Marty, am I alone in being confused by a county championship game starting on a Wednesday? I know I was convinced last Saturday was a Sunday. Do you have to check twice when this game started?
I couldn't tell you what day of the week it was most of the time. As Rain bowls, left alone by Guest to go through to Robinson.
It was, well, they did that on the Tour de France the other day, asking the riders what day of the week it was, and most of them got it wrong.
Yeah, they're not bright, those cyclists, are they, generally? All you've got to do for work is just ride around the countryside.
Up and down massive hills.
You don't need brains, really, do you? 297 for 6. Rain bowls to Deploy. That's twice I've called him Deploy. To Guest, the right-handed and left-handed, pushed up to Cars at mid-on. It's the end of the over. Rain's bowled 23 overs, 2 for 51 now. It's probably bowled better than that, I would suggest. And we're going to see Bryden Cars for a couple of overs from the racecourse end to finish off the day.
Did bowl the last over from this end.
Did he?
He did,
Oh, yeah, so he did. Going to see him for 3 overs at the end of the day.
4 to go. What's the time, say? 17, what?
50.
Yeah.
Not far off.
Cast, right arm over, bowls. It's away off the thigh pad, down to fine leg for 4-leg buys. Thompson on strike. That brings the 300 up and a second batting point for Derbyshire. 92.1 overs.
That Derbyshire accent you were trying there. Yeah. So 350 is a possibility. No, of course they're going to keep. They've only got 4 wickets left, but whenever Guest is out there, there's half a chance.
Looks like something's been dragged and scraped along that track there, doesn't it? Not the one they're using, but there's a...
It's hydraulics.
Cast bowls. It was hydraulics?
It's hydraulic fluid, I think, in a lawnmower. Yeah, I did see a tweet about it from one of the ground staff.
Looks like a tram line running across the square, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it must have been either by the wheels or the either side of the roller or something, but yeah, they weren't very happy, as you can imagine. Just mowed the square and stuck a bit of hydraulic fluid there. Followed by a Who concert.
Cast to Thompson. He looks to cut. It's a rising ball. He plays and misses.
Should work out nicely for the 6 o'clock update. We might just be about finished. Happy days.
Cast up to the stumps, bowls. Thompson thumps it down into the ground and back over the bowler and up towards long off for 2. So these two came together with the score 288 for 6. They've pushed it on to 303.
He can bat, Thompson. He's no mug with the bat. He scored this season of 44. Hasn't been in the side much. It was Mark Watt who was preferred as the spin option until he went off to the World Cup qualifiers with Scotland.
He's on a couple of half centuries. This is a leave. He got 54 against Worcestershire last year and 52 against Sussex last year as well. He's got 750 runs. 33 matches, that's not too bad, is it?
No, he's steady.
Steady away.
Understandable that he came in ahead of Zach Chappell, who can also bat, but is slightly more crash bang wallop, with the greatest of respect to Zach.
Cast bowls, that is left alone. That is the end of the over. 303 for 6. Where you're staying tonight then, my brother-in-law used to live near there.
Lovely.
You know, when you come down the M1, you've got that 7-mile-long fence on your left-hand side as you've come down from past the Nottingham Derby junction down towards the East Midlands Airport at Long Eaton. So, yeah. Some nice pubs at Trent Lock, which I'm sure you know of.
No.
No?
No.
Yeah, some nice pubs there. Nice little tea room as well.
So by the time I get back,
Yeah.
Tuggy's in bed.
Yeah.
He gets up at 4 in the morning, then he leaves. That's about as long as time as I spent with him in the last few weeks when he came in earlier today. So he leaves at 4, then I leave. He gets back, goes to bed, and I get back. Matt Parkinson, 3 hours to go. Balls to Brooke Guest, who crashes this one away to the towards the extra cover boundary for 4. And well, I thought for a moment that Graham Clark was going to get there. He probably ought to have done, but he didn't. And Guest moves on to a new career best, 141 not out. Derbyshire moved to 307 for 6. And comes Parkinson again, bowls to Guest, who plays this next one off the back foot, back towards him and calls Thompson through for a quick single as Parkinson misfields off his own bowling. 142 now to Guest, 308 for 6. 142 off 251 balls. It's been a terrific effort by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batsman, who came in when Lewis Rees was dismissed with the score on 24. Parkinson is in to bowl to Thompson, pushes it out into the offside. Borthwick will do the fielding. Last man out, Anuj Dal for 16, bowled by Ben Rain. Just clipped the off bail as this next one is pushed into the offside by Thompson. Might be able to hear from Brooke Guest in Sports Scene at 6 a little bit later on this evening. Then comes Parkinson again. This one is whipped by Thompson, but straight up to Bryden Cars at mid-on. And there's no run. We will go beyond 6 o'clock, of course we will. He was asking too much to finish at 6 o'clock. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Thompson. And that's the final ball of the Matt Parkinson over. 20 overs for 75. He's bowled one maiden. Parkinson, 308 for 6 with 2 overs remaining in the day's play. Guest has 142. Thompson has 4. The partnership worth 20 from just 28 deliveries. Bryden Cars will bowl the final over of the day from the racecourse end. Need to get a bit of a chivvy up here.
Yeah, our 6 o'clock bully is only a short one. Here he comes then. 3 minutes to 6. Comes in and bowls to Guest. It's defended. Runs out the offside, no run. Can't remember the last time a game finished at 6 o'clock.
No, I can't. Worcestershire last season, I think we got off at 6 o'clock one day when Worcestershire were bowling. Today's the anniversary of the hottest day of the year last year.
I know, yeah. There was the England-South Africa one day at Durham.
432 for 1 knots racked up that day.
Where were you here?
Yeah, Ben Duckett double century.
I bet you had the aircon on that day.
It was terrific.
Cars in. And this is played quickly for a quick single up to Rain at mid-on. I hid in the house that day. I had a phone call asking me if I wanted to go to the One Day International. And I said, no, it'll be too hot.
Yeah.
What if you go in corporate? I said, it'll still be too hot. So I hid in the house with the curtains closed, and then about 9 o'clock at night, me and my daughter went paddleboarding up the river, and it was still red hot. And there were these
ridiculously hot, wasn't it?
There were these huge jellyfish in the river, massive things.
No, far too hot.
Cast bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. And I'm going to have to go next door, matey boy.
Yeah.
So we're not here tomorrow.
Well, I'll see you Friday.
Yeah.
I'm not here tomorrow because of the BBC local radio strike.
Yeah.
11 o'clock tomorrow morning until 11 o'clock. So we might be a little bit late, in fairness, on Friday as well if they start early. The Derbyshire stream will continue, of course, for your viewing pleasure. Cars, oh, go on.
I'm going.
Balls to Thompson, who pushes it out to point. And there is no run. He's even taken his headphones with him. That's how serious he is about leaving. Thanks to Martin Emerson of BBC Newcastle. 8 deliveries to go this evening. You will get some reaction from here a little bit later on with Ed Dawes in Sports Scene at 6 over on BBC Radio Derby. He's live from Chesterfield against Derby County this evening. 309 for 6 here. Cars is in and bowls. That one is clipped nicely by Alex Thompson. Good stop Had a wide mid-on by Ben Rain. Thompson moves to 5. Derbyshire 310 for 6. Dominic Dietrich's 6 o'clock news bulletin in my ears, which suggests that we've not long to go now. Final ball of the Brighton cast over. In and bowls to Guest, who clips that nicely out towards the square leg boundary. Parkinson runs around. The batsmen get back for 2. Guest moves on to 145, a new career high. And Derbyshire are 312 for 6, with 6 deliveries left in the day's play, remarkably. It will be Matt Parkinson to bowl the final over of the day's play. And Alex Thompson will be on strike, which means that Brooke Guest ought to be able to return tomorrow to add to his 145. Parkinson bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Thompson, who perhaps a little optimistically thought there was a single on offer there, and there wasn't. 312 for 6 it remains. Parkinson in again, bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. They are playing again at Headingley, where Sussex are 66 for 5. And Leicestershire are 58 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 178 at Oakham School. And the only 2 other games in the 2nd division taking place apart from this one. 4 balls left, 2 slips now. Parkinson and Borthwick in deep conversation. Helmet being brought out. Prevarication at its finest. And it's going to be Clark who goes underneath the lid. There we go. 4 deliveries left in the day's play here. Dominic, and Derbyshire 312 for 6. The star of the show, Brooke Guest, 145 not out. He came in when Derbyshire were 24 for 1 this morning and has batted absolutely beautifully. Gave 1 chance when the second new ball was taken. He was dropped by wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. He was on 122 at that stage. He's now moved on to 145. Alex Thompson's with him on 6, and with 3 deliveries to go now, Derbyshire 313 for 6. Have to be quick, absolutely. In comes Parkinson, then single taken off the last delivery by Thompson. Parkinson is in to bowl to Brooke Guest, who defends the 4th ball of the 96th over. Out into the offside. It's fielded there by Scott Borthwick, who picked up a couple of wickets when he got rid of Haider Ali and Leicester Ploy in quick succession. Derbyshire were sort of teetering then, 257 for 5. That one has beaten everything. I've no idea. It's going to be byes. So it didn't hit the bat, didn't hit the bails, wasn't taken by Robinson. His signalled 4 byes, and Derbyshire moved to 317 for 6 with 1 ball of the day still to go. No idea how that's got through the lot, but it has, and it means that Alex Thompson will remain 6 not out at the close of play with 1 more delivery to negotiate. Bowled by Matt Parkinson from the City end to Brooke Guest on 145 not out. He leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and Derbyshire end the first day of this championship match on 317 for 6. Brooke Guest, career high, 145 not out of 247 deliveries. Alex Thompson is on 6, and he's faced 23 balls. Derbyshire were put into bat today when they lost the toss. The big covers are being brought out. There is a threat of rain around overnight. 2 wickets apiece for Ben Rain, for Matthew Potts, and for Scott Borthwick, who, as I said earlier, got Hayder Ali and Lears deployed. Wayne Madsen and Harry Kame were Potts' victims. Rees and Anuj Dal dismissed by Ben Rain. But Derbyshire will be relatively happy. Martin says Durham will be happy, so we're all happy. Why wouldn't we be? We've just seen a game of cricket that's finished at just about 6:05 on day one. What a time to be alive. Myself and Martin won't be with you tomorrow because of the BBC local radio strike. The stream will still be up and running from a Derbyshire perspective, but myself and Martin will be back on Friday at 11 o'clock for day 3 of this game between Derbyshire and Durham. Derbyshire end day 1 on 317 for 6. Thanks for your company today. We'll see you on Friday.